習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
讓本帥看看，對手究竟有多少斤兩。
道如水，水可剛，亦可柔；水可攻，亦可守。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，武道即道。 真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道就係戰勝自我之道。霧係我，冰亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的。 李星云，哎呀，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如雪，是幻音房的人。 幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透了。
As chaos tears open the heavens, the natural order inverts. My, how many journeys back and forth have you made already? Still not found? Searching for someone lost in the rifts. No small task.
It's nothing. I'm just doing my job.
Here's a small charm for your protection.
Much appreciated. This is nothing like I remember. Curious, but there's no time to waste.
All that, Justina, only to become the matron?
Traitor. I will not listen to Akiria's lapdog. Today, I will purge you shot of your filth!
Go now!
You're courting death!
Justina!
Excellent. It's taken the bait. As your escort, it's my job to return you to Lenazra safe and sound. So, no matter how many times it takes, I won't stop till I find you!
That light. Does it burn brighter than I do? When you find her in the rift, I'd like to see her for myself.
风卷雷云，来者不善。老伙计，这遭又该麻烦你了。
Nights are long, trying to understand a life of words unspoken. How all of her hopes, all of her plans, told so much of what I meant to be. How some should stand, but I'm broken. Your love will help me so near. Never left enough space to hear how it tore me up inside. I've never been prepared to take the key to your kingdom's gate. The dreams wanted that I never shared. Your fears. In the flames I feel alive, the burden in my hands. I'm climbing up to the heavens gates, defy the fates to show you who I am. Break this throne now, trade it for my freedom instead. I fight it on my own road ahead. Never hold me back. Break this throne now, face the world with all that I have. Lay forever held within my hand. NARAKA calls to me when no turns back. They I know your king is back.
習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
让本帅看看，对手究竟有多少斤两。
武道如水，水可乾，亦可游；水可高，亦可收。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，无道即道。真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道，就係戰勝自我之道。霧係我，冰亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的李星云。哎呀，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如许，是幻音房的人。幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
从今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透了。
As chaos tears open the heavens, the natural order inverts. My, how many journeys back and forth have you made already? Still not found? Searching for someone lost in the rifts. No small task.
It's nothing. I'm just doing my job.
Here's a small charm for your protection.
Much appreciated. This is nothing like I remember. Curious, but there's no time to waste.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the NBPL. My name is NARAKA here with Serverio as we're diving into a day of solos action. Super excited to be here. Serverio, how you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling pretty good, kind of getting a chance of seeing the new patch in session, but also into week 4, right, where we get into the nitty gritty. Some teams, some players, specifically today, some solos players getting a lot of scores in the first day, which includes seeing Mike and Frostmas at the top, which is a good sight to see. But I'm excited to see about these Yang Spirit Well changes that actually kind of set us up here for the Yang depletion. I'm really excited to see how the aggression changes, mainly because one day has already passed with the practice on the floor against their peers. So for the Nbpl players, I want to see what they've kind of been cooking up between now and then. But NARAKA, I'm excited to see what's going to happen today, because once it comes down to tomorrow, for day 3 at least, for when it comes down to it, we're going to have the chance of probably even seeing some drastic changes for the last chance qualifiers for sure.
Absolutely the case. Yeah, for those of you just joining us, we are moving on into day number 2 of competition here in the solo division for bye week number 4. And man, does time fly, Severio. We're so close already moving over to our finals and to those LCQs like you're talking about.
Yeah, and I think one thing to think about is like when we get to the grand finals and around the end of October, a lot of things shifting over there, right? The CN mainland qualifiers would happen, so anyone who doesn't make the marks to make it to finals, especially for this week, leading to next week, means that they would have to try to get into LCQs, and if they can't, in order for them to kind of place out the first place, they definitely have to try to start working towards those mainland qualifiers with the patches going forward. Now, for you guys in the Twitch chat, you guys are going to have some drops enabled, so make sure you guys keep track about that. We are going to have that to be the Tay, the Silk, and that Splinter Choice gift for an hour. But Spring Split Item Choice gift comes out in 60 minutes, so make sure you guys keep in mind about that. That's going to be pretty much the box that comes with the extra goodies, limited time. You can't miss it.
Absolutely, and make sure that you guys stay tuned next week. We got those bi-weekly finals drop as well, so a lot of cool loot on the table up for the claim today, as well as throughout the course of the rest of our broadcasts here for what is turning out to be, like I said, a crazy fast season. It feels like we just started things out. We were just getting used to it. A bunch of new formats, EWC hit, and all of a sudden, we're coming up on the end. These players have been getting a lot of solid reps in, but like you said, Severio, there's still a lot of space there for improvement and a lot of space for innovation, as we do have some of these changes coming down the pipeline in regards to the update that just hit.
Yeah, so one thing that kind of keep you guys in mind with the Yang depletion changes, right? If you've been playing the live server, you've been able to test it out, it's pretty much going to get everything where Yang depletion can be read from Million Bird Essence players, and kind of getting a chance to look at the leaderboard. You're going to see a reason in the shift with the meta now. Star has been not having so much in the first day, but ASEXY is in the same boat. Teams Bout is Shang is also at 14 with 14.5. What was strange is actually seeing how in the top 6, right? HM at 21.8, how close it is for the top 6. 21.8 in the top 6 right now, right? Arano with 22, 22.7 for Spider, TT25 with 24.5, 25.5 for Frostmas, and then 28.5 for Mike. These are like a good game and a bad game combined, to see the scoreboard to be changed up from the team to the top 6. So it's not really that impossible for these guys to try to stay themselves up there. It's rather the bottom 6 can stay in the middle 6 when today's games come.
Yeah, absolutely. I gotta say, because of that wild distribution in terms of the points gained, I think that we got a lot of really interesting stuff on the horizon today. And here we go. Quick look at some of the players and their matchups, as we're gonna go into our duels first to decide placement and picks before we actually get into our games proper.
Yeah, I know a verse in MTF is going to be a heck of a fight, right? Frostmas, though, Shishang, that's another one. What I want to really see is Edward versus Mike, because that's kind of like a classical Remy Yang type situation from what we've seen in the past. So having these two in the same boat is also one part of it. I would say for anything coming through here, Midoriya Midnight's going to be starting us off. Right after we finish off with the martial artist solos, we go to Hollow Rock Sunny, to Morrisal Midday, Midoriya Morning Dew, Hollow Dusk, and Morrisal Night going to be the last 2 rounds. And kind of getting us into the situation, right? When we get into finals, into bi-weekly 4 finals, you're going to see the map rotation stay the same for the first 6, and then it's going to shift over, which is also where the mirror pick round, right? Who's going to be the most played? Lonnie is now in her nerfed state in this patch. Kind of seeing what day 2 uses bring her out, whether she's going to be the very first pick or the second pick, because Liam has always taken that precedence. Then we saw a shift for Lonnie where she was going to be the first most pick, and then now Liam's going to be still having his top tier pick, and then also Syra into the Sayol. What's interesting though is that we saw last week with TT5 bringing out Enor 1 inside of the Hollow Rock map, and then how Frostmas was trying to abide by using that as well, and then seeing other players who try to take the usage of that hero in their solos games. With the F2, the V1 variation, they go crazy with the transformer. I was hoping to see Enor 1 and seeing what his value is. It's kind of like seeing how Matari is with the F2, right, where you saw how valuable the damage comes off of the strikes, but instead of having an ultimate that further enhances that skill, you'd end up seeing more about the fact that Enor 1 would just cover a huge area, right? When we saw Variation coming into the latter ends of the point choice pick pool, she was mainly just as a big body block, trying to contesting, really, for the cast of the Yang depletion, or rather the Yang Spirit Well. But then now that the Yang depletion changes have come through, right, Spirit Wells no longer cleanse it. You'd have to have the Spirit Well buff beforehand, right? You're looking at the fact that when you end up having the Spirit Well buff before the pop of the Yang Spirit Well, that you can protect yourself from that Yang depletion. Otherwise, it would reset the timer, and then you have to start hunting as soon as you can, just to start going ahead against any of the other players that are in the vicinity with who may or may not have the Summoning Essence, but more than rather just having someone to fight to get out of that, right, Yang depletion.
Yeah, really interested to see how that kind of late game impact is going to change how these players are approaching things. I think that people are getting a little bit complacent there with how the Spirit Wells used to function, and so this is really going to be a shakeup and a way for us to see how strategies begin to develop. And I always talk about this every time I'm on the broadcast, Severio, but it's great to see the extent to which every single week there's some sort of development going on, either from the side of the NBPL deciding that there needs to be something to change up matchmaking, all the way down to the players just coming up with a better understanding of the meta or some of the characters at hand. I, in particular, am very excited to see more Enor. I've been watching him in trios, and of course, he's a powerhouse there. But I really do think that out of the Transformers that we do see, his chase potential is just so exceptional that he really can fare super well in the solos environment. And I think that we haven't seen the full extent to which he's going to be utilized just yet.
Exactly, yeah. I think about the fact that his mobility, right, gives him the ability to double jump, dash, double jump. He can kind of space out very quickly, and also in a non-predictive way. Sometimes Fairy Shens go into elite form, and they get immediately sighted down because you know exactly what's going to happen in direction. Yep. She has no C towards it. But for him, he can double dash, and he can essentially, keep himself aloof, where when one position is where he's taken instead, if he jump R&Bs, right, the Nbpl, he can also extend a little bit more range to close gap to somebody that's escaping, someone in midair, or also just to avoid an attack. Some things that kind of go through. Maybe not a knife from attack, right? Nothing like that's like a tap dodge, for it, but it's going to be something that kind of like inches, a couple inches off the ground, forward towards the opponent. But then, again, in this martial artist solos, we may not see him unless someone finds a usage for his F2 with how much versatility it is for range and the close gap, because it also is a timeout for whoever does the most damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Enor definitely going to be something that we're going to be casting quite a bit today is my prediction on the table. But seeing who's piloting it here, we're going to dive on in and get a look at the arena and who has assembled for battle today. Here we go. Bottom of the leaderboard right now, unfortunately for Star. He's going to try to claw his way back up and has a shot through these 6 games to do so. Star, of course, representing FPX. FPX having variable success, I think, across trios and solos. MTF, somebody for Wolves who's also been doing quite well on a team with a long history here within the Nbpl. As of late, I feel like MTF has become a real force to be reckoned with. Really excited and interested to see what he's going to be able to bring to the table today. And Severio, one of the really valuable things I think about the current state of solos is that by having those duels early on, I think that that's a good way not only for players to warm up, but for us to kind of see where the lines are being drawn, who might be favorable in trades going on forward. It shows a lot of insight for, I think, both the viewers and ourselves as we look to see maybe how some of these games are going to play out, particularly with those early game scrambles that we've been seeing more and more. A lot of aggressive play, a lot of chances at eliminations coming our way.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's kind of the testing grounds for that. For one thing, right? One thing is the weapon selection in a 1v1 situation where we've seen Tumultuous mainly try to take the staff into their hands just because of how strong the cycling is and the low cooldown of the F, as long as he immediately whisk throws. But one thing that comes out as well, whether or not the players decide to try upon keeping that same momentum of the same weapon selection. Now, we've been seeing other weapons to be used, in the conjunction, right? Nunchucks has been something predominant. Flying knives, no questions about it. And longsword, though, hasn't taken as much of a stride, but we've been seeing those dagger vipers really come out in strengths. F2, I should say, or F2 comes out to be really strong just for the burst. But then seeing how Liam is always going to take that pick there just because of that weapon drop doesn't occur. Parry animation doesn't, it doesn't give value to the player to, kind of avoid the riposte. Then again, you see combo breakers being used, and you're looking at both sides, combo breakers and offensive abilities. That's why I want to see if whether or not, we saw it in week 1, we saw it to week 2 and to day 2, I think, where it was brought out, but it was only a one-off pick. It wasn't really that crazy just because, like I said, he doesn't have his ultimate. No one has any ultimates inside of the martial artist solos. They're just going by skills alone. Now it's going to be the case right now. We're going to see WBG's versus MTF, Dagger Viper. I was telling you about it. Now what's interesting is the Tianhai Bell. And the crazy part is that Versus rocking these dual blades with it.
Yeah, interesting choice, I think, on the dual blades here for Verse. We're going to see whether or not he's going to make the most of this counter high pick. Bell already going to be activated here. MTF trying to get in for significant damage so far, winning the back end of these trades. Verse almost losing the purple armor. MTF with solid movement, trying to play avoidantly here. We've been seeing this out of a lot of Vipers, just trying to space zone and wear out the clock. But right now, with Verse getting a little bit of damage, this is still neck and neck. MTF winning another trade, might just go back on the defensive once again, but Verse down to less than half health means that MTF smells blood in the water, and now on that backup, Verse is able to capitalize and actually take away the armor of the Wolves representative. It's a risky call. Now MTF is in trouble, and what a reversal to start us off. Verse turns the tables and manages to pick up the first kill.
Can't believe this man threw a TN high with the dove. It couldn't be me. Obviously, though, now it comes out the waist shot. I think this is actually an interesting play for the F2. There it is, trying to catch up to the neutral. I know that this long sword coming up from Verso, which is all about the R&B cactus we can, but Fist Blaze is such a dangerous move with the wild sweep.
Yeah, we're going to see if MTF can stabilize. Once again, winning the early trades here. Verse kind of getting turned around in opposite direction, uses a blue charge. I'm kind of surprised that MTF wasn't able to capitalize off of that, but regardless, it does look like right now this Wei Shan from MTF is favored in the matchup, although Verse does a great job bobbling there. And now, after this counter hit, this might just be all over. Verse could take this 2-0. MTF having to back off now, desperately looking for a new angle, but unfortunately, two bad trades in a row means now that they're less than half health. Verse trying to do what they can on the fist right now. Good job on the stagger. All it's going to take is one more hit for either side to really open this one up. MTF going to fire right back. Good job getting some more damage in. Currently, it's a health deficit for Weibo's side, and MTF will be able to tie it up.
It's crazy to me that man went for so many slaps there, man. That was diabolical. And it worked against him. I mean, Verse was going for some extensions off the longsword there, but he kept throwing the slaps. He knew that he can throw the F2 because of the dap dodges. Beautiful parry. Wait a second. Set up the sentry. There's going to be the jump R&B. But we didn't get the LMB that we're looking at there. There's going to be a lot of value lost. MTF puts himself for the F2, so no staggers. My man looking at this clean R&B. Okay, into the grapple bump. Into another parry. No attempt. I'm looking at the R&B catches if it comes out from MTF. If he can try to earn up here for a scare rush drop down, he's not going to look for it. There it is. Catches up. There's a grapple bump into extensions. There it is. Doesn't get it. Doesn't earn it. And doesn't confuse.
Yeah, Verse in a little bit of trouble now. Able to get some really solid openings versus MTF, but the sustain from the zipping already being used means that MTF has a little bit of health to play with now. Actually didn't get the cooldown right back, and that restoration comes through clutch yet again for this Wolves player. And now Verse, less than half health, does not have the same luxury. Gets caught up by the fan. It's a one-touch fight, and MTF will win it.
Yep, MTF takes a victory in that. Now we get to this GG Chen with the emo, my man. Classico with that, bro. That's crazy. All right, so he's gonna show up here with the sanguine emo. I see my boy. And now for Chisheng, that's a cinematic, absolute cinema. Hands in the air. I know Chisheng is looking at this like, okay, I got you. Clink coming off here for the flying nice enough. And the Yodohime F1, by the way. Frostus gets his chances up here for an R&B if he catches off the midair, but then again, it was too risky. He catches another LMB. I can't believe this. Grapple into the R&B, swoop, into the F1 extensions, into the wall. Shane does not get fully staggered. The knockback of the F1 didn't get the full punish.
Yeah, what are you supposed to do against this Frostivus absolutely putting on a clinic right now with the Flying Knives Yodo? And I love being able to see these different kinds of builds come on out, right? Like, this isn't something you would typically see in the Solos environment, but here on the 1v1 duels, it is putting in Warcus. Frostivus doesn't even lose his armor in that first 1v1.
Does not, man. My man caught the LMB. When he had looking for the F1 extensions in the wall, I was kind of like, okay, we got this. But then it gets pushed back. He made it turn around in his favor. Love to see this is going to be coming out of the ball, the F1. We saw this value yesterday, for day one, I should say. Our Frostivus on Pole Sword is bringing out this energy, man. Look at this. Look at that. Look at that. Trying to read it out for the wake up, for the rollout. Level 2 gets parried. As a result, boom, full parry, full riposte, and now it's going to be Chisheng's game.
Yeah, Chisheng needs to try to capitalize. Unfortunately, it's just a bunch of clinks to come up after a really solid counter hit. Frostivus lost a lot of their armor from doing so, but we know how fast this BB representative is able to turn things back around. Fortunately, right here, those nunchucks putting in work, getting in under the slower speed of the pole sword, and so that's going to be another LMB landed there by Chisheng, who now might just go on the run, realizing that there is a timer on the clock, 30 seconds left, and now Frostivus needs to make contact. Scale rush up top. Frostivus trying to intercept. Good job on the follow through. Chisheng clinks once again, breaks it back. Now we're still at an advantage for the battle representative. Frostivus looking to loop back around. Needs to charge in. Gets repelled once again. Zhang just winning every single one of these trades, and he doesn't even need a timer.
Yeah, he does not. I think this comes down towards what we have next. Frostfist on a Tumulch with the staff. I told you, classical recipe. My man's looking at this like a cookbook #1 bestseller. Now, obviously, for Shang, this Flying Knight Syra pick, this is just for full avoidance, right? He takes the F1, he dashes out, and then he tries to reposition. Now, he got himself up here for worrying about these 2.0s. He ain't going to worry about that one, but the slap beta comes out. He doesn't care. He throws a 1.0. He catches no R&B priority, and that's the stanchion, the F1 waiting for it. That's the R&B hold, and that's still not Shang's combo breaker.
Yeah, Frostivus still in a tough position here. Zhang off the flying knives, still able to play out of range, maybe even getting back beyond the back of this pole. And because of that, Zhang gets the ability to just bump him forward, gets the counter hit, and from there, Frostivus, one of our top competitors, is actually going to drop that fight 1-2.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but look, we've been getting these 2-1s, 1-2s. You guys are getting closer and closer across this round. Now we're on to the third one. Action from SS1 versus DG Chen. Now the horizontal comes out. It's kind of crazy right here for the 1-2s. Goes for the 1-2-3 there. Gets punished immediate. Chen is looking for the follow-up with the R&Bs. 1-2s again. And I know the horizontal comes out here from Action, but he gets his nice value. This is going to be a beautiful R&B, a lot of damage, a lot of chip. Hoping to see whether or not that block extreme comes out here in a second.
Chen not out of the woods just yet. Exton and trying to get space. Burns the F to do so. Very much close in terms of the health here. Chen unable to find another way back in. Finally, off that flurry, will be able to get it. Here comes the rush down off the focus. Shin now down to just a little bit of health. We'll have to try to turn things back around. 33 seconds on the clock. They can't just run this one out, but Chen can't find the angle. And there we go. First round over to Chen.
Yeah, it's kind of rough. I mean, you see the offensive capability off the F2. You know how much that kind of comes out to it. But for the Akos, right, that's going to be the 1-round pick. Now going on towards the Liam versus Liam pick, this is going to be Flying Knives on both centralized areas of the globe of the Romyang. Now for the hits, this is all about the point, right? Who is going to engage first? Game of chicken. You know, make your move, punk. You know, I'm talking about how that revolver comes out. 44 Magnum. If he gets an R&B catch, that's all he needs, man. He needs to try to figure out whether Exon's going to close into the scare rush or not.
This is one of those things about flying knives, right? Is that usually they're a great combat accelerant because they get in under so many other weapons because you're able to play out range and still get a lot of speed behind them. But now, when you have a pure mirror like this, Exit doesn't want to go in. Chen doesn't really want to go in. They need a touch to start things off. And it looks like Chen was able to make some contact at range playing the third-person shooter right here. And off that now, they can play pretty avoidantly. Scale Rush up top being prepared here. Chen gonna try to get around. Has basically only gotten touched once here. Exit going to commit the utilization of a grapple hook to try to get on top, but even on this columnar chase, Chen is still coming out on top with a few pepper shots here and there. Unfortunately, a juggle in the air could bring an end to this one. Chen still needs to try to recover, cross it back up to the other side of the field here, and while that is happening, Exon still is in a health deficit, and with only 1 second left, here comes the chase down. Flying Knives, man, what a crazy weapon.
Literally is, man. I tell you, the range, omnidirectional ability. I can't wait till the chain whip sword comes out here, man. Otherwise, Mike rocking through. He's got F2. He's got fist plays. He's got Edward on Tumulch off rip. He's already choosing violence from the get-go playing Tumulch on round 1. I'll be honest. He's looking at this from an angle like, all right, I don't need any turnaround. I need this to win now. Jump Bellamy doesn't come through here. He might be looking for a charge blue focus, avoiding that whisk stagger. Of course, a little dangerous for comfort zone. Mike still hasn't burned his combo breaker. He's still looking for some staggers here, but the chip is going to earn out. Now it's going to have to come out.
Yep, good stuff by Mike, playing back towards that F, wanting to bait Edward in. Edward knows he has to commit now in the health deficit. Mike with another solid counter hit off these fist blades. Doesn't matter that you're playing staff, unfortunately. It looks like Edward just can't actually find the range necessary to get contact. Mike now playing avoidantly, launching back and forth across the map. We got 37 seconds left on the clock, and finally off the sandstorm, we do get a catch out. Edward is unable to capitalize, and with that F gone, and with Yodo's F coming right back up, I think that Mike might have this one in the bag.
Maybe the moment you said it, parry, RMB comes out. We look at this 1-2 situation. If you can get the jump LMBs, I know Mike's looking to throw out those 2.0s there. Yeah, look at the scare rush. Gets caught. Combo breaker's on the corner though. He's safe to go. No grapple bump can happen. Edward's like, yo, and everything comes out to full circle. I know this is coming out to the timeout, but I'm pretty sure Mike actually gets himself out here as victory. And Edward's like, listen, let's hug it out, man. Tough it out. Use love, not war. My man's like, all right, we got it. I got that dub. I'm waiting this one out here. But for this next round, I'm curious in seeing. Edward's got the Liam both sides as well, Fly Knives. And it seems to be like Liam is that secondary pick for these guys so far. W King forward, and Mike will go ahead and get caught first for a second.
Yeah. You know what? I'm praying for Edward in this one, dude. I feel like Mike, you know, should just emoted back, but we didn't get that. And now Edward's going to be on a warpath here with the Flying Knives. Playing up top, a little bit of a catch. We have another Liam mirror with the Flying Knives here. And so expect, I think, another pretty slow-paced minute between these two. That being said, Edward already losing about half of their armor. Is in an awkward position here. Mike is actually going to take a bad trade right back. And so this is a little bit different than what we saw in our previous matchup. Quite a bit more aggression coming out here, especially now that Edward smells blood in the water, and he wants his hug, man. Give him his hug.
He ain't getting the hug, man. My man said no.
Oh, the slap!
There you go. Look at the Betrayal Brotherhood at fault. There we go. 1, 2, bam, bam, bam. 1, 2, 3s into jump R&B confirms. We're looking for the R&B catch. Slap check. Obviously, that's going to bait you out for Death Zone. The 1, 2, 3s gets released by Mike all these days. Cumbersome.
Moving back over, we got Lipo versus Juan to move on into. What is this, our fourth fight so far? Or fifth fight, I believe, actually. Both of these players opting for the Liam to start us off here, but instead of Flying Knives, Juan is going to go for the nunchucks here. And that means he is going to be at a significant range disadvantage versus Lipo.
Yep, and I know it's going to be coming down to no surprise, but Liam's going to be the double pick in this first round. I mean, it's kind of coming down to the horizontal, gets caught to the cami kick, maybe sure he's looking for R&B, ain't going to be the case. Obviously, 2.0s can be thrown in any direction. Like Lars is doing really well. Parries are good, though, from this end, from burning out. And XY, jump R&B to grapple LB. If you can get it, the slap to kind of mitigate that. Comes out full fruition for grapple pump blue focus. Big numbers off of this, but that's a lot of damage dealt. So Lipo can still look for this. But no, he gets caught again to the 1-2 slap. Nah, he can't do that. Illegal.
Oh, just trading back and forth. Oh, slap fighting, eat your heart out. We got it in NARAKA Blade Point here. XY going to be able to pick up that first one. We're now moving on in for round number 2. It's going to be Yodo versus Syra.
Yeah. I don't want to know if Syra's going to be coming out here as a successful unit, man. Maybe she might be C tier to B tier class, and then all of a sudden A tier out of nowhere just because of usage. I think XY is going to be. Maybe if she comes out here on top. I don't know. The Yodo Hime, if it's F1 from Yodo Life Polaris, you got a dagger, right? Which is kind of interesting. Let's talk about that dagger on the Yodo Hime, man. I mean, that's kind of Gucci, but he has no damaging F unless. I'll stop. 2.0 comes out here. The kick comes through. Polaris looking at this from this angle. And that's carried.
Oh no. Yeah, this is a little bit awkward because with Yodo's F just being the stationary kind of circle, XY being in a health lead is just able to play this really slow, basically blanking that ability. And Lipo just has nowhere to go in this situation here. And going for that dagger just means that the range leads to a fully favorable 5-2-1 fight. As now we move on to Star versus Wufong, who are sparring against one another for our final 1v1.
Yeah, and I know this is coming as no surprise. We start with the Dagger Viper, we end with the Dagger Viper. First round selection, Star coming through here. Seeing Wufong looking for the shimmy. There it is, F2 burnout, and walks away. Look at this, man. That's the playstyle that Viper can do, bro. 400 damage, walked away. Purple rarity weapon gives her the ability to do that. Right, but Wufong, I don't know. The moment he catches his Viper might be dangerous. Oh. Harry drops down. There we go. Oh, diabolical.
Diabolical. What a statement maker to start us off here. Star, unfortunately, kind of getting splattered against the pavement right now. Wufong unable to continue that trade, though. Gonna lose a little bit of health, but Star, once again, just gonna get brutally counter-hitting her right back down into the blender. And unfortunately, that was looking totally one-sided as Wufong comes out on top.
Forcing this fight, though, against a Tumult now, it's like it's from worser to tear. Now Star is going to have this, hoping to see what's going to be the ambition. There's a parry. My man threw a 1.0 immediate. Burning the combo breaker on his end, that's all right, but the grapple one right this into a 2-on-1. There's a jump LMB afterwards. The catch into a slap, baits out for a crouch, wild sweet kick, and then bomb dashes into another LMB if you could, but 2.0 gets released. Now we're evening out the odds.
Good chase down. Wufong putting a lot of pressure on the Star, who's going to be sent sprawling here. And unfortunately, it looks like FBX's representative just isn't able to get enough space to really make these Flying Knives fully work out. That being said, we got a good counter hit right back. Solid grapple bump for extended damage here. Wufong actually going to lose a second trade in a row. This is going to bring things about to even if he isn't careful, but good navigation up to the top column, showing a lot of map awareness, means that Wufong is able to get right back in there to try to answer back for a fight. Star with a good, solid focus cancel will be able to push the damage through. Wufong down to Sliver, and it's actually going to be Star coming out on top in that second round.
Final fight, y'all. I don't know, man. The Wu Chen, or not the Wu Chen, the Tumult play coming out from Star now, seeing if he can try to make it work because he's a 1-1 situation. If he comes out with his clutch pick, I mean, this works out. The Syra, though, Wu Fang gets caught out to burn the Combo Breaker. Wu Fang backs off. No dash. Okay, I thought we were going to get caught by that. That's all right. Star looks for the LMB. Oh, crash LMB's extension. Okay, we get caught by the LMB, though. Uppercut ain't going to connect. The raw RMB, though, comes out from Wu Fang, and they connect. Star still has a chance opportunity to try to hold this down.
Yeah, Star can bring this one back. Good play off the staff. Playing defensively, slowing things down, forcing Mufang to get in, baiting and getting a solid trade off the back of that one. Another Dazzle going to be fired off. This one also not going to connect. Wufang will be able to get a little bit of a love tap in there with the nunchucks, but still, Star is in the driver's seat for this one. Good trade back. Wufang on a great dodge around is using that superior speed to great effect here. Star all of a sudden finds himself neck and neck with Wufang in terms of health, and now off the counter hit, Wufang can just bring this one right back.
Could be an LMB situation here, to be honest. There it is from Wufang. I felt that. I was like, once you see the whiz throw, but it's all in your hands. You know, the rule is yours. I ain't talking Tony Montana. We're talking about the Nbpl. We got ourselves the final fight. We got our martial artist solos winners. And as such, we get ourselves what the victors are going to be coming through with. Now, like I said, right, we mentioned about what the face of this means for the value. If they get the win in their respective phase, they become the first picks. This gives them the opportunity of choosing those meta heroes off the choices in their phase round selections throughout the 6 games. The mirror comp selection in solos only happens for the first round and finals. We're not going to see that coming through here for 6 rounds, folks. Just a heads up. But one thing is for certain is that when you get your first round pick, if you are the first in the phase, it's either your choice. You know, you choose a character of your dominance in your respective moment. Now, we've been seeing some shifts off left and right from phases 2 to 4, but choice picks 3 through around 9. But then again, anything can happen where the meta starts shifting because of this new patch. I mean, listen, Kylan changes comes through here. We've been having, well, let's say about Kylan, right? The Kylan changes really comes into value mainly because when it comes down to Kylan, he would end up having V2 to be a little bit of a concern, right? But V1 is still going to be the dominant force. What's really going to start changing this up here is whether or not we're going to see the choices between the Lonnie to be chosen out in the first or second pick in the first phase, and if not, if she even goes down the ladder of the choice picks. Otherwise, she's still strong because of her gold focus. She still has the ability to avoid attacks because of the gold focus and mitigate any sort of staggers along that nature.
Yeah, honestly, Cerveria, I don't really see Lottie's changes being super impactful in my eyes in terms of her pick order. I think that she's still going to be near that top side of it, in my opinion. But also, I just think that Lottie is gross, right? Like, we're kind of at this point where all these new characters have this crazy mobilities to fill in older archetypes, and I think that Lonnie is a great example of that. Here we go. Some highlights, though, from our duels that set us up for this first selection. So we're going to see whether or not that called shot comes through, and we will be getting that Lonnie. Here we go. Great counter hit there by Chu Zhang to pick that up versus Frostivus. And here we go. Mike versus Edward. Look at this chase down. This is why Mike is one of those players to always watch out for.
Yeah. Big time, man. They're gonna throw 1, 2, 3. You saw that? You saw that? You saw that, man? He took a 90-degree head turn angle to his right. Is it? Can you believe this right angle? This is crazy. Looking at this chance right now for XY, hoping to see what the LMBs and looking for the catches. This was kind of crazy, right? Because the fact that he got one LMB catch up, he got another one for free, and on the Lars, we're not holding blue, and he gets caught out, right? Even on the wake up, that wasn't all the anticipation for a slap off. At the end of the day, the HP threshold gives Life Lars a clink and then some chip damage there. And XY, he said, let's just slap it out. Wufang, though, his fight to the meter dump was great here, right? To kind of capture her out, gets a nice LMBs, burns up for a combo breaker. Now, I don't know why he backdashed. I'll be honest. I was kind of thinking about it, but he can't, right? It should have been something to the right. But then he gets a beautiful parry on Star. Star gets caught to the F1, avoids the whiz throw with a single double jump and earning himself out that victory. So, yeah, like we were talking about, Lonnie's too valuable, man. Yeah, she's way too valuable. Way too valuable for what she brings, right? Same thing with Liam, right? We've seen variations of Liam's on the V1. It's now the V2 just for kill shot potential and even slight disengagement. But it was actually points that one of the with the other casters, right? With I think Moxie and Seb were actually bringing up about how Liam is like switching up between V1 and V2 rather just because, or rather his value goes down because of his multi-way fights. And this new Yang depletion changes, I think really starts to hurt him out a bit more, because if a Liam ends up in the faltered state of losing the Roman Yang, and it's because of a straight counter option that was played it out, then all of a sudden, you know, we start to contest certain objectives like the Yang Spirit Well. We try chasing up the objectives for Spirit Well in general, and we just end up having a time against our clock where other players are looking against trying to pick those up, right? Try to pick up the kills, eliminations, try to pick up the soul bloom to deny. Always the case. Even if you have full ultimate, deny the soul bloom, because you never know when that person is at the death's door within the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I definitely think that analysis rings true for me. Whenever I see a Liam, I think about the fact that, yeah, they have this incredible ability to even team fight in some cases by taking a core battler out of it by pokeballing them. But the problem that you often will run into is just now that there's such an incentive to go for those big scramble fights, and I think that we're going to be seeing some amount of big group fights even through that mid game. What's going to happen is that Liam tries to take a core member out, but while he can usually win those 1v1s, it takes time for him to be able to resolve and ultimately land those killing blows, and that's going to leave him open in a lot of cases to get dogpiled by everybody else. And opportunism has always been the name of the game in the NBPL. I think that one of the things I can always praise every single person in the NBPL for is their capacity to read situations and understand when to go in and who to go in on. They have such a great risk analysis calculation, and given that there is that kind of like collective analytical hive mind, seeing the Liam could really put the finger on the scales in favor of trying to go in and getting a crucial pick against someone that is being pressured by Realm of Yang depletion. So that's going to be something to watch out for. Let's see how that fares, and when we inevitably see a Liam in game number 1, what is he going to be doing?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I want to see what Liam's going to be pulling into game number 1. As my screen is kind of giving me standstill. One thing is for certain, though, right? If we look into the latter half, if we look at what the Valda is able to bring out too, we also need to keep in mind about Akos. Akos is going to be something that we can kind of keep in mind about who is going to probably have more propagated value in my eyes, mainly because when we see that what the Akos can kind of bring out, it's one thing, and that's for certain, is the fact that Akos will have pretty much the top, no pun intended, right? He's a top dog when it comes to pressure out. He will push someone away from his zone. He'll end up putting yourselves away from any sort of objective, denying you from any sort of clearance on a Spirit Well, for instance. And he's going to push you out, giving the other lobby full value. You know, giving them full, average, like, look at this guy right now. I just pushed him out, take him out. Whisk throws some mulch is going to ensue. Range shots from everybody around any direction. It's going to be like a trios match pretty much in NARAKA that comes out. And I think that's kind of the biggest part. When everyone kind of sees one target left alone where they couldn't do anything, if they don't use a combo breaker, if they don't have a combo breaker necessarily, they will look towards making sure that person has to pop an ultimate or their skill instead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very interested to see what happens here. We're getting right on into our match, game number 1 on the docket, as we're going to be getting into our character select. Very excited to see where we're going. Here is going to be that pick order resulting directly from what we saw out of those duels. First, it is MTF, followed by Verse, Chuzhang, Frostivus, Chen, Exin, Mike, Edward, XY, Lipa, Wufang, and then Star bringing up the rear there in 12th place. But we have Predoria Midnight as the first map as well. That's going to incentivize a little bit of aggression as well, Servaria. So very excited to see where that takes us and where these characters will fall.
Yeah, because Arcadia comes out to be one of the prime spots for 2 things. Contesting of the Vulpine's Essence, the Fireflies. For the top spawn, we'll have to see if that's available. Then again, I want to start seeing some of these, lower end spawns. For the Ascension Forum, that would be a great spot to see some tassels and even towards the Skygates Go, just because of the loot frequency. But for MTF's Wolves, or for Wolves' MTF, he will have his first chance here. He'll be the first person to be able to choose. He's going to be the one to kind of dictate how this order pick is going to go out for day 2, and seeing how a lot of players are taking, the game of telephone on seeing what the picks are. They can't see the bans until it's their face. So when they see after the game's over, they'll notice that the first pick was X, and then the second pick is Y. Now for MTF, having a couple seconds on the clock here, he will look to lock in here Alani, taking her as that first pick. Now for Verse, usually the dictation is for him to fill up a Liam, and if he doesn't, this man got a smile on his face for this, so it could be something else completely. It's going to be going for the Liam though. It's paying the safety net, because you don't necessarily have as much opportunities for a double pick as often in the first 4, just because those first 4 never leave the roster. They never leave the top 2 faces.
Yep, going to be a Syra to pick us up the 3rd spot there for Chuzhang. Liking this, high sustain, going to be really good against what has been coming so far. Frostivus now, 4th position. We're going to see what the selection is going to be. The Shyle coming on out here, abandoning that out as well for the lower rounds.
Yeah, it's going to be the core top 4. And now GG Chen, he can throw this anywhere he wants. Yoda Hime, if he wants. I mean, Yoda Hime has been also going to be a 5th to 6th pick. And if he doesn't want to pick Yoda Hime, he wants to test something out, my guess. But this also comes to where he can also try to go through to lock it in, and there it is. There she goes. There she blows. SS1's exit now in the hands of the Maker. If he decides to pick up anyone like a Smolch, Akos, he can even pick Justina here, since he's in Fireflies for Midoriya. He could also pick up the Kylan now if he wants to. Basically trying to work out the B1. There it is. So now it comes down towards Mike. Now it comes towards Edward's way for Mike. You know, he's thinking, he's like, all right, I'm tired. I'm taking a rest. All right, let's choose. Because his choice pick really comes to shape the meta if it works out, and everyone's like, okay, take notes. He's gonna go pick up the Tumulch. That's gonna be his play for the 7th pick. And now for Edward, seeing how the Valda is also an option at this phase that he could choose. If not, I mean, he could play the Yakos after the Tumulch ban, because he notices now he's seeing the Tumulch. Now he's the Yakos, and there he goes.
Yeah, Akko's gonna be grabbed here. And now we move into our final 4 picks to start us off. Game number 1, day number 2 of bye week number 4 here in the solos division. XY now on the bubble, looking to see what their pick is going to be here. You know, looks like, interestingly enough, we are going to get the Wu Chen here. Not a character that I see a whole lot here in solos with a lot of priority, so I guess it makes sense we're getting him here in that 9th position. But, you know, the Enor's still on the table. I still think that Enor can be pickable and playable here.
Yo, big time. I'm seeing it. I want to see the Enor. Come on, Life Lars. You know, he did pretty well in ASC, man. He's cooking. He's cooking in the Southeast Asian qualifiers for Jacob. He goes to Valda. So that's going to be his 10th pick. So I'm kind of curious to see what Polaris brings out. His leaderboard check is also nothing to scoff at right now, especially for this week. He still has an ample chance of being in the top 12, making it to finals, meaning that he's going to be the 2nd seed team potentially to make it to solos at the same time as Frostmas, who did such a great job first day. There's Enor 1 for Wufong. That it makes sense that we might see that performance based on what his values from the ASC came out too. But now for Star, all eyes on you. Justina should be an option, but if he doesn't want to bring out the Justina now, he could hold off for a double pick later on if he wants to bring her up. But I think he's probably going to take an opportunity of choosing out, nah. And see, this is something I didn't want to think about. I was like, an unconventional pick, and when does he pick? The Tarka pick. Tarka hasn't really seen much value, but I'm always up for how do you say? I'm always up for hopes and dreams.
Yeah, I'm never a Tarka believer, but I like rooting for the underdog, I guess is the best way to put it. So I'm happy that we get a Tarka coming out, but there's only so much you could do down in that bottom slot anyway, so I can understand why that selection has come through, but it could just be a case of immediately getting the finger slammed in the door, and then we don't see it for the rest of the day, which would be tragic, but it is certainly a possibility. I've been trying to figure out what Edward has on that second mouse pad for a while now. All I can see is like the thin bit of riff and skirt.
I didn't see it. Oh my god, it's like, where's Waldo? I need to look at this. Yeah, because the Tarka pick was something that we saw when he got, his changes and all that, but he's not something that's like a staple, right? He's not a staple 12 pick rotation. Goes hero. Usually when you're in that last phase, usually that testing ground, listen, testing ground is one thing, but Star's at the bottom of the leaderboard. He's at 12th place overall. This is his 2nd day of playing. So all he needs to do is start going haywire, and starting off round 1, 12th pick, not necessarily the best situation to be in, but then again, this is the only time he's going to be at the lowest spot for a choice pick pool. Skill selections comes out. He's got Fireball with the V1, Classico. But I'm looking around here to see if anything has changed between the majority, but nope, all skills stay the same, especially with the Wufong actually opting into rock V2 for the Enor 1 for the Spear Throw in order for him to close the distance. And then obviously V2 Wu Chen for XY.
Yeah, right now, looking pretty standard across the board for the most part. We see a few of those swap-ups like you've been talking about, but in terms of selections, things are pretty settled once the characters actually do come out here. Really interested to see how Chen is going to fare for GG on this Yodohime. I feel like a lot of eyes go to Chen in general as a player with a whole lot of expectations on him. He hasn't necessarily always risen to the occasion, and now he may have the opportunity to do something, as we are going to look at our drop in spawn positions to start us off. Big density right down there on that southeast side, so keep an eye out for that. There's going to be a lot of players on top of one another, and maybe some big duels early on because of that.
Yeah, everyone decided to drop onto to Imperial camp for some reason. Bada, TE, Wolves, 521, FBX. Then at the southern end, Mike and Frostfist are both at the Sunrise Altar, which is something that Wufang usually would have taken, but apparently not this round. And then over to the southwest, SS1, GG, or LA, I should say, and WBG are all in Twilight's Pass. GG Chen's solitary confinement at the Imperium region, but ASC's XY looking to pick up a Firefly and go directly down south. For the Fireflies, right? That's mainly the main reason you'd see these players taking their spawns as such. I mean, the North, it looks like the North has nothing going through, especially with the north side of Arcadia, but maybe in the zone because selective spawns limited us here. If they decide to head up north, XY is the first person I think wanting to try to solve that puzzle, but we've seen FPX, for instance, go into the zone, stick it to a minute to like 2 minutes and getting the Volpine's Essence, and then losing it because of the zone tick damage because it's so severe. Let it go. We're gonna go for Mike at Ascension, picking up a purple dagger off rip as it's mulch.
Yeah, really happy to see that we're now into game number 1. The anticipation kind of kills me, SV, because we have to go through that duel section. And while the duels are cool, nothing beats getting on into Predoria for game number 1 here of day number 2 of Solos competition here for bi-weekly number 4. And already we got some action. Exen taking a big chunk of health early from, I think, a previous trade. We're going to have to see what happens as Edward is definitely on the prowl in this situation. Exen drop it on in, trying to use the element of surprise. We'll be able to knock away Edward's armor off the back of this one. And now OA's representative is sandwiched on either side. Here comes the follow through from Burst, who wants to take both of these kills. Scale Rush going to just bounce off against the wall. Edward in a really awkward position now as we see them taking out a sliver of health. Good attempt at a knockback here, but that is going to be Burst hoovering up 2 to start us off.
Man, Burst coming out here with these eliminations like nothing, but in the zone you see an MTF up against Polaris and Star. I don't know why we're so deep in the zone first off, but in this early in the game it doesn't matter. Parries are good. Like Polaris earns it up here. The combo breaker avoids it with using the ultimate cast. I like how Polaris was thinking about the fireball, not wanting to try to take the engagement off of that. He still has 2 water spears though. He's got a chance right now to try to lock into where MTF is. Hoping to see if he can slide into there. Finds it, confirms. No ranged weapon though. R&B catch up doesn't get it. MTF gets combo breakered up. No more water spears available. Parries are clean. Polaris is on 1 elimination like that, but the zone tick is literally going for weakness escalation. And now it's up to Star up against Wufang. And then 1-2's Star goes down into Tarka. With this is the dire straits effort and the way the Enor 1 ultimate really comes out to clutch us up. There's going to be the Nbpl potentially even going on with the Thunder Strike.
You know, I think that if Enor ults inside of the Quicksilver River, he should just electrocute everybody that's in that body of water, right? It's a liquid metal. I don't think there's anything that could be more electrically conductive. But regardless, Wufang is winning this trade on the chase down right here, right now. And I think that this zone tick is still going to be enough. Lipo in a lot of trouble, even if they do get away. They're going to have to try to clutch up a heal. They can't find it, though, and that's going to be the end of that fight. Is now back inside the actual zone on the map here. We got another fight. XY with no armor, attempting to get out of dodge. Chen also in an awkward position, sending out of their ultimate here. Here comes the F, fired off through. XY trades right back, but unfortunately it's not enough. A great catch on the staff means that Chen will be up.
Yep, and now for Chen is all up towards that Wu Chen ultimate being expired. And for him, I mean, he's got his combo breaker. He's at F2. He's got a chance right then to kind of think about anyone else that might show up. But for Mike, he finds himself against Wufang. For Wufang right now, you know, he has no ultimate. He just got out of the zone. I'm not sure if he even passed away through the zone, but I think he's going to be looking for an early parry. There's the F1 from Mike to try to mitigate. Gets caught. Oh, wow, he burned out all of the wisp out of that pistol shot. Incredible. Clink comes out, looking for the LMBs, and still having that third party coming out here from WBG's verse.
Burst approaching from up top, looking for the drop down. Here's Johnny. It's gonna be Wufang attempting to run away. Mike deflecting from afar, both of them without any armor. Verse should just be able to clean this one up. He's played opportunistically so far to his benefit with an elimination. Now looking for a second one. He will be able to land the killing blow versus Wufang, and now Mike is in trouble.
Yeah, I think Mike's actually going to have a lot of spottage for his ultimate cast. The Soul Break is confirmed. We allowed it. Verse gets blocked extreme. LMB comes out there. Pistol shots are confirmed. Another armor swap. You know the Classico. But Mike gets a counter grapple. Beautiful for the Liam ultimate. And now it's all for the ultimate. There it is. Verse gets caught out. F1 is still available for Mike, though, in a second, unless he gets caught with the orb.
And he does. Mike going to be hoisted deep into the storm here. See what's going to come out the backside of the Shadow Drain. Mike gonna try to heal up, gets armor restored. Verse trying to get on top of him, commits one of the grapple hooks to do so. The drain continuing to pressure Mike, and I don't think that Mike's going to be able to get any berries off, so this could just be one and done. First lands on top, tries to get through the armor once again, backs off, realizing that the drain is going to go in his favor, grabs the Soul Bloom Essence, no problems whatsoever. WBG Burst gonna pick up what is now 3 kills, and he's on top for game number 1.
Yeah, and he also got Tai Chi's fan. This is a great shade, especially in this early game. He converts that dagger to the fan that, you know, from we saw from Mike's hands. That'll be his. Frostbus, Shio pick, having the purple spear. Beautiful choice. Now he has a lot of attack to kind of stack up here. Hoping to see about this Romy Yang in the next minute or so. We are going to wait that out. But for Frostbus, hasn't taken any kills yet. Still having that purple armor and purple armor and the purple weapon is definitely a big boon. For all the other Romy Yangs here, I call him a lumberjack. You're gonna have a spot right now for Wufong off of that floating platform, and still looking to try to see about any sort of loot. But the map hasn't selected everyone's Imperium. It feels like trying to go towards this area and trying to stave themselves away.
Across the map, you see where Romy Yangs are going to spawn on up. Chen trying to get Lion's share of time on here. Star crossing straight through. Looks like we're going to just get a handshake for most of the map, but there is a lot of potential density in the trade that could come out of this one if somebody missteps or is a little bit over damaged trying to negotiate for the Romy Yang pass. 21 minutes left on the clock. We're going to see what happens here, as this is the calm before the storm.
Yeah, I'm thinking MTF. Hot gamer, there we go. All right, hoping to see whether or not he stays up here. They still got another minute here for that Yang pass, and he's gonna have to contest him against Verse. Verse 1-2s for the wind blast. I see someone else there. Who was that? Who was that? Scare rushing up there. Verse is gonna kind of work around here around the pillar. There it is. GG Chen.
It's Chen.
There's a beautiful uppercut from that catch. I think MCF is looking for an armor though, big time.
MTF needs to look for an armor now. This is just a matter of survival, not even necessarily negotiating for Romy Yang. Chen, hungry for this, wants to take this, is actually going to chase outside of the zone to try to pick this one up, and MTF is in trouble, caught up against the far side wall. That is the power of the flying knives. Chen playing sniper so far. Good movement though from MTF means that he's going to get a brief reprieve.
Literally, and Nexon gets himself a Yang class for free. So this is all his to gain as a Kylan. Blue weapons, has purple katana, has starfall, explosive armor, has an engraving, a blistering edge. Those are his jades. You see the engraving right there. But of course, if he finds himself a full sword, deciding upon using the blistering edge, it'll probably be more for late game efforts. As for MCF here, looking for Chi Chen's, the clinks are off. The LMB catches. Combo, okay, no combo breaker left to go through for MCF. Must have been burned out because now it's gonna be a chase right there for the combo for the ultimate. Chi Chen gets another RMB into the pistol shot, and it's a 1 HP. Remember, 50 heal for Lonnie, by the way. So she doesn't get as much as she gets before, and it's still within death's door for her.
Yeah, Chen looking to get that last little bit of damage in. That being said, spent a little bit of time trying to scale that wall. That means that MTF is once again able to go on the heal train. Actually might be able to get the health advantage here too. Chen having to dart back to the other side. MTF going to use this opportunity to buy space, buy health. And I thought this was all in Chen's bag, but unfortunately, he was unable to land it.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate going through there. Now the chase down happens. I don't know if MCF is going to be working towards this, but the Yang has been already oppressed for Prosperous. He's up against Edward. We're going to have TE versus WBG, so Wufong versus Verse, Stao Shisheng versus SS1. And I'm thinking that this is coming out for Exon, right? The longsword, the gamer, bro. He loves the longsword. The engraving is going to have to either be, I'm using this off rip, or I'm surprising you with the worst possible moment when you're low. Shisheng gets caught by a musket shot, eating up the near bar of armor, having to look for midair swaps, engraving immediate. So now it's in the hands. Shisheng is going to have to think about these jump attacks if it comes into a slap. There it is, making sure for the RMBs, and of course looking at whether or not this the longsword will be using engraving or not from Exon's side.
Exon trying to launch back in. Longsword projectile not going to connect this time. Good job catching Chusheng off the backside. Chusheng, though, still able to apply a lot of pressure here with the fist blades. Unfortunately, loses another trade. And Exon should just be able to take this one home now. Has ultimate, has the F available. May not need either one of those. Just bogarting Chusheng into the corner. And that's a one fight to start us off. Frostivus also in dire straits as soon as he descend onto their Romy Yang. Tries to trade back versus Edward. Good grapple buff. That can actually completely turn things around. Frostivus in an instant brings it back.
Nasty. Gets all the wall priority he needs, and he gets tune off of this. So think about that. Having the sustain of the tick damage of the armor, that's going to be his gold greatsword, most likely pole sword conversion. And then obviously the Yang is going to be going towards this as Vermilions. hoping to kind of work around this, man. Frostbus is looking snazzy off of that Yang, and the double uppercut off of the grapple bump was pretty ingenious in that corner, just to make sure he can get him using the terrain manipulation and allowing for himself to confirm that.
Got Mike over here by the edge of the shadow. Looking at those winners of the Vermilion Burst Might, we do have WBG, BBE, and SS1 as our 3. A few players already feeling that pressure. Wufong, Edward, Chuzheng all need to try to find an elimination here. 17 minutes left on the clock, and we're going to see who initiates first.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I mean, Verse has himself here for musket shots, obviously for Mike. It's all coming down towards this as Star puts himself to the corner. Man, Star, Tarka. I forgot, bro. I forgot. I was thinking about it. I was like, oh, I forgot. What Star playing again? The Tarka. He died in the zone when those zone fights in the beginning. Was a crazy engagement because there's no sustain coming off of that. We just lost to Shang, though. Full elimination coming through here, unfortunately. But the thing that happens is that this with Star, right? This is his second life. He's going to have to try to frick this out. And then there's a parry from Verse. This pillar is going to be a lot of play right now for the last and final meter dump of the century. Verse forcing out the Temi ult.
Yeah, good stuff from Verse, just wading straight through the sandstorm, able to get a little bit more damage in. And Mike, I think he knows that his time is fading here. Trying to cross back up into the corner, able to get a heal back off. It's still just on common armor, though. And with 2 people bearing down upon his position and Frostbus joining the fray, things are just getting more and more dire for OUG's player.
Yeah, and the LMB comes out here. I mean, Mike, look at the kiting, man. The potential. My man's strong with it, but he picks up the dagger. He throws up these 1.0 focuses. I'm scared for him, bro, already. Because the matter of the fact is that if he gets parried, that might be a done deal. He finds a blue armor, though. That's a fully stacked one. Maybe a little bit of chip damage, but it's not enough to kind of be an issue. He is still going to have the kiting around the tower itself, and then building up with that gold pole sword. We'll have to see if Frostbus strikes us out.
Mike still in trouble here. Activating that F will get a few wisps off. Unfortunately, that's not going to lead to any stop of this vicious onslaught. 3 players still on his position. Good maneuvering up the cliffside wall. Doesn't mean he's going to buy himself a little bit more time, but it looks like his elimination out of this lobby is feeling more and more like an inevitability. There's 4 on the location right here, right now. Mike gonna get caught there by an explosion coming through from Star. People are incentivized to fight, you know, as long as that Vermilion Burst Might is up. We got 26 seconds left on Frostbus's. Mike
big damage coming out.
One more touch, yeah. Oh, and the Pokeball Max is gonna land on Mike. Frostbus wants to get this kill. Will pick it up, but this fight's actually gonna continue now.
Yeah. You know, it's crazy that Mike found like 3 armors and they're all full pretty much. And coming out of that situation, the drop down blue focuses, he wasn't expecting that, to be honest. Even though the terrain was against him in his honor, it's kind of a factor that it didn't come through. Pole sword drop down just does 900 damage, gold rarity. Now it's coming down to his burst, knowing he needs a burn Vermilion. And the lobby, you saw the delay there. They were like, no, let's wait it out, see if Vermilion comes out. It's still going to burn through. Now, this essence is going to be picked up from Edward. It's not going to cleanse. As mentioned, Yang depletion is not going to be cleansed any longer with the Yang or the Vermilion's essence. It's what it's called now for the Soul Bloom when someone has Vermilions. What it is, though, instead, is maybe add an extra 10 seconds of rage gain. So you go from around 30% rage over 10 seconds instead to be around 66, 10 initial, you know, and with the remainder coming through. I'm wondering what Chen's got up now, though, because he's up against his Enor Wan and Wufong. I mean, look at the HP gain from that V cast. It's all whether or not he can get a gold focus cast, because GG Chen just can't stand up.
All right, here we go. Fight continuing here as Wufong and Enor Ultimate is brought down to a sliver. Star wants to wade in here to try to get the pick off. Edward sprinting away from the fight, trying to get the heck out of dodge. Star and Verse going to be on the chase down now, and I don't think Edward has anywhere to go, unfortunately, as the timer will run out on his ult. While he is able to get a lot of space, Verse and company are going to be able to continue to close in on his position. They're aware of what's happening, as now we get a play inside of Realm Gang number 2. We got XY versus XN. XN trying to launch up. Good job on the Clink there to start us off. Closes the distance, is then able to get the full damage off. With ultimate available, this Kylan just has so much ability to finish off these fights. XY, unfortunately, gonna get caught by an R&B there. Tries to teleport back, is able to get a favorable trade, but that is only gonna bring things back to even.
Yeah, and I think now for Exen, right, it's all about the money, about the level 1 slashes, double tap dodging if he can. Boom, boom. Level 2 might be coming through here with the blender is in play, and now it's going to be Exen's point of death. This piece is because the blender, man, look at this. Exen can't even get and he goes slash dodge. He gets the 1 level 2. Can he get the slash? There is the 1.0. He's looking around for the target. There it is again. He finds it. Double tap dodge, has a slash, jump LMB, has 1-2, jump LMB is all he needs. And that's going to be excellent with the longsword, man. I'm telling you, this weapon is going to be his protege of wins, and there's going to be a chance right now for his, for his gold armor. He's going to get himself, Thunder Portal? Nah, that's Unseen Current for the Fan Jade. So he's going to pick up that. He's going to have a gold longsword, as well as the soft side Gecko Foot to be picked up there. The new Jade in play for the Exen.
Yeah, Exen, player that has made a real mark here, winning back-to-back Realm of Yings, doing very well for himself. I feel like Kyling's probably not doing so well under his watch, being forced to go shirtless throughout this entire battle. I don't know. I've always read Predoria as a cold map. I know Holoroth has the snow, but it seems like it's always very cold and dreary over here on Predoria.
They got the underground heat, heating pads on the ground, they got the whole entire molten core of the earth, kind of keeping up. I'm talking about Journey to the Center of the Earth. No Brennan Fraser, pulling up the Rupture Gale Orb here for WBG's verse. We're gonna have to see a Velocity Untold on hand with Sign Fang and the Tai Chi Fan we were talking about earlier. Didn't see much from verse about it. Kind of curious and seeing if it's gonna be brought up. ASC's XY also has Soul Shatter, if I'm not mistaken, so we'll have to kind of maneuver around that. But as towards verse, still has the movement. Has a spot right now to kind of see. I'm kind of curious and see if XY even comes out on top, because Wu Chen's very difficult to kind of find an isolated fight when there's other players around, because when they start hearing the blades coming down, it's literally a sound signal. It's like a JBL speaker playing Fetty Wap, bro. You won't avoid it.
XY playing inside the very periphery of the shadow here. Want to make sure he doesn't get intercepted on the way back in. Will be totally fine coming out of this one. Looking at the map so far, we've had quite a few people already eliminated. Xu Sheng, Wufang, Edward, MTF, all taking an early exit from this one. With currently Verse standing at 4 kills with 11 minutes left. He is the one with the material advantage and is in a solid position right now. But my eye are on the 2 with the White Tiger's prowess, that being Frostivus alongside Exen, to maybe initiate something, or at the very least stabilize with a big material advantage as we move closer to the final circle.
Literally. Timer right now in 3 minutes kind of gives us a kind of motion of what's going to be the next play. Now, obviously, for GG Chen as a Yodohime, the same thing applies for him like Wu Chen, right? Once he starts using the ultimate, either the person starts to escape or they're locked down. And as for GG Chen, in an area where there's a lot of walls, he's got to stay focused. Quick reference for y'all. There's going to be a chance right now for GG Chen, though, to kind of work around this as that Yodohime, for instance, if he does confirm the kill without popping ultimate. If he needs to pop ultimate to insurance the Soul Bloom, for instance, he can knock back the players around, and then he can start kind of using that ultimate to pressure anyone who tried to, grief him for that Soul Bloom pickup. Now for Star, I don't know how he got 3 eliminations, I'll be honest, on the Tarka, Tarka's OP, right? I'll stop. We got a chance right now to see. We got to see a chance right now for Star, though. He could be focused out at any point unless he just plays his cards right and plays out for our Fireball for like 6,000 damage this game.
I mean, credit to Star, coming from an awkward position, right? Last pick, was unable to win his duel to begin things, but capitalized on some dicey fights early to pick up 3 kills, tied with Chen for second most in the lobby. But Chen, also feeling the pressure of the Realm of Yang depletion, means that Star could be standing nearly alone to contend with the Verse coming up here at the end.
One thing coming out here is that Chen has one idea right now with the weapon selection, right? If he gets somebody to burn out the combo breaker, he can then probably just start burning up here for time. Star, oh man, the one person we wanted to take the fight against is the Tarka. RRB comes out, it's released. Now for Star, he's crazy because he can literally counter a Yodohime. That's what I was about to mention, because the Fireball can eat straight through the F2. Star gets the 1-2s, goes off, pops the ultimate. We know that it's going to be a combo break. I mean, we need to see Star pop the ultimate at one point, but the third party is going to be very difficult to do. That is tap dodge off avoiding the golden focus, but Chen is looking for the LMB, crouch LMBs as much as he can. F2, the Fireball comes out. Chen still looking to try to keep himself mobile here if he can. He has a V recast. He's got to time it. There it is. Big damage, but not necessarily. It's more about the heal. Chen looks for himself. The LMB confirms the Fireball can get thrown there. Let me see, Star. What are you going to do with the Tarka? Because Verse could out a 2-piece here and go up to 6 if he wanted to.
Yeah, this is getting really dicey for Star, who gets knocked out. Oh, brutal stuff as Star bows out early. Chen recovers, gets the Soul Bloom. Verse going to heal up inside of the Quicksilver River, and it looks like that's going to be a handshake to end the fight. Star, who I was just talking up, going to be denied any more scoring opportunities. The verse creeps up to 5 kills.
5 kills, man. I'm telling you, man. I thought Chen was going to earn himself. Like, nah, I'm seeing red. I'm looking at you, man. I'm looking at you now and forever. That could be the case. Now, Prosperous Tuna, XY wants to choose violence. 30 seconds on the clock. I'd say, yeah, gotta do it. Looking for the V2 cast. Can he confirm it? He won't. So he's gonna take the time to heal here for a couple of seconds. The pistol shots are still not gonna care, man. This is gonna be what Exen's looking for to see what the second Wu Chen V2. We saw this fight in the Rom Yang. He knows this is the person he fought because he's the only one Wu Chen in the game. This is the way the Biweek system works. Now, for everyone looking at the Rupture Gale Orb, 10 seconds left. Just like that, XY would have to decide whether or not he can succeed away from this without giving an elimination. 3 seconds left. No last hit confirmations are on him. I think XY doesn't burn a kill to anybody, and there it is. Now, the Soul is somewhere in the midst of the world. We got 4 players left on the board, or make it 5. Now, it's up to whether or not Frostbus with the Thunder Portal for the Pulse Sword Jade. He does have that. He also has Storm Stride. I want to see if he's going to throw out the Thunder Portal. If he decides to end up locking someone down, it's going to be either the lobby focus or not.
All right, let's see where we're at. Frostbus going to be knocked, sprawling back outside of the Spirit Well. Burst currently in control of it, about to lose half of their armor, if not a little bit more. Lipo going to creep in on the backside of this one. It's a multi-front fight here as Chen going to cross back out of the realm of the well. Burst also just trying to look for a recovery here as the push continues. Lipo doing such a good job of stabilizing. Frostbus is actually going to be chased out of this position.
Yeah, I think this is going to be tough, right? Like Lars does, still has the Volta V2. Still kind of thinking about whether or not that Dragon War is going to be something he can test. Lars is on 1 elimination. Now, for the R&B catch-ups, I mean, he's throwing left and right, but the Dragon War can be turned around. So the moment he sees it gets winded up, he knows he's got to turn around and start dashing away. As for the other Spirit Well, this is going to be the Yang Spirit Well. This is where we're seeing SS1's Exen. And he contested out here for it, and this is going to be where he slashes out. He needs a couple of seconds in there. Chen is making this mad difficult. Level 2 doesn't even need to go through it. He's got the infinite slashes. The last one slashes out here for Chen. The elimination is a pistol shot confirmed. 3 eliminations. Exen gets his Frostbus, looking to pick up the Yang Spirit Well and trying to deny Exen, but since there's no ultimate, he can't contest this Xiao.
Burst surging forward, looking for the kill. Lipo in dire straits right now. Burst decided back off, though, realizes that the Spirit Well is still contestable. And a good job of deflecting Exen and Frostbus, neither of which, off of full health, want to try to contest this as the well will drop.
Kind of thinking about whether or not Verse is going to go into aggressive. Mystic Might has himself that Dragon War, as mentioned. Rupture, we saw that from earlier. And then kind of working around here, that Velocity hasn't stacked it up just yet to trigger mode. So hoping to see Flower Stone the bottom ground. Inside of the crypt, he's going to be trying to lure him out there. Since the Mystic Might gives him full vision here for the meters, I mean, Verse can go ahead on this chase, but he's only got 5 grapples to his name. 5 grapples, 5 kills. So he's got to find a body or head to his way to a shop, which I don't think there is one in the vicinity unless we're seeing Exen and Frost is near one.
Good catch out. Lipo in trouble off the start of a bad duel for him. He's going to have to be sent running now. Well, there's some space to contend with. Multiple people smell blood in the water, and now it is the time for the sharks to circle. First, continually trying to repel them from touching down to the ground level here. Frostbus, meanwhile, just trying to sneak a well in the background as Lipo continues to navigate a dicey situation here, man. It's just gonna heal back off. Doesn't matter, though. They're still feeling the pressure. Cannon shots fired from above. Lipo going to hit some of that splash damage. Still trying to get to safety now. Crosses under the archway. Sees Exen on the far side. Going to have their approach interrupted now. Quick swap over to the musket for a little bit of damage, but Lipo just getting torn asunder at a sliver of health that can make nothing happen as Exen may be the next to fall down to basically no health, no armor, and with this absolutely dominant performance coming off the back of these explosive cannon shots, Exen is in such horrific trouble up against the storm-side wall. Here comes the fight. Exen crosses back up, repelled from their approach, will try to do what they can with the ultimate, but down to a sliver, they will be knocked out of the lobby.
And 6 eliminations for Verse. Horizontal gets thrown out here. Frostbus still looking to try to block it up. Throws the releases like it's no tomorrow, like he's playing in a bronze lobby, but he's getting all the blues. He's taking all the damage, all the heat into an ultimate. Frostbus looking towards this. He gets the Thunder Portal, but it's a bait. My man got baited to use the Jade. He gets sent to the zone, combo breaker to restand, but man, that's a mile-long distance. Frostbus knows he can't do it. That's 7 eliminations. Verse comes out there, the lockdown and from that animation, it really just torn him out, and that's going to be Verse's victory. I was wondering whether he was going to throw it or not, and he went through against a Liam ult active from Verse's end, leading Verse's MVP status as round 1 concludes.
Yeah, solid performance there from Burst, capitalizing early, building momentum, and hopefully going to be able to carry it past this game number 1. But credit to him, Frostivus as well, with a really solid showing. Unfortunately, got targeted down before he could really make a mark there in the final circle. But a great demonstration of why he is still someone to watch out for. We got 5 more games on the docket here, SV, and I think we got a lot of chances for these players to continue to reign dominant.
Yeah, we can see what the points really start to average out. What I want to see is what the temperament is leading into this next couple of rounds. Now, we saw that from, let's work backwards, right? Yang Spearwell and the Spearwell weren't that far away from one another. Pretty much close in proximity. Some players like Frostus were kind of swiping between the Spearwell and into the Yang Spearwell to try to see about contesting one side to the next. That's what denied Exen from being able to clear out the Yang Spearwell. Mainly because GG Chen was there to disrupt him, having to burn his ultimate to kind of invest into that, knowing how that was going to kind of lead into it. The other way around, though, was the other Spearwell was being contested. Heck, it was getting contested for full focus. Why? Because of the new changes. They didn't want to try to go for any sort of immunity against the Yang depletion. They wanted to try to delay that Spearwell cleanse as much as they can in order for them to kind of afflict the Yang depletion to force aggression later on. Keep in mind, Spearwell is going to stay there for as long as it does for 3 minutes or so, but then they end up going ahead and resetting the timer. Now, question for you guys: which player chose Shy away in game 1? GG Chen, B's SS1's Exen, C's always Edward, or B or D BBE's Frostivus? Twitch chatters, you guys are out there for that. You know the drill. But this is going to be a question now. I was just talking about this player to kind of go through there between the 2 Spearwells as a hint. But like I was saying, the new type of system where the Yang depletion comes out, we didn't see any Fairy Shens that game. Enor Wan from Wufang was being played out. Ironically, and not even ironically, unironically, we saw the Valley, the D Valley that Transformer is provided. Yep. When the lobby saw him at the second realm of Yang, they full focus fired him. You saw what happened, even to the point that I think Star picked up the elimination there, I felt like, but he was the one who was getting contested upon by Wufang for sure.
Yeah, very, very solid game that I think shows the fundamentals that you're laying out, SV, in regards to what to expect out of today. We had some interesting stuff. I think that NARAKA definitely overperformed, and maybe we're going to be seeing him as one of those bottom tier picks continuing through for the rest of the day. But yeah, unfortunately, Enor just getting heavily focused there was unable to make a mark after that second realm of Yang. That being said, some other picks that we thought maybe could have a little bit of a de-emphasis, like the Liam, like the Lonnie, I think still had solid showings and will continue to be that permanent top 4. So we're going to keep an eye on that as we move on into game number 2 here in just a little bit. But reflecting upon that dynamic that I touched upon before we really got into our matchups. Hey, we saw spots. How's it going, Nyarko? But yeah, one thing to look out for is kind of that correspondence between performance in game versus performance in those duels that we saw earlier. Some of these things went topsy-turvy. Some of these players did a really good job opportunistically finding ways to take multi-man fights and bring them in their favor, even if necessarily their duel potential isn't quite as high as the ceiling that we see established by the likes of Edward and company.
Yeah, and I was actually one of Mike mentioned to Mike about that too, considering that he's playing Tumult and he was getting chased around the tower, where he takes really great strong 1.101s, but then when it came down to the multi-way, right, that's where he really succeeds until the forces just become too many for a long duration. First though, 11.4 points, getting him back on here. Frostus at 6 in second, Exen at 4.5, 4 for Chen, Star for 3.5, 2.5 for Wufang and Life Polaris, Edward at 1.5, 1 for XY, but look, 0-0-0. Mike, Sheng, MTF, no points earned whatsoever in this last round. We're gonna get some clips and highlights brought to you by China Unicom. Starting off here with these, you know, not the out of zone fights. Ironically, we didn't get that, unfortunately, I should say. Verse though gets a nice R&B off of Wufang there, and then with Verse taking a fight against Mike, trying to see where the ultimate's gonna lie into the right. That's gonna be where Mike gets caught out here once he locked in animation of the clean.
All right, yeah, this is one of the start of those really interesting dynamic fights that we saw oftentimes on the very, very border of the map. I don't know why everybody wanted to go into the shadow today, but that's how things started, and that's how things continued for a lot of the battles that we saw play out. But here we go. Turning back over, let's see Edward versus Frostivus here in Realm of Yang. That was that crazy reversal I was freaking out about, with Frostivus able to clean things up at the end there with 2 back-to-back combos. Follow through with grapple ones to really just take it home. Now we look at Exen contesting inside of the Spirit Realm versus Chen. Chen firing off an ultimate there on the Yodohime, but it just doesn't pay off.
Does not pay off, man. And it's kind of big bait coming out here from this Liam ultimate prior. Thunder Portal was a hit against Frostus. He knows he can't use a hit against Liam, not this stage, not any longer. And then getting blocked off from the zone unit that you can't get back in there regardless. Zone take damage is going to be too high versus went ahead, take a swig of water. He said, got you. And now, MVP. Reverse, 7 eliminations on the board with that multiplier. It's really great to kind of earn this out. Now, what I kind of want to see is on the versus stat lines is what his weapon of choice was. And then he comes out to the nunchucks, of course. We saw that from the get-go. He actually gets the cannons to be the second most damage since he did have that rupture scale. He was making most worthwhile effort with it, and the fan RMBs were just crazy. We saw what happened when he got Sar out there with the Tarka, right outside of the outskirts against Wukong. Did phenomenal damage off of that.
Yeah. Congratulations once again to Verse. I think he was basically one of the first people to initiate fights and is capitalizing also on that opportunity he had to grab the Liam, which I was a little bit worried about given the potential for group battles to occur, but Verse did a great job of dividing and conquering and understanding when he can make the most of his character's picks, and I think that was part of the reason why he was able to construct such a fantastic push towards that first place placement here in that first game.
Yeah, now coming down the Verse, I always say, top 3 player. This kind of comes into where that Liam pick really kind of succeeded, and I think coming out of that, as I stay frozen, I think one thing that kind of puts him in a good spot too is that Liam is able to kind of keep out those duels to his own for one of the premier characters for that. Now, obviously, one of the counter pick options against him, would be someone who can just doesn't care. Like Yodohime really is like a big Liam counter to kind of the extension because with the old cast that she provides for herself, the V recast, the F2 for her, if she can use it to mitigate the ult, that's for the not for the knockback necessarily, but for the orb itself. There's a lot of factors, but it's only coming down towards those situations. Seeing how Gigi Chen wasn't really to kind of be the one to fight out against Verse in that utmost standard, since he was a Yodohime in that round. That's going to be where he kind of, didn't have that absolvement of a counter pick to be his main, his main issue in the lobby. The main issue that worked against him was the fact that he didn't get enough kills in his mind, right? He's like, man, I could have gotten 10 kills easily. Got too many kills, stolen from me, in the lockout room, for the interviews.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, we got a lot of things on the table then moving on into that game number 2, like I talked about here in just a little bit. But prior to doing that, quick rundown of where we are in the NBPL for those of you just joining us. We just got out of game number 1 here for day number 2 competition in what is the final week before finals. This 4th bi-weekly has been going fantastically so far, but I think that this whole season is so representative of how quickly people are able to adjust, develop, and adapt within the game of NARAKA BLADEPOINT. And SV, I think that if anything, these past few weeks have been the most representative of that. Think about the fact that we had EWC kind of come in right in the middle of the season, disrupt things, and yet people are right back on course coming into what are new formats for both solos as well as trios. Everybody's doing fantastically for themselves, and I'm really excited to see how things wrap up and shape up as we move in, especially into those last chance qualifiers.
Big time. I think one of the biggest forms of what we adapted to outside of MSC with EWC, it was specifically the new pick ban system of the individual picks and solos, meaning that there isn't any more double picks. The failing meta had kind of been congruently out, mainly just because of the character choice picks being at double. But for now, it's only single, so only one character of each variation. Gives you a lot more recognition on who's going to be able to choose it necessarily from what you look at afterwards to see about what it's like for the future for them and choosing that character in their selected phase. Obviously, with the selection process from the martial artist solos leading into that. Another thing too is thinking about what is going to be happening on the floor inside of the fights. They know in the ground when they hit the BR map that when they hit Romy Yang and they see the loss, they're going to see the losing player, they're going to know the losing character, and there's only one of that. They're going to recognize that character, they're going to recognize that player to be choosing that out. If not, then they're going to just know it's going to be set character. Like the Tumulch might be the play, it might be someone else for them to locate and then looking to lock down. Then coming out the trios, like you said, I'm glad to see all these players kind of getting involved in the sets with not only the new pick ban system in trios, but also with the new play styles that kind of come through because there's not as many of the same team comp that can be allowed in the same rotation. First, second round, mirror comp. Third through sixth can be 2 at most for the same comp, so long as the characters are not banned out for a +1 point ban.
Here we go, moving into game number 2. Looking at some of the stats for some of our top players here. Frostivus, I'm a BBE fan, and SV, Surprisingly enough, I'm a BBE fan mostly because I love rooting for the underdog there in trios, but I cannot doubt how good Frostivus has been. He was one of the final participants there in game number 1, has been moving up the scoreboards, and I think is going to have a great time here in game number 2. Regardless of what we see out of the pick order, he's able to shine on a variety of different characters. And shout out to Star as well, someone who has performed for the first day already, but was kind of bottom of the leaderboards coming on in for those who have gotten what is going to be the second day under their belt. Did a solid job of picking up eliminations, but unfortunately, one bad fight means that he's looking for revenge here in game number 2.
You know, but it's crazy too, man. Star playing the Tarka and got at least 3 eliminations in that game.
Yeah.
It was enough to kind of keep him afloat for at least points to be earned that round. And that was a 12th round. That was a 6th phase pick, a 12th round pick. And then he goes now to phase 1 to 2nd round pick. So this gives him either Liam or Lonnie. We'll have to see how his partner in crime will dealing out that blow. But obviously now he's going to be on one of those more premier pick characters. So Lonnie didn't really have as much value, at least in that round, for the player that was able to choose her out. But at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if he actually gets more, points here. If not, a little bit more higher placement, maybe more value off of Rummy Yang wins, just because the character in the dual sense that it comes out, it's gonna be a lot more potent than what that Tarka was able to bring out from the value, even across the entire season from his rework on board.
All right, MTF, another player that I think has been doing great stuff here, getting some counsel there from his coach before we move on into a game that I think could really define his placements. In particular, MTF coming out of a really good duel now just wants to make a mark of that similar combat prowess as we are into our games themselves. XY here also playing for ASE. He's been doing quite a lot of work for that team, bringing them into prominence, and let's see if that's going to continue here for game number 2 here in this day of competition.
Yep, gotta see Chicheng gonna be in that first phase now. Not gonna see you looking at the bottom row. You see this man, it's MTF bringing us up. Now, I'm curious because he's in the last phases, so he could choose out the Batari or even the Tesla pick, to be honest. But that's just really like that's a fool's gold dream, I'm thinking now it's gonna be up to his choice on that 11th pick versus the 12th pick. That's really gonna be the determination if it's gonna be better for him to choose outright out of meta choice pick like that Batari I was mentioning, or if he decides to really bring up the Tessa. I mean, that's obviously an option now rather than never. For game 2, though, Hollow Rock Sunny, no Fireflies. We are going to be going through here. This is going to be where daytime map means that there's no Fireflies in the overworld. So the only thing would be any Firefly cages, which are going to be Rage cages. And now for the first pick, that's Chicheng locking in that line.
Yeah, Lonnie going to be that first pick. Frostivus probably going to follow through. I was going to say with a Liam, but actually decides to prioritize the Syra hover here. Will grab that up. That leaves Chen open to perhaps pick that Liam here for the 3rd selection, and that will be grabbed.
I can't remember who chose Syra in phase 2, but it happened once. It happened last week. It happened in week 3. Then everyone decided to run Syra in 2nd phase, and I think this actually came down to round 2 even. So we might actually see this coming through. This is where we were looking at Liam getting locked into the 3rd phase. You're looking Yodohime from Mike immediate, and it's kind of funny. You're seeing how fast these characters are being chosen rather than in round 1. Seen a lot less patience, more like, all right, we know what we want. And now it's going to be locking in for that for the 5th pick in the 3rd phase. For Edward right now, his choice pick really depends on that Kylan if he wants to bring it through. There it is, going to be coming out. XY now has to mulch 100% available right now. No denial for Tumulch had been made for XY in this position, seeing how it's been kind of running down the rotation. So it's going to be his and his alone unless he wants to kind of mix it up. But this is a pick that he really dominates on.
Yeah. Edward going to be able to get that Kylan. Mike on the Yotohime. That's going to be someone to watch out for. One of the greats of the game on a character that I love seeing in post-rework has been getting quite a bit of prominence both here as well as in trios. Moving on deeper. We got the Temi going to be grabbed up here for XY. A pretty good stabilizing pick that can do a whole lot, especially if we get denser lobbies moving on into the end of the game. Last time around, we got pretty consistent action throughout, and so therefore we didn't actually even make it to that final close circle. So that's going to be something that could take away from Temulch's ability to do much beyond just prolong fights. And so that is going to be a demand, I think, placed upon the character. We're going to have to see whether or not people rise to the occasion. For Wufong now down in the 9th pick position, going to be picking up the Akos. This is about where we're seeing this character hover, and now there were 3 Star here. Looking to go for the Enor. I'm really excited to see how he performs on this pick.
No way. Couldn't be the Enor. But you know what? It worked out for TT5 in Hollow Rock, so I'd say it's going to work out for Star here in Hollow Rock. I'm going to probably match 1-to-1. We have MCF though in the 11th phase pick for the 6th phase. He's going to pick up the Fairy Shen, so she is going to make her appearance now for today for the first time. For WBG's verse though, this is where it's going to lead us into. I mean, he's got the option to bring her out. This is going to be kind of that case. I mean, if he doesn't pick Valda, he has Wu Chen as well. Kind of think about what he's seen on these bands. The Valda's going to be the definite pick though for sure, and that's going to be his locked in, and that's going to be where we lead off. So. Seeing Eno1 here in the 10th pick or the 9th pick phase, this is going to be, or no, the 10th pick phase. Now it's going to be up towards whether Star can make it work. I mean, 3 eliminations on the Tarka last game minimum. Now it's coming down to hopefully 4 kills and survivability, right? His roaming Yang dominance has to be at its utmost peak. I mean, what I mean by that, him contesting Yang portal would have to be like, if the terrain has no terrain of like scare rushing up and down, if he's gonna have to be on flat ground, he's just gonna have to really time out the ultimate. Heck, he probably even has to use his F ability to get to high ground, right? Like using it to the sky, so that way he can reposition upwards, where he can then, buy time for whether he has to burn ultimate for a refresh on his health bar. Because the amount of pressure that comes out from a lot of these other characters, I'm talking Yodohime, Justina, Mulch, even Nyakos. Those are things that can really start to disrupt him if he gets locked down in the predicament. If he doesn't have the escape, he has to make the escape happen early, just to make sure to avoid any sort of staggers or even ultimate casts that come through. Because Yang portals, you enter it, you get a full refresh. It doesn't matter. What you need to do is survive for those 45 or so for 50 seconds in order for you to keep that Yang portal, Yang pass in your hands without it being killed off. And if you last yourself to a long duration to where your rest or your rebirth comes up, you need to be able to make sure that it's an expire by the time that they really push you out there.
Here we go. Looking at what we're seeing across the map in terms of selections for abilities. Not a whole lot standing out to me here. This is about what we've come to expect. One notable transition, like I talked about, that you kind of see in terms of what the difference is between the duels at the start of the day versus what we see on the map is, for instance, Yodo going to F2 instead of F1. But overall, I think that this is about what you were expecting to see too, right, SV?
Yeah, I'm looking at the inner one. Well, in the V2 is the teleportation, so he can essentially teleport to the spear that he throws, which gives him a lot more time.
Oh, yeah.
But these spawns, bro, talk to me, NARAKA. This is Fight City.
Yeah, I was saying, hey, maybe we're going to get a game that is a little bit slower paced or a little bit more dense coming final circle. I don't know, man. This is reading like a lot of eliminations early in this one as we go over to Hollow Rock. We got a little bit of a clustering down the near Matab on the southwest side of the map, but otherwise everybody is just right there in the center, ready to duel it out and fight over whatever good scraps we got. We got in particular Bowder's representative dropping right down there onto Puzzle. We're going to see whether or not anybody actually wants to try to push for that and what value could come. But overall, this is going to be, as you said, Fight City. So I'm going to start taking some deep breaths, getting ready for what I imagine is going to be action right off the bat.
I'm going to need your jacket, your bike, and your shoes. This is going to be pretty much a Terminator type feel for Bowda. It's just saying if he ends up getting the Salvation Podium, he gets a gold weapon, he goes north. He doesn't take any sort of, I mean, he can go north. All right, let me rephrase that. He could go north and start fighting out everybody like he's got bills to pay. But if he doesn't go up north, he's going to go down south. He's going to try to slow roll this into the Yang portal just to kind of get everything from Emberhawk down to into the dunes, which might be where the reset on the players who die out in Metop could end up going. So let's take a look. Metacore Arena going to be our first spawn here between always Edward, and this is going to be between Mike, Edward, MCF, Verse. They're all in this one vicinity here. It's going to be Yodohime, it's going to be the Valda, it's going to be the Kylan coming through here, and it's also going to be that Fairy Shen. So open kind of wonder whether or not the gear is going to be good here. MTF gets both blue weapon, blue armor, and then now for Edward, having an armor reset on standby. He's got a really, yep, there it is. Drop of the armor there. But Mike, bro, look at that. He's like, no, you can't hide that from me. Then again, he gets a high ground, and the scare rushes are on. These guys are going to play toe-to-toe right now.
Edward with solid vantage point up here on the top side, as well as the rare armor could be looking to initiate. So far, nobody's pulled the trigger on an actual engage just yet, even as we do see that density coming through. A little bit more of a conservative approach here early, maybe just due to the fact that people really want to try to find themselves way towards that first realm of Yang. But as I say that, Edward from around the corner just gets jump scared. It is October after all, by Mike coming through with some solid damage. And Mike, I think, is looking to just take this fight away. Edward gonna have to armor swap here. Drops down on the low ground. Mike wants to continue to give chase though.
Man's like a 7 CD emote, man. He's changing for spooky season. I know that Edward is kind of looking to spook around. We saw him over here in the martial artist souls with the hug emote. He is like, yo, look at me, bro. It's all love. But remember that blue armor, right? He got that swap. He makes it happen. And now Mike, I mean, he's got this loot for himself. Otherwise, we're going to see ASC's XY over by the Pinnacle Town. It's out the skirts of the Igneous Mound. We're looking at with ASC's XY, the blue spear, blue armor reset. Gets a chance to get denied. There it is. Elemented Army burning out Exton. No combo breaker yet. Takes the time to heal in the front face of TE's Wufong, knowing Wufong isn't chasing him down. He knows that there's a lower health target. F2 Akko gets burned out. Now the Shy Ultimate combo breaker, I should say, comes back up. And now for XY, dropping into R&B, looking for a grapple stagger. If he can, he earns it. He sees the nunchucks, and now it's up to whether he can kill steal this.
Yeah, Exton spending a surprising amount of time on the very brink of death. Unfortunately, going to be dropped out there. XY, Wufong training against one another, with XY unfortunately coming out a little bit behind in these close quarters. That nunchuck is just able to do so much for Wufong. He gets right back in on the reapproach. Ultimate going to be fired out to try to work as a stabilizing force. XY crosses back up, manages to get Wufong caught inside of the storm here. Wufong in kind going to have to answer with an ultimate of his own. I really think that TE's representative wanted to hold on to that, just doesn't get the opportunity to do so. XY rounds the corner. I don't think it's going to be enough as Wufong catches him out where he is. And now with another grapple, I think should be able to make his way onto ASC's players.
Yeah, but the F1 comes out. The second lunge comes out from the V2. Wufong burns it out. I saw that first one gets tapped out. F2 roar from the distance, but the Wisp saved the day, man. That's range resistance, and the cannon is a one-hit projectile. Unfortunate. Wufong puts himself out here for the second one. Still has 2 Wisps ready to go, but now Chusheng looking for the yoink. Oh my goodness, my man sneezed on his back, and that's it. Got him with the with the disease. He got the kill elimination, 2 eliminations for Chusheng up against Wufong now.
Chusheng trying to work on whittling down the health bar of Wufong. Unfortunately, just going to lose so much in this initial trade. Still has the ultimate available. Going to have to fire it off here. And we'll use it to propel to safety. Good launch off that momentum. Means that there's a significant amount of space being bought. And I think he may just get out of dodge.
It might be. We have to look at the Fortress of Cavion. We got Verse. We got in the mix trying to look for a heal backup. Frostbus here with the Syra ultimate. I have it still ready to go, but Mike's at half rage. Still having a chance here to look for vitality. He can't find any for the life of him, and now it's going to be a case inside of the walls. He's calling him a Titan. He's looking at this from an essence here from Verse. R&B comes with the drop in, loses a little bit of armor here. Not going to be too much. 1-2 gets a confirmed 3-piece. There's the R&B. Maybe hopefully see the LB. Oh my goodness. Verse comes out here. First elimination like that. Crazy. Edward goes down. Now Mike is still looking for some healing for our vitalities, but for Frostbus, still in the ravine. While Verse is kind of seeking this out, we have to see whether or not Mike can actually just disengage completely and try to get himself out. Because the moment that Frostbus clips a grapple on him, he's going to find the HP, he's going to see him have nothing, and he's going to be looking for that. But Mike finds some baby vitality, so he's going to be good in this step.
Down onto the low ground now. Chusheng still trying to navigate around the central area. And everybody is just kind of going back into that form where we see most people just prioritizing making it over to Realm of Yang. Nobody wants to be unhealthy because losing the ability to get the pass is just so important here. It's a very different environment trying to set up for those Yang fights than what you see out of something like Trios where you don't have that pass to contend with. That being said, if you do find someone who is an easy kill, you're going to try to find it. An MTF sees Edward respawn there on the soul altar and now is trying to make sure that he gets sent right back into the spirit realm as soon as he entered into the physical.
Yeah, and MTF, man, he's looking for the R&B drop down. If he can get the stagger, he can stop the disengagement. But MTF, that man got his ankles broken. He doesn't know where he is anymore. He's looking for the bell hit, though. There it is, gets vision. Now he realizes 17 grapples in his name. He's got enough time to look around here for some blue, while Edward, he's already a kilometer away. He knows he can't take the chase on because the moment that he gets closed in on, Edward will start grappling away. He doesn't know how many grapples he has, he just knows he's going to disengage regardless. Our Yang portal, they'll lead us into back to the Salvation Podium. Now we know that about Chusheng has a good longsword from this. Had a lot of Jades, a lot of armor, a lot of purple weapons besides that. Fan as well. Having Cyan Fang as his Jade of for pickup. So if he goes for a 1-2-3, we know why. He's going to be able to get a little bit sustain, a little bit of chance of any extended hits. For Chusheng, though, he still puts himself in a position of saying, I'm going to go to the other ring Yang portal because it's that close. XY is on his Tumulch pick. First elimination has been earned. Of course, we saw from earlier. Now it's up to him with purple nunnies to kind of catch us out. We might get a yak attack moment, but of course, as it comes through with Tumulch, we'll have to see what XY is earning up here. Otherwise, Tempest kick on Verse finding a Sunwing shot in his hands as well as a Balda. Really nice choice pick here for that. With only a couple of seconds left, Yangs are starting to converge, but the players are being patient instead of being aggressive to enter.
Chujing trying to contend for the pass here. Frostus is just going to cross up on the far side background. I don't think that's actually going to lead to much, as now Mike gonna unlock MTF. Played stealth, immediately tries to get on in. Mike wants to commit though. Decides ultimately with Chen also there that he cannot avoid what could be essentially a 2v1 if he was to stay with low health. Will decide instead to opt on a back off to try to armor swap or heal back up. And once again, another deflecting fight going in favor of MTF. Chen is going to help split the loot, but unfortunately, that is not what Mike wanted to see coming on in, getting that unlock going, and now also losing out on a Roman gang fight.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Michael GU. I know that's going to be coming out here for Chisheng, though. He's going to have himself the LMB to the drop downs, avoiding up those pistol shots. Fighting an R&B, base it up here. Frostbus gets caught by the side and fan with the fan, man. I'm telling you, the thing's going to be OD. R&B's comes through. The Camp King does not connect here for Chisheng. It's all about the R&B's double avoidance on the LMB. Not going to be the case. But for Chisheng, it's all about the catches. Horizontal confirmed for the grapple second to bait it up. 1-2s, no 3-piece, no Cesaro ultimates out to play.
All right, Chujing already staggered, already dazzled, and getting laser beamed as well. He just has to try to survive this onslaught. Is going to be able to preserve their own ultimate. The problem is, how much health are they going to lose in the meantime? Oh, fired off. Really good timing as Frostivus is going to descend. And now look at that. Frostivus kind of feeling the pressure, gives a very telegraphed fire back that Chujing is going to be able to counter hit now. And all of a sudden, Syra's in really dire straits. Is down below, even as the ultimate expires. Chujing is looking to get the kill.
Yeah, and the ball has come out, and the corner is his. Chisheng comes through in this court as the winner. He's going to get that another gold weapon, pick it up with Burn Millions, and then seeing X1's Exim beating out like Polaris. We're going to see a, what was that, Venetic Bar Bolts and a gold fan to be picked up. So that's going to be his, as well as Artillery Crystal to kind of upgrade later on. But he's got enough gold weapons as is. Seeing about another gold weapon, we'll have to see. Otherwise, for Star, having his chance with the F2, with the Yingor 1, this is going to be the case. Right now, the uppercut's good, the Whistler is confirmed, and that Star not even having a single chance of popping the ultimate. Sobloom take it for Wufong, and now XY is going to have to pop the ultimate in the corner with the Octos counter.
Yeah, XY wading back into his Sandstorm to try to see if he can find contact. Wufong just hopping around in there, having a grand old time, as now the chase is going to begin in earnest. XY looking to crest the hill, get enough healing off. Wufong's actually going to peel back off, and that's going to be the end of that one. But there's people with roaming Yang depletion on the map. XY, Lipo, and company feeling the heat, wanting to try to find a way forward. They will have to eventually force something here, and I think both of them are not in great shape to do so. Vermilion Bird Smites on the map also means that there's a lot of freebies to be had, and so I imagine action is coming our way very soon.
Exactly, and I think one thing too, we got to think about the rage and seeing how much is going to be coming out here. For Life Polaris, parry's good, clean from Mexen. For Polaris, LMB comes out here, 1-2s. Kind of hoping not to see if the LMB's catches. There's a 1 point, I should say, from the blue focus. Polaris is going to be having to look for the dashes, but we're talking about Exen and against Justina, his prime option, right? This is going to be a choice pick that he knows to hard it inside and out. And for Polaris, he's all about finding another armor reset if he can't get a time to heal. It's 22.7 seconds. He needs it. He doesn't get it. And Exen's going to be putting that pressure to see about the imprint. Stab dodged. My man's reading him like a book.
Ooh, solid beat down there. As now MTF is trying to continue that momentum. Exen in a little bit of trouble, loses their health bar. That being said, this legendary weapon could do a whole lot to mow straight through MTF if it gets counter hit like that one more time, but it's a one-touch scenario. Good play out the longsword. Not able to catch all the projectile, but the approach will get stuffed. MTF picks up 2 back-to-back.
You know what I love about NCF there is that he threw the beacon drop after he realized I'm getting all my rage back for the second cast anyways. Double parry though coming out from Verse 2.0 against Chisheng. Now it's going to be a slap fest off 2.0 parried again. Verse. Hey, look, misses, man. The Lonnie ultimate's out. We got to pop this ultimate now to get ourselves out of there if we need to. There it is. Popping the Valda, jumping into the spear throw, into the R&B. A lot of damage. Liam Moore ultimate got denied because of the terrain grief. And now for Chisheng, it's all about locking in that ball and seeing whether or not he can land it. The connections are there for this Valda spear. He's looking for the launch. He's seen about this eliminations. He's at 3 eliminations right right now. He's looking up to 4. The pistol shots are confirmed for Ver's elimination had after the Vault ultimate. And the rage, like I said, Vermilion's is 50% rage over the course of time. He's going to get himself his ultimate back up again, so long as he keeps his chase on.
Chuzheng sent down to the low ground. Good stuff by Edward to keep that pressure going, even off of that verticality change. And just going to wipe this one away in an instant. As we see another kill on the board. Very aggressive game. And surprisingly enough, SV, it didn't necessarily come from the crazy spawn points that we saw. Instead, it came from a little bit later on, people just trying to play with the ebb and flow of the game. Edward now also going to engage upon... I can't tell who that was. I think that was Verse over there. In order to keep his Realm of Yang pass, launches up to the far side, very healthy, will just continue to hold this valley. Is in a vulnerable position in general, so needs to keep moving and needs to keep that verticality going until he can claim that pass. But overall, great stuff that we've been seeing from all these players to find where to push and pull on the action. Here we go. This is a replay of that first Realm of Yang. Star versus Verse. Verse trying to play off column, loses a little bit of health now in ultimate here on this Valda. Finds the chase down, hard knockdown versus Star, grapple bump into the tornado, and Star's is brought to his knees in an instant. One combo, extended ad infinitum, and that's how WBG walked away with the dub there.
Seeing how Verse kind of works himself up there. My man's looking to earn himself a way out. For Exton, though, this is all his. This is for his spot and his alone. Now, hoping to see how his fight's up against, what is that, Michael G. Douglas. All right, listen. He got himself here a quick charge thunder call. Blue pistol, blue fan, blue fist plays purple dagger though, and still in the hands. My man he trusts the system. He's got the Yodohime, he's got the Yang, he's got everything except for a Shio to be his opponent. The worst possible pick to be against him, but we'll have to see. The burnout might be helping here. Gets very baited off the grapple, and that might be Exton's hit on the LMBs. He's just throwing blues left and right. That's tough.
Yep, Mike. Dire straits right now. Not what he wanted coming on into this Realm of Yang. Will be able to get a minor heal off on his armor and could try to turn this into something. Big spin around, lock in. Exton just going to be able to answer right back on this pickup. Still coming out, and here comes the beatdown. Continuing to put the pressure on with the Shile now. Mike on this Yodo. Trying to find the ultimate. Big swing, not going to connect. Will be able to get the knock up following that. But Exton, the health lead for the time being. Mike, though, looks to fire right back. Up close and personal. Unfortunately, he bites on more than he can chew off of that overcommitment and will lose that Realm of Yang as now we move over to Edward.
Love to see those offensive Shio Fs, but then again, it's against the pushback. Now it's up to Wufong. Gold Lionized has Aqua active. F2 can't even get a chance to breathe. No wake ups, no chance for the 3 throwing the V2. He needs to see about this level 1. Oh, cancellation on the Kylo ultimate ends. Duration's over. Wufong has now the advantage here for 1 pounce to make it work. V2 gets the tap dodge. Unfortunate. F2 still available though. All right, we still got a chance here. There it is. Burns out the combo breaker. That's all we need to look at. And the LMB is all that he needs to try to burn out the armor bar. For the Scare Rush, it's all about the blue focuses. He's going to go in the opposite direction. We got 50 seconds on the clock. These ultimates were burned out pretty early on. And now for Wufong, it's all about the double heal back. As for Edward, he is also fully resetted. The cannon shots coming out. Drop down RMB makes its way. Gets thrown out for the paragon at 1 point. Unfortunate.
All right, Edward continuing on with the combo extension here. We do have combo breaker available for Wufong. Wufong going to activate F. Gets in and finds a corner pin versus Edward. Good job on the cross-up, looking to reapproach now. Actually bringing the health relatively close, but Edward's going to get another turn to try to open things up. Will win the fight in the last exchange.
I can't believe this man 3 to 1.02. Yo, Edward's going to throw this up here for the wind. He's got a Merciless Havoc, Gold Longsword, got a Sasa Gecko Foot. He'll be earning himself out here for the White Tigers. If not, Mystic Might. I think White Tiger's going to be the best option for him at this stage. Maybe. Because, you know, just to get the kill over time, get the kill, boom, everyone gets staggered. Now, Fortress of Kaviani is still going to be our playground for violence. Of course, there's 5 players, should say, in the vicinity. Edward just peeking around here with the gold armor. As we saw from earlier, he's got the White Tiger, so the auras around. F2 from Mike, though, as he lost his Romeo Yang fight. It's going to be a chase right now for the Yodohime after F2 has been burned. It's all about stopping her in her tracks. Look at Edward timing that attack perfectly after the, end of the F2.
Very vertical fights throughout the course of this. Everybody kind of centered around these structures in the middle of Holoroth. And because of that, we get big fights on bridges, big fights on the walls. Right here, this is continuing as Mike is going to enter on into the shadow to just try to get away from this initial pressure. We'll be able to restore a little bit of armor off the back of this one. Edward still wants to give chase. Frostivus also waiting in the wings. This 3-man can easily turn into a whole lot more with how long these chases can go for. Mike with another armor restoration attempt, gonna get interrupted, and unfortunately that could be his downfall, as he will be able to scale rush himself back towards safety. And once again, is looking to just bop a little bit of armor powder. That being said, will be able to sense Edward coming on from the backside. That will cancel his ability to go for a restoration. F also fired off in pursuit of just trying to balance back the health a little bit more. Finally gets the recovery. Great cross-up movement along the side and another scale rush. He has 2 grapple hooks on him, but is a little bit more healthy. And if he could just keep this chase going for a little bit longer, he could eventually isolate some of these players or just turn things back around. The problem is the corner will catch him. Exit coming on in, and there's no health left. Mike will try to go for an opportunistic armor swap, will be able to get it, fires off ultimate. In enclosed spaces, Edwards actually gets sprawling to the ground. Mike now wants to follow through on this. He's pressure up and try to just target this fight. Edward with a lot of abilities available though, as well as that legendary armor. Will have that broken. But that's going to be the end of it. And unfortunately, it just did not go the way that he wanted. Good job by Edward and company to keep that pressure going. And that's the target selection we were talking about before. People don't get baited at this level. That's a big change from what you see in your normal lobbies here. Once a chase is completed, people handshake, they back off. They understand there's going to be more opportunities in the future to battle. And we got 9 minutes left on the clock.
That's right, yeah, and I think one part there we saw from Mike was him being reborn as Michael, the MTF god, right? Because Akuma / MTF / Fong was a dagger demon where he disengaged tremendously, and then we saw Mike doing the exact same thing there. Problematic situation was with SS1. Exon has a scaling of, the attack was like only at 4%. He's got Mortal Defiance purchased from the shop, most definitely. But the fact that he had gold dual blades and the drop down allowed for him to kind of earn himself up for the kills. What was going on with the Rift dealer there? We had to double check that. But now it's going to be coming down towards Edward, right? He's got Stanchion Sky Pillar. He's got himself up for the soft Gecko Flood. The engraving as well. It's going to be in his hands if he finds himself out. Phoenix Blast on the verse. We saw that from earlier. He also has Sapjade and the engraving from the cave that Mike had opened up earlier. I think it's called Lulan, over towards the Fortress of Kaviani. So for verse, right, those yoinks really set him up here. 3 eliminations so far. Then getting himself out of the scene that the Yodohime is out of the lobby. Kill leaderboard, SS1's Exon and Bada Shishang are tied for 4 eliminations, kill leaders of the lobby. Both of them also indefinite forces to kind of reckon with against one another, right? Lonnie Ball can force out the Shio shield blocks, and vice versa. For everyone else, it's all about the effort, like Wufong right there with the Yang depletion. If he kind of works himself out, he'll look to lock it in. Double more of the fines for Exon. It looks like he actually had enough money to kind of save up there. So this means we are getting a near repeat of the moment that happens back in MSC. Double Mortal Defiance. Spider, if you know, you saw that chance coming through there for what to come out here, man. But on a Shio 2, it's kind of getting a deja vu flashback. No Denzel Washington. Obviously at the Salvation podium, all the players are kind of working themselves out here. Having to worry about Edward. I mean, he has no Telluric crystals on standby, so he can't upgrade this staff to anything greater than common. But he is going to have that Sanction. He is going to use that zone control. Wufong, it's getting to be that one player that everyone knows is getting pressured out. Time is of the essence. 7 minutes left on the clock. Look at that verse of the Valda, right? This is the focus fire we're going for. 1, 2, 3 is confirmed. Development might be a case right now for the R&B. The Phoenix Blast is going to be red like the book here if he can get it. He gets caught. Has the ult proc. Looking for the leaps if he can get to the action. And there's going to be verse popping up the ultimate with 1 Spirit Throw coming out here. 1 Pounce is going to be invested. Wufong's going to take the time here to heal, but he's got 35 seconds on the clock. The ultimate's at half duration right now. And that Yang Spirit is going to be popped up in 3, 2, 1. Now everyone has Yang depletion, but Wufong's timer is now still at 30 seconds and still trying to look it up here. Verse still being the one target with no Valda ultimate. The lobby knows it. Armor swap is made for blue rarity, and it's still going to be Wufong's gain. 15 seconds left. The engraving is going to be played. Double engraving, back to back. And Wufong sees the Phoenix Blast. He walks away from this. He knows the lobby is behind him and looking for it. Edward is going to look for this elimination as it comes out. He even pops ultimate to ensure that he is not going to have any issues with that Yang depletion, getting this solo as his own as Wufong goes down.
Yeah, unfortunate stuff. Wufong fighting till the bitter end, just unfortunately could not deal with this chase. Movement is so efficient. I feel like in particular we get so much good stuff around this village here, game after game after game. These players know their setting, and Xu Zhang now could be the next person to get chased down here. Ken, as well as Exon and Frostivus, all on the chase, hungry for this elimination. Half health, half armor, bad place to be, especially as the circle continues to close in. 6 minutes left on the clock. Chuzheng able to maybe just juke it out. People are going to peel off because of that. Unfortunately, he is found by Frostivus, and that is probably going to reignite this pressure. Great stuff, great demonstration of movement, but unfortunately, it is not Chuzheng's day, and I don't think this is his fight either.
Yeah, I don't think so either, man. Lonnie is going to get focus fired no matter what. The players know that. They make it seem so easy inside of these Nbpl games, but it is a difficult choice. And now Chuzheng goes down. No eliminations given to any players. There's a lot of gear there. Look at Verse, man. Soul Balloon is denied. Clinks off from Chen. He finds that 2 for a combo breaker as Verse is investing it. Gets stopped by longsword beams by Frostfist. Parries are good. Syra combo breakers there. Verse had that Sap Jade as mentioned earlier, but he couldn't get any confirmation for some sustain off of it. As for Frostfist, look at this man half health. Everyone sees the Syra. They want to make sure that she has some Verse force her ult proc early. As for Frostfist, he is going to have to do so, in fact.
Frostivus on the Syra, burning this ultimate, not doing so in a great place, trying to get enough damage down onto Verse there to pick up an elimination and maybe take a little bit of pressure off of him. Good job trying to recover there and get a bit of health back on the Soul Bloom. Unfortunately, with artillery fire coming his way, he all of a sudden is going to lose half of his armor bar after the getting a restoration. That means that the pressure is going to let off on this BBE member. He will try to chase away deep inside of the storm before getting on back. He will be able to recover a little bit of health here, but the takedown is just brutal. Will have to launch himself back into what is going to ultimately be dire straits. Gets it with a sliver, has to slide back out again, eventually decides to just die to the shadow.
Yeah, I'd say that's the ultimate decision to be made. X is going to get that Soul Bloom as such. He's going to go ahead, still keep himself up with the combo breaker. Has no issues, but Palm Lightning, though, is turning his HP down. Chen, you can't get away with it forever. And there it is. Parry comes out there. The combo breaker is earned. And now X has to decide, right? Look at this juggle. Either he gets himself an ultimate cast or he doesn't even get a chance at all. Palm Lightning connects off of this. Mortal Defiance #1. He still has another one, mind you. He still got the zone. He gets a parry. He knows it's going to be free blue focus, and he knows he got an ult proc for this. Shield block #1, but here's a problem. Liam's a direct counter against the Shio, man. Look at this. Ready for this? Watch. Boom. Bap. He gets a shield throw. Still, though, Chen actually was really early on that first Liam orb, so this actually gives Lexington a little bit of chance here. Ooh, tap dodge is good, and that's the elimination. Lexington, they got to get that Soul Boom, my friend. There it is. Eliminations come through. The heal sustain is good. Edward is his last opponent here for the ult proc.
Launches up to the top side here. Edward in hot pursuit. Tight fight here to close this off on the day. Only these two left. Big duel, counter hit. Exen, I think, is out of this one. Tries to buy time, tries to buy space. Wraps around on the rocks, just sent down on the ground once again. Manages to get a bit of health back in kind. He can actually turn this fight right back around. Edward has a bit of armor left, and he will launch Exen into the storm. Drain immediately going to take hold. Exen doesn't have the space to breathe, much less try to fight back, and he will be sent sprawling at the end there.
That was a close engagement. Edward made it work, though. The Island Ultimate really just came through there to be the deciding factor. But Exen was right there on the money with that tap dodge roll on the wall. I'll be honest, into getting R&B priority. The only thing that saved Edward's life there too was the fact he had combo breaker, right? That's why we need combo breakers in solos, folks. That's the majority of reasons. Now that was also where it worked against Exen because of the terrain getting pushed into the zone took damage to the side. Really led him out towards his loss. But listen, Edward comes through here with his victory, and this comes out to Exen. I mean, double Mortal Defiance was one thing, right? Making sure he gets himself rid of all violence. He got GG Chen out, right? You saw the Liam coming through. So the Liam actually not having as much to kind of survive against the odds because there's other targets. But we saw what happened earlier, right? With Palm Lightning spam comes out, Flying Knives really just came into his dominance. Yang Spear Wheel really started to set things in motion. TE's Wufeng, for instance, kind of getting through with forcing out WBG's verse. The Valda, the gamers, you know, united character. If Valda can survive, the lobby will die. And there is nothing that's less of a moment when C gets focused out early on and everyone notices it, and everyone noticed it. Getting her out the game, that was really strong points he made.
All right, well, coming out of game number 2, got some players who are able to rise back up and make some incredible showings. Others continuing their dominance there from game number 1 as we begin to solidify more and more who our top competitors are going to be versus those who may have to look towards those last chance qualifiers as their way into what will be the end of the season.
Exactly. 2 rounds down, 4 rounds to go. You can have a little chance of looking over to you and what that round really meant to some of the players. Still, though, kind of thinking about what happened early on. We saw how those fights were kind of ensued inside of the Plume Castle, then they led outside from the Igneous Mound. A lot of the players ended up kind of getting themselves branching out towards the west side of the map. Inside of the Metop region, some fights were happening there that we're getting a chance besides the Nbpl Arena, where we saw the first off drop. 4 players are right there at the bottom edge of the Manicore Arena. And then we saw what the players are really looking at towards each other. And it was just like, can we fight now? Do we fight later? Because that off-drop spawn is also about if you get the first elimination. But knowing how many players are around, you can't take that aggression early on. You got to wait until circumstances divide you, right? And that's why that Ramyang really set it up for Mike, for instance, when he lost it. All the players kind of figured out that Yodohime was going to be something to focus out that Fortress of Kabyane. Then again, seeing about what the contesting meant for the players at the cave when Mike opened it up, seeing about what Verse was able to kind of get through there and other players involved, they knew that there was a lot of chances to contest, not only to each other, but to the objective, right? Knowing that someone who has X gear needs Y, objective. In that case was that purple armor and anything else that ensued from the cave itself. So by having better gear, by going there, they knew they're going to be at a better advantage in having another person to back them up with better gear as well.
All right, here we go. Looking at the scoreboard there for game number 2 on the docket. Edward coming out on top, able to get the dub overall, eking it out by 0.8 points due to that ranking differential between him and Exin there, who came out with 1 more kill in second place. But overall, look at that distribution in general. A lot of players getting their teeth into one another, getting some solid kills on the board, and therefore some points coming out the far side of this one. XY going to be bringing up the rear for the scoring players that won there because of the 1 kill that they picked up. Lipo and Star, unfortunately, stuck with the goose egg.
Unfortunately, yeah. I mean, it comes out from the start. I mean, getting eliminated as Enor inside the first Ramyang, and then popped, like a weasel when it came into the when it came down to Tumult being his demise. Kind of unfortunate, but the Enor one never got a chance to ultimate, never got a chance to even had an opportunity for it. But MTF right now, 1.5 so far. Wufang at 5 points, 5.5 for GG Chen, Edward at 9.3, 11.5 for SS1's Exin. For the players playing today, Versus at 15.4. Now, Stars at the second day of playing. Like I said, the first day performance was him at the bottom of the leaderboard starting today. So 15.5 so far with 2 games down, 3.5 points earned, 2 points for XY, 2.5 for Lipolaris, and 5 points for Shisheng. So kind of like, a couple kills here and there for the first 2 games. Then you get into with Mike with 1.5. It's kind of crazy to think about. Frostmas comes out today with 10.5 points, and there's only 2 games down. And he's already near to like 50% of the points he earned into game for day 1.
Yeah, surprising for Mike that he, has been on camera quite a bit, and a lot of the stuff we've seen today just hasn't actually been able to bring that and convert that into presence in regards to the scoring. Frostivus therefore going to outstrip him coming out of that day number 1, now moving over with 10.5 on the board. He's well on track to completely lock in a number 1 spot if he keeps this run going.
Yep, now going to clip some highlights brought to you by China Unicom. I know that Versus was like, there's no way to get that. The fact that he got this LMB to the 1-2 catch, to the 1-2-3, and allowing another Sierra catch, it's kind of tough for Edward, right? Maybe he didn't have enough stamina to double dash. Otherwise, Edward gets himself here for the Ramyang victory against Wufang, right? The catch off that parry is one thing. The fact that Wufang lost it from a 1.0 though leads us to the next moments, right? When he tap dodges the F2, he throws out the charge up for the 1.0 after this R&B, gets it for free. And the elimination comes out where he took a lot of chip damage. He still had a combo breaker the entire time, worst case scenario, and he was able to release for free there. Wufang was golden today. Man, this guy.
Yeah, here we go. Another highlight coming here at the end. Exin, just getting massively clobbered. It's a tough game. One of the things about NARAKA BLADEPOINT is just understanding that you'll be put into patently unfair scenarios. The 2v1 when you're already the little guy in the situation. But still, when you're able to dig in and try to make your mark, bring things back, look at how Edward pivots, try to find a conversion for both of them off the back of what was a really solid play from a player who looked dead to rights at the very, very start of that fight. It's one of the beautiful things, I guess, about, in general, NARAKA and how it plays out as this very unique battle royale.
Yep. Now Edward, look at this man in the zone, doesn't care about it, doesn't worry about it, right? But this was a close fight there at the end. I mean, if Edward didn't have that combo breaker, he would have been set out to Narnia, man. He would have been donezoed. And now we come out towards this. Edward, MVP, glowing sword, has the master sword for the reference. And now he puts himself up here as that Kylan right now. 2 gold jades is going to be the answer. He's got Merciless Havoc and Stanchion Sky Pillar. Even if he had a common staff, he knew the value into it. Man was running into with the weather mode, and he came through with the engraving. As we saw, he has 2 engravings in his hand. The longsword was not necessarily the primary until the fact that he picked up those flying knives from Wufang in the first place. That's where his pirate really started to spike, and that's when he started to really start to engage in using those flying knives for chip damage. 2.0 was his name of the game. RMBs with the hits. I mean, he didn't have the palm lightning specifically, but he would have used that regardless, you know, for the flying knives, just because of the massive versatility that the weapon brings for him.
Yeah, whopping 17k damage on the board, SV. You know, sometimes you don't necessarily see as high of damage averages here than what you see in trios, just because in trios you have so much setup ability from your team. And in general, the sustain that you also get from being able to run like full support characters means that there's more chances to kind of like re-up and continue to take fights. That's a big number, therefore, when we look at solos here. And so these are players that are getting active, doing a whole lot to really move the needle and make an impact on the map. And so we've seen big aggression coming out of both of these games so far. Neither one has gone all the way down to final circle. And my question for you is, SV, do you think that this is going to be is this going to be the case for the rest of the day? Do you think that we're going to be seeing similar levels of aggression right from the start?
I mean, when we get into the more Silent Day, we'll talk about it in a second, because I gotta tell you guys about the chat question. How many kills did Shang get in game 2, A2, B4, C6, D8? It's gonna be for Twitch chat gamers only. YouTube gamers, you know where to head to. Twitch.com/NARAKA BLADEPOINT. Now, yeah, I mean, this type of aggression into the next couple of rounds, we might be able to see. It really comes down to the latter half of the leaderboard check. So we'll have to see you guys after this break. We'll be right back for rounds 3. See you guys in just a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, we are running this back. We are coming through here for round 3. My name is Severio. We're all alongside with NARAKA. We got ourselves for week 4, day 2 solos gameplay. So far, it's pretty hot. You know, I ain't talking about the temperature. I'm talking about the action. You know, we're talking about how the facts are is that with everything going around with the new patch update for these guys on the 17th of September, we still have to think about what's going to be happening for the next 4 rounds, and then even for the future, NARAKA. But for right now, let's talk about what we had seen so far, right? Midoriya coming into round 1, where we saw where Liam just comes out and dominates the lobby. Now we're seeing the Kylan dominate to the second phase, or to the second game. Third game comes into more style midday. This is more for where those fireflies inside the caves become more prominent for the drops for the players. And then afterwards, still thinking about what's going to be the case with the players at the bottom of the leaderboard to try to make it out on top. Like you said, are we going to see this aggression coming up forward? And I'm thinking it's really going to come down towards those players. And anyone who's at the top, they have nothing to afford to lose. They could even play even more aggressive than we've seen before.
Yeah, definitely. I think that I talked about it before. The rationale of these players should just be that every single game is a scoring opportunity of equal worth, right? No one game gets you more points than another game. There's nothing like that on the actual objective side. But a player who's behind, who sees that the cutoff is coming, that sees that they may be relegated to being out of a bi-weekly finals, is going to play with a different level of desperation than somebody who is playing, say, their first game of a bi-weekly. And because that's the case, you know, we're coming on to the end of the scoring time for half of our players right here, right now, as this is going to be their second day of competition and their last day of competition. And so some of those who are especially sitting near the bottom of the leaderboard as we progress through our remaining 4 games could definitely begin to play with a bit more urgency and a bit more aggression. I'm looking to see what happens with them alongside what happens with the rest of the lobby. We'll try to accommodate those more aggressive bends.
100%. Kind of thinking about whether this can be chapter 2 of Electric Boogaloo. I know a lot of things happen when players start getting a Zenkai boost. They started getting a lot more like, I'm zoned in, I'm locked in. Frostfist has been locked in though these first 2 games, to be honest. The amount of points he's kind of attributing to himself. Kevin keeps him nice and tidy for the top of the leaderboard, definitely putting him at the bi-weekly finals. It's more about how he performs there, but it's rather what he can kind of test out now. I think this is where his testing grounds, right? Whether or not the faces give him the selection process that he's going to be offered later on, what really comes next is him just trying to stay up on top for Bamboo Esports and kind of keeping the VPE name rep on. Now, ASC's XY, I mean, ASC's XY comes through here, man. I'm struggling like I'm Dexter Morgan, bro. I'm looking around here like, hey, you know, maybe ASC XY trying to adjust into this new system is still trying to get more forward towards it. We saw that coming out from Alliances in the past, from Recipes, not, you know, in terms of the roster, but for Alliances Asia, where he kind of came through until the season kind of progressed, and then he started to regress. Everyone else started to kind of steep upon him, and that really came down towards the new system. So for this, ASC's XY still trying to adjust in terms of the matter. We are going to get to the face pick systems here for round 3. And Morris out midday. Chen and SS1 X1 takes the first phase. Mike into Edward, XY to F521, Wufong to Star, MTF to Verse, Chisheng to Frostfist. Still seeing him on this pick selections here. Curious to see. Are we going to see Siren to pick 2, or are we going to see Siren to pick 3 from Mike? Because if X1 chooses Zyra, it's that dictation that happens I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, got a lot to look out for here. Chen in that first slot, like I said, he has big expectations on his shoulders. He's had some okay showings, but for the most part, I think has been underperforming. And it's games like this that don't come around all that often, right? Like, you don't always get first pick. That we're going to have to see whether or not he'll be able to do the best that he can with what is most likely going to be a Lonnie lock-in.
Lonnie lock-in. It's going to happen. But then again, we have a chance right now to see whether or not we can lock in for an unpredictable choice pick. Not going to be the case. But for instances, right, the double picks are still an option for players. It's still an available option, I should say, where you can still pick a character twice, so long it's in your favor that the character is, you know, available in your phase. And it's a lot harder nowadays. That's why you'd have to not choose to play 5 or 6 characters like it was before. You had to play around 11, 12 players. You need to start thinking about whether you have it in your hands to be able to choose a double kick. You don't count on it. Count against it. That's where the players are kind of keeping themselves nice and tidy for, you know, the available roster for solos. That's really going to work well for them, depending on when they lose or win the martial artist solos, and then what that kind of gives them an opportunity of what to expect to play later on.
All right. Well, we got Chen actually hovering the Syra. This has been climbing up the priority order. That's going to be the lock-in for the #1 spot, and I'm surprised by that.
I am surprised too. Lonnie comes out here for Exen. Now Mike's like, whoa.
I get Liam?
Okay. I get Liam. You giving me a double big Liam today? I'm okay with that. Mike's like, word? No, insta-lock, bro. No questions. 20 seconds. I don't need that. I need 5. I need 5. Give me 3 seconds. All right, I'll stop. Edward puts himself up there, though. Shayo's an available option right now for Edward, right? Can he pick the Edward? Yes, he can. Or can he pick the Edward? Can he pick the Shayo? Yes, he can. Can he pick anyone else? No, he won't. He will decide upon the Shayo. That will be that 4th pick choice. And then now we go into the 3rd phase. Yorohime, Kylan, switcheroo. I mean, XY has a tumultuous, a double pick. He wants to get as many points as he can. Morris midday will be his second opportunity for this, and this is his double pick as the tumultuous burned out early.
Yep, Temel's going to be picked up higher on the selection order than I was expecting as well. So we got a few shakeups in this draft. Not necessarily in terms of wild picks coming from outside the norm, no Zais or anything like that, but rather just where people are beginning to think that these characters slot, as Yoto is going to go for the 6th. I've been liking Yodo in general. I think that she does a whole lot to play for the get off me kinds of strategies where you are getting targeted down, but also has the ability to lock people in place and do a lot of work in create scramble situations. So Lipo going to be someone to watch out for. Wufong getting the Kai Lin. Now this is a character who's been doing fantastically for a variety of players throughout the course of the day. Star going to go over onto the Justina.
Yep, now we have MTF and Verse. Now MTF has himself here to be Enor's. Bump it, we're gonna throw it. And now for Verse, still has an opportunity to pick up the Yakos here. Opportunity for him to decide upon using Yakos now rather than later. I mean, it's up to him. I think there's gonna be a chance right now for, excuse me, if it doesn't come down to that, Wu Chen has also been available. He will go for Akos. He will decide upon doing that. Now it's up to the Valda picks. If it's going to be for Chicheng, it's going to be for Frostfist. Frostfist really loves playing that Valda. I would say if you give him a chance right now to play the Valda, Chicheng might give it to him just because he feels more comfortable with the character. But instead, he will choose that instead, giving Frostfist that latter half pick. And now, it's all in the cards. I mean, Wu Chen, if he might be a Fairy Shen, it could be. But for Frostfist right now, it's really in the more style where he feels comfortable with. Because the indoor buildings, if he ends up going to a Celestra as a final circle, he has zero value as a Fairy Shen. And I'm talking negative value. I'm talking about integers on the other side of the spectrum. So for Frostfist, puts himself out here for a Hottie out-of-pocket pick. Now for Hottie, I'm okay with it because he can move around. It's a very off choice nowadays compared to where it was before. Still though, he has a little bit of chance of using it offensively with the V2. Then again, he'll get a little bit of heal when he pops the ultimate. All he needs to do is just make sure he snacks, kills, and walks away. The ultimate, he cannot heal while he's flying around. He can flight to heal. After that, though, the lobby notices that. They are going to hound him down.
Yeah, everybody getting prepared to dive on into what will be the game that marks our halfway point through our session. A lot of scoring potential still on the map here, but one thing to note is that as of right now, there's a few players who are just getting off to a really dominant lead in terms of putting those points on the board. We talked a little bit about Frostivus as one of those players who probably is going to be launching himself into basically a guaranteed lock-in spot there in the top 12, even if he took his hands off the keyboards right here, right now. And as those incentives and those dynamics begin to come through, you talked about a little bit earlier, SV, that could lead to some fundamental changes in how people play. Those below maybe trying to push more aggressively. Frostivus could just be looking to keep his current position. And here we go. All of our players locked in, engaged, ready to go. Moving on to game number 3 of day number 2 of solo competition and Biweek number 4.
And look at these skills though, man. You know, sometimes the unconventional shows up. I'm always anticipating that. But at the same time, kind of thinking about, well, you know, if anything happens for Enor1, it's going to be V1 for MTF, because I wanted to see if MTF would opt in for V1 for Enor. And the reason is because Enor1's V2 is a lot higher of a cooldown than V1. V1, if you're immediate with it, you can throw the cast down and then you'd be able to get another cast within the duration of the ultimate, allowing you to apply that Thunder Mark, allowing you to apply the stagger to anyone else in the vicinity, and then concurrently going for the Impale with the Voltaic Spear. Then again, having everything implied, the lobby can look to lock him down. I mean, look at Frostfist bringing out here for the Hottie, right? The V2. He's noticing that he's going to be able to, cast out the damage when he's locked into the animation on the other person that's on the ground. So while everything is being done in, he could go for yoinks for free in active ult status, so long as the lobby doesn't focus him afterwards. Everything is congested. I'm talking about tight squeeze. I'm talking about, the clown car with like 17 people coming out here. And this is going to be where we see Bowden at PX Star, ASC's XY, 521. They're right there on Crow's Nest. SS1 and OA are all in the Servant's Grounds. But for Lake Yellowleaf, we're going to see Wolves, we're going to see TE, OUG, and is that WBG all in one spawn point?
Yes, sir.
UG inside of the Eventide Temple. Frostfist wants to take his way towards F5 and Rose if he wants to get those Fireflies. This is going to be a heck of a fight.
Yeah. We keep saying that, and every single time it just looks like they get closer and closer together. Must be cold here on the Morris Isles. Everybody wants to huddle for warmth. And we're going to see whether or not that stokes the fires of a battle to start us off. Last time, I was actually vaguely surprised that the first minute wasn't just an absolute bloodbath. Instead, we did kind of have a handshake on some of the loot, and then it came down to who was being exploited or who, unfortunately, took a bad shot while trying to farm up, and that's what led to cascading fights. But things mostly also settled down for Realm of Yang, and I think with that always looming on the horizon, with it being such an important facet of solos, even though things are tight right now, I don't necessarily think that we're going to be seeing as much aggression until we begin to push super deep into that mid game following first Realm of Yang.
Yeah, now we start off here, blue armor, blue weapons. To use Wufang with the blue fan, goes straight towards the Noble Cave Shrine. Of course, looking at MTF here with the common armor. He's got a blue dagger. Hoping to see about the insides. He got the blue staff as well in the back end. So you might see MTF try to go for blue armor. He gets one off the drop here in this trove. Now for MTF, Unor 1, F2, remember that offensive ability. He has no combo breaker. Everyone else is around here looking at Unor like, man, who's this guy with a scarf? Where'd you get that? Was that Prada? All right, looking at MTF though, if he puts himself out to the sightlines versus also another target to think about, he has only an F2 combo, not even combo breaker. He only has F2 to kind of push everyone in the sky, and everyone can then focus that target out. For Frostbus, he is looting up inside of the Eventide Temple, getting blue armor, blue weapons, and as well as for GG Chen. GG Chen having a blue fan, blue dual blades. Sunveil Dwelling is where we're going to see Star here, purple armor on the engagement against Chusheng.
Yep, Chusheng just going to be rammed up against that archway. Loses a lot of health. We'll have to armor swap here. Star, though, in dominant position already on purple armor. Is going to finish this one early. Chusheng with a solid little drop down there. Continues to buy space for themselves. Looks for the re-engage, and I think is going to eat quite a bit of damage for doing so. This is dual halberds with a whole heck of a lot of value coming through, getting the rare already. Star trying to clean on up. Might actually lose this point ability to XY. XY wants to come in and try to steal this away. Star continues to go on the chase. And also maybe was looking to maybe like looking to stagger XY there. I don't know if that actually paid off.
Oh man, that's unfortunate. That grapple missing there is kind of a death sentence for chase down. And one armor, one heal, I should say, be given to Chusheng is going to be another state for him to start escaping. Inside of Celestra is gone. See you later, Pimpin. We're going to see Versto outside of the Artisan's Grove. Elimination, though, from Edward for that purple longsword. Inside of the ravine, though, between Noble Cave, this is going to be Xen versus MTF. Okay, I don't know how he's going to get this. F2 confirms, though. He's going to get a lot of damage, and Jump LMB comes out for a pitter-patter parry as a result. Will we see MTF pop ultimate here, though? He gets a clink off because he switched to dagger off the LMB from the nunchucks. Still looking at the horizontal as a threat. He eats his horizontal. I don't know if he survives. I'll be honest. The block extreme comes out. We got F2. MTF gets almost caught by the... Oh, there it is. And then hoping to see about the horizontal. I'm not sure. MTF has a drop down to kind of worry about.
All right. Ultimate going to be activated. MTF wants to continue to push for this. And as we said before, running the teleport ability, MTF has the ability to go for a chase down, will fade out of their ultimate though before they can actually continue to put the gas on. As now we move on over to Frostivus versus Chen. Chen, going to get clipped right there by Flying Knife. And once again, the pick potential of this weapon cannot be understated as Chen is now put into a scramble situation. I don't think they're getting back out from. Will have Cyber ult coming out of this one. BBE Frostivus is going to take a little bit of damage in the meantime, just not a whole lot of places to go versus this Dazzle and Laser Beam focus. But as soon as Cyber drops out of this ultimate, Frostivus has the ability to turn things back around, having their own ultimate available. Here we go, Hottie going to try to jump back in, looking for the chase down. Chen just doesn't have the movement speed to contend with this one. Here comes the null field though, great stuff. Frostivus still able to get on top of Chen though, so is able to get a lot out of this ability, even as it does get forced out of him, as now he will pick up the kill. Maybe a little bit too close to comfort, but once again, Frostivus is establishing himself as a major threat in the lobby.
Really is. I mean, you saw the Flying Eyes catch with the grapple stagger in the corner. I mean, he earned that stagger to LB uppercut. Of course, seeing how he has burned his ultimate, not the case, right? It's rage based. It's based on how much rage he has. And then getting the Sobel on top of that, he's already at 72% right now. Now, Edward's in the distance here. Shio ultimate's still available. We have not just Edward, but Exon's in the distance out there. Lifelar is going to be the focus of this lobby now, the Yotahime. We know this is going to be the case because she has, only one thing left for combo breaker into ultimate cast. And now, look at this. 2 players are going to be on the stead. Frostus knows he's going to be in the back line. He knows he doesn't really need to take the chase on here as he gets top focused here. Lars taking a little bit of time to try to look for a heal. Isn't going to be allowed. And Edward knows exactly what to do. Pop shots coming from that musket. Flying Eyes a blue rarity, but purple armor means that is not going to work out in Polaris' favor if he takes his fight and engagement. Now, he's trying to go inside the Eventide Temple. See, he's looking for armors. He's looking inside the indoors. If he can find himself out between one and the inside of main gate, instead, he's going towards the villages on the eastern side.
Yeah, we're keeping the chase going. Lipo with nowhere to go will be able to force out their F here. Unfortunately, not using it as a combo breaker, but rather just as a desperation tool for it to get off me and maybe get a bit of healing off. It's going to be rough. Edward does miss a grapple there, maybe over launches as well, so good movement there from Lipo. We'll keep him alive for the time being, but Frostivus is on the prowl, knowing that somebody else is in the area. Lipo tried to get away, up back onto the elevated walkway now, and we're gonna follow through. Past the bell we go. Lipo, good movement, is able to avoid out the far side of this bridge any kind of damage so far from projectile. Using those columns for coverage, they might actually be able to get another heal proc off. Edward, meanwhile, just deciding to pop this charm, and will be able to give a second lease on life to some of these other players.
I don't know where he threw that, but you know that's something that Edward does. You know, he throws a Moonbane Charm onto a Yang portal or even something else. You know, kind of a wild excerpt for him though. Seeing if it's gonna be nearby or not. Otherwise for Star, ooh, I'm making a couple of RMB. Unfortunate, XY actually caught out in that predicament. Not on a second life, by the way, but he's losing a lot of HP pretty fast. RMB doesn't get buried off the pistol shot, so it's gonna confirm, and this is gonna be proc from XY. Now here's a problem, right? Spending a lot of time in this fight, knowing there's a third party here. Has a second Reaper still available. Burns a combo breaker, but the Justina ultimate hasn't even been procced out here. He's taking this full aggro. And the fact that he got the armor reset is one thing. It's only going to depend on what's going to happen now because the ultimate's done. His ability's back up, so Justina's going to start aggressing here. And as Star comes out, man, he's got a couple armor. He will take this aggression. He will look for it. And as XY kind of works it out here, a misclick right there. A combo breaker invested when he didn't need to. And now it's only until the timer. 10 seconds left. You still got Yang portal on the distance. As you know, Cheng is waiting out here in the next 20 seconds. That Yang is going to be opened up. And if XY has been burning time, if Star isn't playing this early aggression right now, I mean, this is the time and the place. Protect does not confirm off of that. Wistro is good. Tap dodge in midair is good for X Star. And then that's going to be a full R&B release 2.0, even to the jump LMB and the elimination due to taking that fight for so long. And I see a Volta Spear to be continued.
XY knocked out of the lobby here, gonna drop down into that 11th position with yet another denied chance at scoring any points in a lobby. First, also trying to touch Horde's scoring opportunity here. Both of them are definitely on the bubble and in an awkward position. Could be sent very much just out of things here.
Wow.
So we look on over. Chen getting some solid loot. Good selections going before we move on into first realm of Yang, which is now being set up. This is going to be, I think, the defining factor of this game. We had aggression early, but not quite as much as those really dense drops would have you believe. And I think that now the advantages that we're going to be getting off of Vermilion Bird's Might is going to be the name of the game. Mike going to enter here to face off against... Well, if you stop dashing around, I could tell there for a second. But... yeah, we got really full lobbies across the map here. It's going to be Exin for SS1 on that other side versus Mike, who dives in. Both of these guys looking to play up close and personal.
Yeah, block string comes out here, and that's okay. We invest in horizontal, we get slapped. Now it's gonna be a chance right now. Double dash back here. You know that Mike has F1, so he's gonna look to space up here. The position right now, the point of view. I'm hoping to see whether or not Mike wants to take the time to heal. He is forcing out Exin to try to back off, buying some time here for the combo breaker to come right back up for himself. Knowing that the Lonnie ultimate combo or Lonnie combo breaker hasn't been invested just yet. Mike gets caught by another LMB though. This is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt, I think, tremendously to the point where he's gonna have to ultimate. There it is. Hoping to see whether or not Exin can burn out his ultimate. Gets caught.
Oh, Mike in difficult positions now on one touch. And unfortunately, the tracking ball is going to be able to get him. As now we move over to Wufong versus Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang, unfortunately, kind of in the twilight of their existence on here. Wufong, of course, back on a shirtless Kai Lin. He knows how to play this man, and he will be able to use it to leverage yet another victory in Realm of Yang. He's been dominating the course of this series on this.
Dude, yeah. Roman Yangs is something his bread and butter if he succeeds at least, right? That's the only thing. 60% of the time, it works all the time. The fact is that the longsword inside the Volta bubble range, he kept himself right exactly where he needed to kind of work off and not getting caught by the Volta bubble, and then was able to proceed off. Sure, he didn't get the carousel on the corner for the 1-2-3 blue focus, but he was still able to build up the chip damage and still able to get the elimination. Here is Exin though up against Mike here for round 2, unfortunately for Mike. Seeing how Exin's getting himself caught for the 1-2s, there's going to be the combo breaker for the F1. Having Mike out here with the ultimate, I mean, listen, here's the problem. This is going to be a kill that he earns, but for Mike, he won't get rid of the Yang depletion. R&B comes out, double R&B confirms, jump R&B confirms a kill, but look at the Yang depletion timer, it resets 430. Now he gets his rage back up to 50%, but he still has to look for a kill to get a full elimination on somebody in order for him to get rid of that Yang depletion. He finds Wufong. Unfortunately, another Yang fighter, and he turns back the moment he saw the Yang essence. The flurry of just trying to escape off of that.
Yeah, this is a interesting dynamic coming through from the changes that I don't think that the players are quite used to just yet. And I'm also not used to it just yet. I think that this is disincentivizing some of the like free fights that you often get with Vermilion Bird's Might, and people trying to capitalize off of it to stay in the lobby. But what this does mean is that we're paring down players a little bit quicker, and desperation can reach a fever pitch quite quickly here. As we're going to see whether or not Mike is able to get out of dodge. Wufong, though, continuing to chase is making this incredibly difficult, particularly because we have Chen on the far side of this one, looking to lance their way in and find an opportunistic kill as well.
R&B is coming out here. Mike is going to have 20% points on, and Combo Breaker is invested. Mike looks to clink off, looks to try to get inside of this ravine by the Burning Pagoda. Now, it's going to be a great kiting position for him. All this said, you know, if he doesn't get caught by a single R&B from the Flying Knights, and I'm calling it the blue focuses, because Wufong right now is hunting him down. They know exactly what we're looking at. It's going to be someone on the end completion. Versto gets caught by the Thunder Mark. Nbpl is good for MTF. Like I was talking about earlier, right? Anyone who can take advantage of the person on the ground here. This is going to be Verst getting, oof, look at the jump R&Bs. Like MTF is a great B2 avoided. Look at the jump R&Bs, man. It's keeping them aloof. And now it's a one-hit situation. Oh my goodness. I want to see MTF's face so much right now to see his reaction, because the fact that we just see this denial on Verst is making me mold.
Yeah, and MTF, tables have turned. He's getting chased down. Edward catches him off the halberds. That's going to be an elimination. Oh,
I know that this is so upset for him, bro.
Oh, yeah, 100%. As the duel continues here, Edward doesn't want to give up the scoring opportunity here. Verse going to get grabbed up by Edward on the Shiel. Now sent sprawling to the ground. Verse loses all their armor in a really rough way right now. One touch. Will have the Vermilion Bird's Might procced. Edward able to get out of full health. Lipo in the distance over there, someone to watch out for.
Yeah, now we got Romy Yang 2 to think about for the losers. Is Frostbus. Unfortunately, we didn't even look at what happened in this Romy Yang fight up against possibly Wufong. Not even Wufong, no, it wasn't. It must have been with another player. I can't remember. Because I know that Mike is going to be coming through here because the purple armor is going to be invested. The 1, 2, 3 blue focus is going to be avoided with the ult cast. I know that there's going to be a combo breaker. There's an ultimate cast. Perfect. That's actually the best case scenario, right? One orb is invested. Palm Lightning locks him in place, so Frostbus has to be careful. He has only enough HP, kind of the V&D flight mode from a single point of chip damage. Now, hoping to see about the level 2. Level 3, it is avoided for the Liam Orb number 2. The F1 is still available for Mike now. It's back up on cooldown. As Frostbus has only a couple of seconds left on his ultimate to look for the level 3. If he can, he won't be able to earn it. Now it's 10 seconds on the clock. He knows he probably can't even get this elimination because the combo breaker soul is going to be something that's going to give Mike a little bit of investment for time. 3 seconds, 2, 1. Need a last hit confirmation for this kill. Doesn't get hit to anybody. Frostbus goes down early in this round. Mike, though, doesn't get the soul bloom. Chen getting himself out here. Remember, Mike's still on death's door. Blue focus comes out, carries him back in. I know Mike is looking at this, but he gets caught by the level 2 charge out by Merce.
Chen getting pressured as Verse dives on in, but finds him right in the awkward breadbasket scenario where Chen is able to get a good flurry of blows going with those nunchucks. Verse, therefore, feeling the incentive to activate ultimate, going to be able to use it now in Tiger form. Chen gonna have to ult right back here on Syra, using the tail end of the Ockers form. Verse tries to get out, finds the dive in, pushes back against Syra, and actually takes a lot of time away from that Syra could be using to laser beam. Chen, though, still wants to push this issue. First on the low ground now, maybe trying to go for the re-engage. Chen wanted to heal, isn't able to find it. No Dazzle gonna proc either. This could just be end of the road for GG's player.
Right, big chance right now, man. My man found a common armor swap. He's going crazy right now for that block the stream. If he procs it, to be continued. SS1's Exon inside the Romy Yang up against 08's Edward. The gear and difference is going to be slightly. Gold Flying Eyes on Exon. Seeing purple rarity on Edward. Still waiting on the sightlines. Shio versus Lonnie, right? Direct counter option right now. Cannon shot's going to be the first option for Exon to kind of confirm, push off Edward. Now Edward's going to look for a horizontal blue focus and throws it 1.02. Gets himself here for the combo breaker, and that's going to be invested now for Exon. If he throws it out blue focus and doesn't confirm for the second one, he's going to make sure he can get the first. Now for this case, because we have no combo breaker, Exon's going to eat all of this damage. Not even going to be a guarantee on anything. Jump R&B. Grapple to try to catch up. Knows the ultimate cast is going to be procced out here. Finding out a stagger if he can restand this. Ooh, not going to be the case. That's going to be Shy ultimate, and now it's going to be in around the fight in Edward's favor. Nearly.
All right, Exon. I'm just a casual stroll through the pasture here. Unfortunately, not a whole lot of life left. We'll try to combo breaker the way out of this one. Able to fire that off. Explosion is also going to take Edward down. This could actually be a turnaround, but X still trying to just buy space on Flying Knives so they could try to go for a re-up. Charges, isn't able to find anything out the projectiles. Edward with the interrupt, prepares with the swap over to Flying Knives to keep the pressure going, and there we go. Edward getting the elimination at the end here, and a massive buff going into the late game.
Yep, Wufong wins his Romy Yang up against FPX's Star. Now GG Chen still fighting for his life. My man's been out here for a while, and WBG's versus looking to try to close this one out if he could. But now that he sees Wufong is here with White Tiger's prowess, the moment he gets a kill, it's gonna be an aura effect. Life Polaris in the distance, he could start carrying stuff. He could get the aura. At the moment when we start getting closer, proximity-wise, GG Chen got into the 1-2-3. Jump RMB confirms. Not gonna be the case. Too many options right now for that pulse sword to give Wufong a damage. He ain't gonna give it. I have 2 confirms off of Wufong there, though, and then it's going to be GG Chen still having enough time and space to get a grapple away, and for Wufong not to get the lock on there with the assisted grapple for GG Chen. He gets the purple armor from the bodies of what, yeah, it's going to be the body off of Frostbus there. Now for the uppercut, it confirms 1-2. Combo breaker should be available. Yeah, I was timing it out. GG Chen wanted to make sure that confirmation on the 1-2 was going to be good. Not going to throw the blue focus there. And for Wufong, one thing to the next, right? If he catches the blue focus, it's going to be a Syra ultimate coming up soon. Very soon, actually, is available. So when the moment that Chen finds himself to be at a death's door position, LMB uppercut confirms. No combo breaker for a couple of seconds. Blue focus off of that from the full sword, backs off. And now it's only going to be a moment of time before that Syra ultimate comes back up in use.
Wufong up top. Able to go for the re-engage. Chen in a lot of trouble. Loses half their armor off of one simple trade. And this just shows the disparity of material. Wufong can chase this to the ends of the earth. And I think that, unfortunately, Chen has found his end of the earth on this game.
Kind of rough, man. Where's he at? You know, 0 eliminations, nothing on the board. It's kind of unfortunate kind of going through in this round, but this is his first day of playing. Still though, having only 3 rounds in, hoping to see if they come through here. Has to pop the Syra ultimate. There it is, finally do so. And seeing if that level 2, the light beams, 20 meters by the way, seeing if whether or not he can find an orb to kind of catch up here. For Chen, he gets inside the tower, throws out the orb, gets a nice dazzle, takes the time to heal. It's only 2 seconds for the dazzle timer though. So not enough time to get a heal, but he does find a parry. Does get the parry on the gold flying eyes, which is going to be picked up by Edward immediately. F1 combo breaker to scale up the wall, trying to look for in and out of the tower. And if he can, he does get caught out for scare rush and even potentially go for a heal.
Yep. Good job playing and prolonging this as long as they can. We'll get a ton of heals off here. Nobody wants to try to squeeze themselves into that gap, get counter hit, and then all of a sudden become the target of everything. Chen, though, still only on common armor, means that they essentially just start with a huge chunk of their health bar taken out. But good hiding. They're able to keep this safe. Edward sees him, but unfortunately isn't able to actually land damage off the scale rush. As now they continue to apply the pressure. Chen continuing to just dance along the wall of this tower. This is their home. This is where they will live. This is where they may die. But once again, they go into its recesses, finds another restoration. They are running out of materials fast, and they're running out of time fast as well. Edward gets on top of them once again.
Yeah, common vitality is not going to really do much here, but he does have 3 full armor powders in case he does get a chance of finding the swap. Chen's still fighting for his life, though, and the Yang Spearwell should be spawning through here in just a moment. Since Edwards, his White Tiger's prowess is going to expire here in just a moment. So I have Polaris out here for that Yodohime. Now, this, I'm thinking that Yodohime would be the better option here to try to take this chase down, because F2 can defend the deny chase if she locks it into the right spot. But rather to use it for yourself than to try to deny for others. Then again, Chen is still working through here with this advanced heal, and it's kind of working tremendously for that armor restore over time, right? 100 heal per tick because of the level 2. And then for himself, right, it's going to be from 5 ticks, 5 seconds. Any chip damage from cannon shots literally comes back to him in restoration. Star, though, Blizzard Gamer. Boink! And he hits the worst. And he looks for verse again. If he's trying to hit it again, okay, same spot, not going to be the case. Man, he is out of there. And Chen's going to be working away. The cannon shots are coming from the down below. Now for these remaining players, and this is going to be the tower, it is going to start kind of closing in towards his range. And Chen gets himself to the zone. He gets a reset on the purple armor. My man's out of there.
Credit to Star hoovering up another 3 kills, really performing exceptionally throughout the course of today. I think he's been a very underrated performer, as we see here on this replay between him and Chu Zhang. Star getting in, water balls coming out for Chu Zhang. Unfortunately, the Paladin is unable to get any footing versus Star as this relentless rush down off of this continues with the dual blades. One more flurry, and Star picks up 1.
Yo, I gotta look at that back. That thing was kind of clean. My man looked sideways and got the uppercut again. Horizontal comes out for a blistering edge in this replay, and then this is a 2-piece right there, right? Exen comes down here, boom, gets a blistering edge, burns with the die, and now Star with that 3 eliminations as stated, right? That's coming through there, man. That's crazy. I really need to look back on that replay on how he got that off, because I saw a weapon on the ground. We're gonna double check that. Seeing how he has Fire Out Circle Lock, he also has Switch Dazzle. Gotta be careful. He's got the Sheep Swap. Palm Mining and blistering edge, we saw that from earlier, is gonna be the weapons that he's got. So kind of seeing if he can get upgrades to Flying Knives later on. He does have a purple pull sword for Edward right now. Purple plan to be his main. He's got 2 Flying Knives gold rarity. His soft set Gecko Foot, Rupture Gill, or also has Blistering Edge. Also has Aerial Dash and Sky Punch. I'm not sure if he's gonna be able to kind of work off of that as a Shayo, but he does have the option there He does find a Han sword, but a parry comes out. Stab hits confirming, and Edward has he's 2/3 of his armor. Hopefully, see 1/3 left to go.
Edward launching himself downwards into the valley here as we see a fight over the Spirit Well. Star currently trying to take point on this one. Wufang charging up with flying knives on the far side. Verse also working as a zoner. Star is deciding in this situation he just has to back off. He's taking a bit too much damage onto his armor. Chen, meanwhile, firing off an early Syra ultimate here to try to zone. Verse and company don't want to quite approach just yet. But once the Syra drops down, I think that there could be a possible re-engage. Wufang, unfortunately, is taking quite a bit of damage. And that means that also there's a fight outside of the Spirit Well just to try to pick up this elimination. First, off the Akko's ultimate, takes them worryingly low. As up here, we have Edward trying to play the artillery game.
Yep, now the V2 confirmed, Freeze is confirmed, Blistering Edge is good, Star gets the elimination, 4 eliminations on the board, but no soul wounds. So this is 2 minutes left to go. The Yang depletion, it is denied, and seeing how the Akos is spreading out here, he is moving alongside. Chen knows to loop the body as well. As Edward gets to capture the flag, this is going to get rid of his Yang depletion, 10 seconds, and I think he should be good in a couple of seconds here, right? 2, 1. Clear for takeoff? No, not yet. He's been there for a while now. But seeing how Star is going to be going through, there it is. Finished to capture the flag. Oh, okay. Edward is going to be clear for that. 2 minutes under for life Lars as well now. Yoda He-Man on the tower, like I said, is a cut and dry method. If he kind of works himself out here, he can try to press someone out, denying the heal. The F2. Then seeing about him trying to fight with ultimate on the tower, it's a different story. You can get omnidirectional strikes. They go through the wall. He can stop someone trying to scare rush in and out for only a couple of seconds, because after they realize what they can do, they'll just face out on Corey on the flat ground. Moonbane, though, drops in here near the tower, though, completely blocking off. Almighty Span comes out and bursts at death's door and eliminated by Edward.
All right. Star trying to keep dominance over the map right now. He's in a really good material position, but with that Realm of Yang depletion on him, he's going to be feeling pressure, immense pressure, to try to keep his scoring opportunities alive. Edward has gotten to an incredibly solid position as well. Lipo and Chen, the other two remaining in the lobby, still are at 0 kills each and are basically, in my opinion, out of contention for taking this lobby as a whole. Now they're just looking for whatever scores that they can have on the backs of placements. Star staggered on the way down. Everybody trying to get out of the way of the Bane's Breath. Lipo, with almost no armor available, is going to be able to exchange off the back of a Yodohima ultimate with Star, who almost drops all of their health in this fight. Now, being forced into the shadow, they need to try to find an angle back in. They're going to be intercepted by Chen on the way, and that is going to be a knockout as Star once again takes it so deep, but is eliminated before the final showdown fully begins in earnest, as now Edward is dueling with Chen to try to close this out.
Ooh, it's dangerous right now. It's seen the Syra ultimate kicks the corner side of the flip side. Now has a cave to kind of work through here. This is going to be up to whether Edward finds an armor, which he won't. He go for a melee reset. So now it's ult for ult. This actually works tremendously in Edward's favor, right? Chen had invested the ultimate, thinking that he would have a clear-cut path for his opponent. However, seeing that that's not the case any longer, we have one ice up our sleeve. Chen also has Unseen Current for the fan. He has a purple fan on standby, so he could try to bring that out for the flying knives. Still a prominent option here. Gets caught by the LMB. Combo breakers are both invested. Now it's up to the 100 heal. Gets the Soulfire Blaze up from extended range. Can't deny the cancel animation. He's going to have to convert for an RMB catch if he can. Horizontal comes through. 1.0 gets denied. Uppercut's good. There's the 1-2s from Edward. This is going to be an extension up to another uppercut, and that might be where the jump RMB confirms the kill. Nope. Tap, dodge, roll, armor reset. Man's good for it, and now it's for round 2.
Yep, Edward currently with a massive health advantage. Chen just trying to apply pressure where he can. Gets a crucial parry at the right time to try to get a heal off. Swaps over to Musket for damage. Edward now also in a worrying position. It's a one-touch fight. Either way, here comes the armor break. Chen will take it in the final trade.
Man got the last 3 eliminations in the last 2 minutes. Man was earning himself up for 3 kills in first place, but Edward had 6. He gets at least 8 points. That gives him MVP status as a result. Still, it's kind of interesting seeing how the outside of the circle fight occurred, where we saw from Star. I mean, at least seeing how the Justina was going in and out, and then all of a sudden Chen gets a kill elimination, or at least Polaris was trying to go for it. Then again, having Star to be the one person that was kind of the denier for for Shail, just mainly because the freezes don't care if Shail's in ultimate form. As long as she doesn't have shield, the Black Tortoise Guard on active duty, she can confirm off of that. But with her out of the way, Edward was still kind of to be able to fly, but then again, Chen, even with investing the ultimate early on, was still able to kind of find it out. Armor swap was still on standby from the armor powder that was set on the Yang Spirit Well. So him getting that reset is only a matter of time for the Ruptured Gale Orb. Then again, advanced heal, vitality. That was his biggest, that was his biggest thing. And on top of that, you saw how far Chen had come through 10 minutes prior, right? Yang too, he still survived after disengaging. He was on 24/7 of staying alive up until this end game circle and surviving out with first place.
Yeah, congratulations to what we saw out of Chen there. Now, it wasn't necessarily enough to bring that full score at the end. It is going to be Edward taking the overall placement, but I said it before, Chen was someone who had immense expectations placed upon him for GG, and I think that he's finally beginning to show some of his strength right there, finding really good kills, playing a very strategic end game, and from there scoring highly. But at the end of the day, Edward for OA continuing to just rocket up those leaderboards is going to be in great position moving deeper on into today, and ultimately what is going to be the final bye week of the split.
Yeah, I think that comes out to Edward, playing out his shy old game as expected. I mean, being able to pick her up in the first 2 phases is definitely one pick. Kind of surprised seeing how Syra was being picked up here as the very first option, though, I'll be honest. And seeing how Chen was actually able to bring her out to work out, glad to see it. Forcing into what we saw from the first Romy Yang, like you said, what we saw, right? The Vermilion Essence comes out. Mike was able to pick that up, but it didn't clear him up for the depletion, like the changes that have applied. He went to find another target, still on blue armor, still having no ultimate active online. He finds Edward, he finds Wufang, and Wufang having Vermilions, he does not want to take that fight. He takes any opportunity to avoid it at all costs, but it still didn't work out. Still got chased down. Still was able to survive, but still having depletion because he wasn't able to find another elimination later on.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Well, we are halfway through the games on the day, SV, for what is day number 2 of competition here in the Solos division of the NBPL's 4th bi-weekly split here in this season. And let's see what's happened on the scoreboard for that 3rd game. Edward, like I said, coming out on top, able to get a few ranking points there. Not quite as many as Chen, but where he makes up for that is the number of kills. 6, I believe, is the most that we've seen on the day so far. What's that translating over to? 12.1 points scored today for Chen, pushing him into the 16th spot. He's actually in very, very good position out of those who are only on 1 day of play so far, and he could be fast-tracked up to the top 12 if we don't see XY and some of these other players lock the heck in. But beyond what we see right here, as we move up the bars, we got Pace right there at the cutoff spot there in the 12th position. Only 1 day played so far, 16.5. Gonna kind of be the gold standard for what you want to average on the whole. And we have this pack that are currently on 2 days of play that I am the most worried about. Star, Chuzheng, Lipo, all with single-digit points scored so far, while Frostivus is sitting pretty at the top of 12 so far today. We got a very interesting pack going here. We got some really, really strong players who are looking to completely solidify themselves as the very top of the charts.
Yeah, definitely. And another value, the points comes through. I mean, Frostivus takes pre-finals points into this, so hoping to see if he can kind of work into another 25-point day. I mean, that's only like, that's not only, but if he gets an MVP game, like we saw from earlier from round 1, where he gets 11 plus points, he'll make him there in no time. We got some clips and highlights though for y'all. Clips and highlights brought to you by China Unicom, as it comes from Edward here, finding a nice R&B off against Verse. This was that first kill we swapped over to, over by Artisan's Grove. A triple going through here for the carousel, nicely done to the 1 R&B released into a jump LMB elimination spam, and if not, an LMB to catch up.
Yeah, here's that fight in the woods we've seen a few times here, and this is where Star really was beginning to shine. Chuzheng on this Valda, just unable to do anything to stop Star's relentless onslaught. The combo extension comes through at half health. Chuzheng back to his feet one final time before being sent into the earth. And here we go, the end of the game now. Chen opportunistically finding weak players on the periphery of the fight, trying to make it in from the shadow, gets in, finds the parry, and cleans things up.
Finding a horizontal here doesn't matter, even though he loses every bit of HP. Edward was just trying to go ahead and confirm this kill, and he did everything he could, right? Jump R&B afterwards. He doesn't confirm the terrain was at a 2-degree slope, and Chen was able to get out, even with the Ruptured Gale Orb. Taking the time off the clinks off of this end, all he needed to do was just wait this out, parried in the distance, takes the time to heal for the vitality, and that was the most important. And even after taking the Ruptured Gale, you can see the heal ticks are still flying. And as much as it comes down, LMB doesn't come through. All he needed to do was just look for a 1.0 and some chips, and that's all in the bag.
Yeah, Edward coming out on top, unable to win the final duel, but second place in terms of the raw placements, and then on top of that, a dominant score on the Shile will get him the MVP, and a very comfortable spot as he continues to tear his way through the top of the charts. Let's see exactly what he's scoring up on here and what he used to do so. We got Soft Step and Gecko Foot, Aerial Dash, Rupture Gale, Orb and Bird, Sky Punch, Blistering Edge, and 1 damage reduction level 2 to get a whopping 21,000 damage on the board. And that is representing his 6 kills, and now what is his 5th MVP on the split.
Yep, seeing about it in this season, popping off the Shio, to be expected. Seeing how much Shio can kind of come through, and it's kind of interesting. This is post the V2 changes. The players in the Nbpl probably haven't seen much value in seeing the V2. I'd agree. Seeing how the V2 you can stack up as much as you can for those charges and then teleporting to your target's one thing. But question for y'all on Twitch chat: which player killed FPX Start in Game 3? A. GG Chen. B. Always Edward. C. WBG's Verse. Or D. 521's Life Polaris. Make sure you guys check it out in the chat for Twitch. Make sure you answer it. Not in YouTube chat, only in Twitch chat. But yeah, it kind of comes out. I mean, the skill selection of the characters. I mean, we saw Enor 1 kind of popping through here, but not as much as we're kind of hoping for. But we're going to throw this over like the spear. We're going to go into round 4 in just a bit. We'll see you guys after this break and continue on from there.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the NBPL as we move into the second half of games here for day number 2 of competitions in the singles division for bye week number 4. It's been an exciting time so far. We've had people rise up the ranks. We've had crazy picks. We've had crazy fights. And I'm ready for some more all-out aggression, SB, as we move into the second half. What are you looking forward to here?
I wanted to see if we get Arcadia as an off drop. We didn't see it in last round. This is really interesting to see what the players would do without the objective in mind. But that's what I'm kind of seeing, like who is going to be taking the Arcadia if it's available at the first point, but also if the Arcadia region even gets contested as much as we've seen in the past. Usually 2 or 3 players are there, and maybe even the 4th player shows up out of being looted out of their mind. But there's no Fireflies in play, so you have to think about the spawns, right? They could be outside of the areas of Arcadia and then slowly creeping on in and then seeing what is left behind if anyone is still trying to achieve the objective, because that's a really strong J to have as Soul's engagement, right? Volpine's essence is pretty much a free modal defiance as long as you have it available. And we've seen some players do some docile maneuvers, right? They throw the Volpine somewhere after the Roman Yang victory or loss, and then go ahead and pick it back up. And if they have Vermilions, they still leave it behind where they hide it. It's just a determination of where the other players think it is. So it's really interesting in seeing how that kind of mentality has been kind of showcasing itself in the past couple of months.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Well, we are getting down, like I said, to the wire for some of these players. One of the things to note is that with the NBPL and how it is structured for solos, you get people who are kind of at the tail end of their play on the day, and then those who are just starting to try to score points for the bi-weekly split here. And so we have Desperation matching up with those trying to make a mark early, and that's been translating to some interesting fights. Let's see some of the highlights there from the last game regarding that. Great little parry there by Wufong, setting ourselves up well as Star tries to trade right back with a big cross up, finds the freeze. Wufong staggered back. Here comes the combo extender off the grapple bump. Wufong with one more chance at life here, has their ultimate available, burning one of their dashes, looking to cross on over, fires off another one. Star now on just a touch, has to try to make it work with a sliver and cannot do it there.
I'm telling you, man, Star on the Justina is kind of a scary engagement and scene. We saw what happened even before that with the highlights and even to catching a glimpse on what he was able to do with a downward splice with the dual blades into the halberds. Able to find a grapple bump extension by facing the directional in the other side. I think he might have did one misstep, but the problem is he caught again, and then he caught another R&B catch, and he was able to swap off, getting the kill confirmed, and then leading into getting depletion to get rid by the second elimination afterwards. So Star Justina, kind of valid. Having to wonder if he's going to be able to kind of find a double pick for that, and if he doesn't, and if he just can't in general, then he'd be able to burn himself up here. Because like I said, Star, bottom of the leaderboard, he's trying to get to the middle 12 at least, to try to get to the top 12 for finals, and if not, if he can't even make it through there, then he's not going to get enough ranking points most likely by the time that we reach into last year's qualifiers, which is going to be the definite case on Monday and Tuesday, or Monday I should say.
I will say, SV, I think in general what we're seeing here is really solid play from everybody, kind of upping their game. But yeah, to me, Star's kind of been the standout in how much he's been doing in the past few matches. And credit where credit's due. Yeah, he was starting near the bottom of the leaderboards for those going in with the second day of competition under their belt. But he's really rising up the ranks, getting a lot of kills, and he's also been doing so without being super high up in pick order. He was the 12th slot there for game number 1, slowly navigated his way up to the middle tier for game number 3, and now is at 6 for game number 4. Can he keep that excellency going is the question.
Yeah, find out, man. Mike's in first phase. Man, he's gonna pick something else. He's gonna pick Yoda Game for first phase, I swear. Now, but we're gonna have him with Edward. We're gonna have XY on 5-2-1 now. XY already burned a double pick on its mulch after last round, so he has no double pick options. Rather, he only has option of between Syra if it's chosen. If it's not chosen, then Shayol, for him to kind of really start to delve into the mines. Now, with game 4, this is going to be our second half. This is going to be the halfway point to this to second half for today. Mike's going to go ahead and be the first one to start it off here. 15 seconds left. Having the choice picks to be made. We'll have to see if that Lonnie comes through, and it will. And so now it's coming down towards Edward if he picks Liam. If not, if he picks Syra. And if not Syra, if, surprise pick, it's one of those 2 options, at least for him.
All right, well, there's the Lonnie first pick. We've been expecting this every single time, and half the time we've been kind of swapped up. I was surprised we got Syra priority in game number 3, but here we go. Lonnie, Liam as the first 2 for Mike and Edward, 2 of the top competitors already. They are looking to get on a reign of terror here, as XY is going to be the one to actually pick up the Syra here for game number 4.
Yep, and now for Polaris, options right now for him to Shail is going to be coming through. It's going to be valid if he does go through with it, so that's going to be the case. Formula has been stated. Now it's up to whether or not the Yodohime comes out first in this phase 5, or phase 3, I should say, for 5, and then if pick 6 is going to be Kylan. That's usually the case. Otherwise, we could see sooner choices. Su Feng already picked Kylan from before, so Yodohime is going to be his. Now it's at the start. I mean, Justina was pretty popping off. Does he find value in Justina now? Does he want to pick her up later? He's got the option right now for the to lock it in, because if he goes for Fireflies in rounds 5 or 6 and using Justina there, it would work out in his favor. But if he wants to choose something right now to follow the formula, Kylan would be the next option.
Kylan all the way down in 6th place is kind of surprising to me, given just how much work this character puts in. I would probably prioritize him over Yodohime, but Star is going to be the one who will be fortunate enough to grab him, and I do think that he could do a lot of work on this character. It seems to play to the style that he's been tending towards today, as Enor is going all the way in 7th. That's the highest prio we've been seeing for this character, that as much as I was excited to see him, I feel it has been underperforming on the day.
You know, it's his double pick too. So MCF picking up Enor 1 as his double pick as an option selection early on means that Spurs is like, okay, I could play Tumulch. I'm gonna pick Justina. Now it's gonna be giving that option. Now for an early Enor, this opens up for phase 6 and 5, I should say, where pick 9 and 10 have an opportunity to choose outright another character. I mean, the Akos is still available for going through. The Tumulch as well for Frostbus, and he can work well with Tumulch inside of Padoria, I should say. That's gonna be his. But as for picks 11 and 12, Valda could be chosen unless Frostbus chooses here earlier, so that's going to be his choice. And I was actually mentioning this about Frostbus. I mean, his Valda picks are going to be something that he has to determine now or later, because later is going to be, you know, something else. He had Hottie in the phase 12, so he has Valda to be available. He can also even double pick Valda if he wanted to later on. But Tumulch is going to come out from Chen. Exen has a way of choosing out no other character other than either a Wu Chen. If he goes for your Shen, decides to, then getting an opportunity right there, he will lock her in.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. That is going to be the first Faria on the day, I believe. We're going to see whether or not it can make it mark. So far, we've been kind of talking about her as very much on the peripheries, is very exploitable, especially given the new changes like you were talking about. And so this is going to be the first real test for that. Is this a viable bottom pick, or are we going to be seeing her rotate out of the top 12 slots?
I have to see, man, because the thing is that variation hasn't been really kind of definite as an option in terms of like when we've seen her now versus before, but she is still an option inside of Padoria. It's just because Padoria has a lot of open fields, similar to what we have kind of in Holoroth, except Holoroth can end up having a negative effect if she ends up going towards a higher cliffside or ravine. But in Padoria, I mean, there's a lot of areas that are like that. However, she can still work with those type of spots. Like if she gets by the Mercury River, that trails alongside very big, steep cliff sides. So where she can find out somebody's trailing, if they try to scare rush away from her, she can get cannon shots and lock those in. If she gets the high ground, she can look from down under. For anyone that's like looking, that's taking a fight, and then she can turn that out. Still though, another thing that gives Fairy, I think, a little bit more value, because we saw her in the Holoroth last. One thing is that the Soblins on the Vermilion's Essence is also another thing, where if she's taking a fight against anyone with the Vermilion's Essence, or in getting that Soul Essence, she can use ultimate offensively in that instance. See, the beacon drop consumes 50% of rage. That essence gives you 50% rage back. So she can essentially use it as a skill, get the rage back from the kill if it earns her right. If she uses it with like dual blades to confirm a 1-2-3 refocus, if the terrain is giving her the advantage, and into locking in that opponent for the kill. But looking at the skills, everything seems to be kind of normal, making sure that Lonnie is in V2 or V1, I should say. But V1 on XY as well for the Cyrus. That's all, as a cumbersome comes through for MTF, V1 as well. So here's the thing, right? V1 versus V2. We're trying to find out where the Enor fits up in the build for solos. V1, like I said, has a lower cooldown. You're able to throw it out sooner, but it's also where you're able to get a second cast, whereas V2 is a longer cooldown, so you won't be able to, but you'll be able to teleport. You'll be able to space out. Now it's coming down to this pickpocket spawn in Yarko. Everyone's over by the Ancient Stockade.
Yeah, another very, very dense drop to finish your point, I think, there on the Enor V1 versus V2. After kind of seeing how Enor's been performing in these last few games, I'm starting to tend towards thinking that faster cooldown and the loss of the teleport might be worth it. We're going to see whether or not a mark will be made this time around. That character hasn't been the most impactful so far in my eyes. And with all the chaos that is potentially going to occur on the map here, with all of that density near the stockade like you're talking about, this is a time in which, if aggression is going to reach a fever pitch, as we have been predicting time and time again, Enor doesn't necessarily need as much chase potential. They could just kind of make do with what value the ultimate is giving them, and maybe even reproc during a fight. So that's going to be a dynamic to watch out for. In general, characters that are able to sow chaos in these situations or otherwise be unique stabilizing forces are going to be things to watch out for. I'm looking at the Sire, looking at the Yodo, both of those characters going to also have a strong chance at really pushing through and getting some good points on the board here for game number 4. And already we're starting off with that action.
Yeah, MTF acting in here with the Thunderblade, hoping to see if we can get some Jades alongside here for Polaris, though. Hoping to see about his blue armor. Oh, it's a nice pickup in there. The secondary blue armor is picked up by Chang. Now Chang's like, nah, that thing is broken, bro. Don't need Polaris, though, puts himself up here for some more loot gains, so some more weapons, some more supplies. Having another green trove over there is good for him, but Verse, and it's going to have a purple longsword. We'll have to see. Over and towards the Hall of Military, we're going to see X up against Wu Fong. I think, actually, no, this is Heaven's Watch. Yeah, this is over towards northeast of Empyrean now. Exon has his chance of burning out the combo breaker, but remember, he has F1 for the Yoda. For the Yoda Hime, he doesn't want to use it to break off the heal pattern, since he really, really needs the F1 for his own combo breaker. It's a very, very strong combo breaker for him to get away from the sticky situation. It's omnidirectional. As for Exon, gets caught by one horizontal blue focus. Oh, caught by a second one, taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, Exon now going to be the target of Wu Fong, who does just immediately get focused as they try to get on in. Chase down, though, still is going to put them into a good position here. Wu Fong wants to give chase. Exon going to utilize the slow drain of this early shadow to their benefit to go for a cross-up onto the temple ceiling now. I think he may have actually broken line of sight for long enough to get away from this, as you got a quick trade between Frostivus and Edward there. Frostivus wants to continue this pressure. Good job playing defensively with his pole sword, but at the end will lose a trade and now could be targeted down by multiple people. Frostivus trying to play defensively, summoning out bubbles right there off the F. Multiple charges coming through from the pole sword. Actually wants to get back into the fray. Edward immediately reads this like a book, goes for the parry, and now aggro is handed off as Edward versus Mike. 1 and 2 slots, and Mike is the one that's going to come out on top with the Lonnie versus the Liam.
Yeah, 1-1. Now to the ancient stockade room. We are looking at Verse with that purple longsword. Taken still fights it over here. Polaris, though, eats up the full blue focus, has to force the ultimate. Verse had no armor swap in sight inside of the room, so he has to go to the outskirts. Finding dual blades, though, or dual Howards, the secondary escape on ground is a great option. Now it's going to be up to him if he can find the armor swap if he has one. For the blue armor, I know there is one that's like a third, so he could find the common one instead. There it is for full reset, 600 armor. There's another armor set for him there too, but look at Mike, man. He approached towards the purity, from this purity chamber to here, not too far away. Tet's caught out here for the shield block throw. Let's take a look and see whether or not Slight Polaris looks towards and throwing it out. RMB comes through. Armor swap is going to be half, and then now for Verse, I mean, the shield throws are no longer going to be available. It is going to be up to Verse with a 1-2-3 blue focus in the dream.
Yeah, Verse is trying to get out of here. Mike, happy to give chase, already picking up that kill from earlier. They're in great position to just keep up the pressure. Decides to go into Lipo first. Knocked away to start things off, but Lipo, unfortunately, just has nowhere to go. Mike charges up, decides to cancel it as a quick chase down occurs. We had a quick contest there. Verse trying to maybe get in and opportunistically pick up a kill. And when they can't get that one, they're actually going to start looking for Mike now. That parry to start things off, not making things look good for OUG's player. Verse, though, already has to use the freeze. Is kind of in an awkward position. Down to no armor. Mike follows through with the dual halberds, giving a vicious flurry and a big drain onto the health of Verse down below. As now we see the ultimate activated. Mike trying to put it away here. Here comes the teleport through. No explosives to be used. We'll just drop back down. Verse armor swaps in the meantime. Ball comes back. One last toss off capture. Mike in a lot of trouble, though, as they get frozen back up. They need to make it happen here and now, but with one touch left, Mike might be in trouble as they try to dodge right back out. Burns the F, down to a sliver, goes inside cave.
Can't believe he scare rushed in there with the pole sword. It was a mad dash effort if Verse was in neutral state, but he wasn't. He was holding blue. He mitigated the stagger. Then going down. Now we've seen towards and tide of Arcadia. Finally, my place of action. FPX star up against what seems to be up against ASE's XY. Hoping to kind of wonder if he can go for the 1-2 catches off the scare rush. And for Dagger fan, it's going to be coming through 1-2, 3P. It's not going to be the case. He's baiting him up for ultimate combo breakers. Invest in star. Looking to try to get the 1-hit slash. Has 2 left in the bar. Still looking at this from the angle for the level 2, and he's confirming that second elimination on the board. Now, Verse has 3 kills on the board too, being the kill leader in the lobby, but this is going to be where the Volpine's essence comes into play. If it hasn't been conceived yet, we are seeing Hex and Harmony Spear, Tai Chi Fan, Sap Jade, seeing Quick Charge Thunder Call as well for Star, so he's going to be building this up. He also has a coin in his inventory, and now is the time for him to start burning this up. I was talking about this earlier. Star is someone who takes Volpines very seriously. It's like a way of life for him. He'll end up going ahead and try to stay up here as long as he can and try to get this Jade, and making sure that he confirms it against any other foes, because there's 30 seconds left before the Yang portal opens up, so he might make his way now before, and that way when he solves the puzzle, he'll hold on to the coins, and then when he leaves the Yang portal, he'll end up clearing the puzzle and getting that Jade.
All right, well, we got a Bane's Breath fired off right there. Edward getting coverage. You said he does this, and he's doing it again. Just that he has domain over one of the Realm of Yangs and a guaranteed fight on his hands once he gets the pass back up. Verse also navigating over to one of these zones early. Wufong has one near center stage that he's going to be utilizing. As it currently stands, everybody's assembling, ready for this battle. Nobody wants to force any crazy fights here to start, as Star will grab a pass for himself as well.
He's got time for this. I mean, 50 seconds right now. His supply gain is not too hot, but you know, things can change later on. We have Verse there here outside of his Yang portal, having himself 3 purple weapons with the nunchucks, pole sword, and longsword. Now, longsword, it could be swapped in for the pole sword too. He has nunchucks as well, so the swaps are available for him to look for those sheath weapon swap, or not even sheath weapon swaps, just weapon swaps in general. MCF with the F2, getting the Thunderblade. Hoping to see whether or not I really want to see an Enor 1 fight. He has purple dual blade, so his scaling is going to be good. But I want to see an Enor 1 fight inside the Realm Yang, specifically with MTF with the V1. Like I said, it's going to be a lower cooldown. He's going to get 2 casts, and if he finds anyone that he's going to be seemingly trying to get out of the point of view, he's going to be able to throw that spear and come off of here. Exon has a purple scaling for musket, having the chances of picking up that pole sword of blue rarity with the fan. Seeing that if he needs to scale rush in and out, he can use the fan. He wants the damage to kill, he used the pole sword. And side of the Realm Yang though, scaling up there pretty nicely. For Verse though, man, like he is probably gonna be the strongest player. We are seeing Mike though at the cave where Polaris is out on the outskirts, and he's gonna start the creepiness out here. And it's gonna be a case right now for Mike on the common armor, whether or not Polaris can really get this purple armor for free. If Mike does not contest it, that is gonna be given to his opponent. No questions asked.
I don't think Mike can afford to contest it, unfortunately. Just in an awkward spot overall. Off tempo immensely coming off of that last fight that he took. He wouldn't even be able to go for Realm Yang here.
He still has weapon, or not weapon, he still has money on the board if he wants to buy a purple armor, if they're available, because there's a lot of fights that happen. Then again, there was no shop in the vicinity. Unfortunate. For Verse though, first Realm Yang, Enor 1, baby. Let's get it. He's going to go up against MTF here for the purple dual blades. Now, it comes down to Verse. Justina can freeze Enor, depending on the situation of MTF's attacks. We'll have to see what comes through here, because this should be a clear-cut fight in Verse's favor, unless MTF just does some out-of-pocket moves. Pistol shots from the drop-down, and now the blue focus is to start this off.
Verse immediately going to freeze up here, burning that F to do so. Half health on the armor. Broke the combo early enough to have a second lease on life. MTF, though, has the advantage moving on into this, as both of them still have their ultimates available. Here comes the scale rush. MTF unable to make contact. Verse actually able to heal in the meantime. So things entirely tight between the two of them, as once again dropping down from the column. Verse resets, burns F again, but is taking a lot of time off the clock between these two with a minute left here in the Realm of Yang.
Yep, F2 comes out here to recast as a confirm it, and now Verse has the full advantage here to kill off MTF due to getting caught by the RMBs. MTF has the soft cut through here for the ultimate cast, and now it might be a turnaround. The Thunder Spear won't be invested just yet. Verse, though, attaches up here. The spear has been thrown for the first cast. We still have enough time for the cooldown to click in for MTF. Once we see that Verse decides to drop into the ground, he doesn't have a chance of actually dashing to effectively freeze his opponent. He's going to use the space up.
Yeah, Verse continuing to just play avoidantly, moving away from this. Low health on that armor, but he knows that right now he doesn't have the ability to do much except for burn the freeze. and just try to keep the health advantage that they do have for the time being. Here comes the grapple pump, though, the follow through. Enor trying to get it done. One touch on either side, but there we go. The intercepted jump over, and that will lead to the pickup there, I believe, for the side of ASE. FPX winning another one of these Realm of Yangs, as now we are upon Exon versus Edward, as both of them will just drop here due to the Realm of Yang expiring.
Yeah, that was really close. That cannon shot, if it only was a millisecond sooner, might have seen some damage. Could it have killed? To be continued, right? We have Wufang, though, outside of his Realm of Yang loss, having a depletion up against like Polaris. Now, Polaris is going through here with a chance of charging up, but Yodohime ultimate on a downward hut terrain probably gives Polaris a little more worrisome efforts. Look at how low his HP is now. Shield throw's going to come out here, potentially even coming through a hit, but nothing to really hard confirm. The Stone Form is what it's going to save the day for Wufang. Second shield throw has to be anticipated for the tap dodge. There it is. Wufang reads it. Jump LMB comes out. LMB comes to jump LMB, but Polaris is going to be coming through here. Last shield throw. Will he make it count? We'll have to see. It does confirm. What will come through is him looking for an armor swap instead of going for the offensive capability, because he knew the F2 was still available. Cammy can come through here. Frostmas going down here from ASC's XY in the distance. Outside the game. Common armor swap comes through here. Now it's going to be with no combo breaker. We still have Polaris though on one, and he has this for the bag. If he gets a jump LMB, oh my god, the delayed wake up on Wufang. Crazy work to kind of give himself the advantage there.
Yeah, getting Soul Bloom Essence out of the danger zone. But nobody else was in the area anyway. No one to hear that win going in Wufang's favor. Let's take a quick look at the scoreboard right here. Chu Zhang trying to get another one up against Chen this time. Chen still stuck on this Temi at the 0 kill mark. Chu Zhang looking to open up and get the first kill of his own, and also get this Realm of Yang debuff off of him.
I know that Chang gets caught in the whisk throw here for the horizontal, but the ult cast is still available as a combo breaker. Worst case scenario. For any armor swaps that are around, he'd rather take the kill outright. Saw one right there. But for Edward, has his fight cut out for him. Exon finds a beautiful parry out the Liam combo breaker, though. He still has time to space up. As Edward kind of spaces inside of this building, he gets hit by a little bit of chip. He still has a rooftop to kind of take the advantage to try to heal and force an Exon here. So that way he can take the time to kind of get that heal off. Has a common armor on standby. He knows it now for Exon. He also knows that common armor is there. Kind of keep himself aloof, but 2.5 minutes after that Yang depletion. As for Edward, longsword would be a great setup for him if he catches the combo breaker early, so him to start going off in the corner to get those carousels and confirming the kill.
All right, we have another exchange going down here. Chu Zhang in a little bit of trouble. Chen hunting hungrily for this kill pickup. Chu Zhang waiting right back on into the fight, trying to get the debuff off of him. Forces up top, gets the grapple hook to interrupt and run away. Chu Zhang now forcing out the F. Has their ultimate available still to try to take this fight. Needs to commit soon, though, as there are people waiting in the wings. Unfortunately, takes a nasty trade on the back end of this one. And all of a sudden, Chu Zhang is once again the one being chased rather than doing the chasing.
You know, I'm thinking that Chu Zhang gets his heal off right now. I mean, 20 seconds left, he got ultimate still, man. But the problem is, you can't confirm in a purity chamber like that. It's too difficult. You can't catch any single target. Now, he takes the time to think, should I give an elimination to players? And if not, can I just hide out? Because timing right now, if he forces Chen in this corner, like 10 seconds, boom. Now he's arriving to the scene. He still has ultimate cast. Last hit confirmation comes out from Chen off the clink. Still resets the timer. Shen goes off here for a fight, but giving the +1 to the Morph, giving him the elimination. And then ultimately coming down here with the death, with no points now for MTF. Winning that Realm of Yang was kind of huge. Got a gold longsword. Man's working this out here. I'm curious what his fight's going to be coming through, because Mike enters the Realm of Yang. We're going to see about what happened with first, though. Outside the Realm of Yang fight, gold longsword scaling, as mentioned. F2 broadblade confirms, and now for Verse, he still has ultimate. He catches a beautiful uppercut. Army's confirmed for the 1-2s. Looking at the 1-2 again, and the combo breaker's invested. Now for Verse, I'm curious in seeing how this kill was kind of earned between both sides.
Yep, one sliver of health left. MTF brings it home. Man, gold weapon scaling, dude. I don't know what else to say. Back in the Realm of Yang we go. We got a match on Olani versus Syra. And Mike trying to fire off the explosive ball early in this one. XY with a full health bar to play with, though. Seems to be in a comfortable position, and unfortunately, this ult's just not doing enough for Mike. He's cleaned up in an instant.
Yep. And now it's going to start. That was quick and dirty, but now for Wufang, it's going to be nice and concise. I'm looking at whether this is going to be a drop into the R&B clink, making sure that Wild 2 comes out. LMB confirms 1-2s, back up, dash, dash. working around here for the horizontal, gets caught off for that end. And I know there's gonna be another LNB cache. Of course, he knew the combo breaker was gonna be invested. Star still has his own. He didn't want to use it offensively though, which I'm really glad about. Now for Star, this is a reset. He's taking this new advantage. He still has combo breaker, but the timer is really where it's gonna be where he has one and the other opponent doesn't. But the moment that it comes back up, it's all about that timing for the resources. You're trying to look for a grapple stacker if you can. LNB doesn't confirm for a parry opportunity, but he does have his combo breaker available. Doesn't get the wild swoop dash he was looking for. Having a chance here for another catch. 2, 3. F2 should be up for Wufang in 3, 2. Yep, 1. There it is coming out, and not enough for Wufang, but he gets a chance to actually heal here. So Star attempting the ultimate to kind of knock him back with the Yoda ult.
All right. Well, cleans it up in an instant there. Star on a warpath. Credit to him. We're gonna see what he could do this time if he can make it to that final circle. Like on the chase down, XY hiding in corner, looking for an ability to restore armor or just get a charge of his own off. Mike, though, able to force his way in. It needs to take this fight. Unfortunately, cannot win it against someone with the golden armor in that situation. Mike, definitely not happy about that. Will be knocked out.
Will be knocked out, maybe for XY. This Mystic might. Another, it's 2 minutes on the clock right now for him to work through. MTF, though, we're chilling. Super chilling. To the point where you can actually just hang out. And we can actually look at Edward versus Exon as a replay and see from this hit from the variation versus the Liam double parries. My man just threw out so many blue focuses. But look at Exon on this downward terrain. RMB confirms. No pistol shot. He goes right into the face of danger. RMB spams out. LMB doesn't come through. 9-7 seconds on that Yang depletion. That's what's going to be probably killing out Edward here. And another RMB. LMB confirms. Edward gets last hit confirmation. And a muscle shot to Angel to injury. Exon goes through. Oh, wait a second. That's even worse. That's even worse, bro. And look at MCF. He's like, oops. Thank you for the soul bloom. Thank you for the loot. And I'll take that.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, back over to MTF. This is a much less action-packed section of the game for him. Hiding onto a rock. That's how I play NARAKA Blade Point.
That's here.
Not a whole lot of people left in the lobby here. Wufang's still trying to contend with the debuff now. With only 4 people left in this lobby. Not a whole lot of people to try to claim it off of. And if he tries to start a fight right now, I think that everybody else is just going to dogpile him. XY well out in front in terms of his kills and his point score on the game so far. He should just try to initiate for more at this point, in my opinion. And he may be able to find it here. We are going to be in the midst of a fight. Wufang feeling that pressure, forced to try to go for a play. Fires off the F early. Now onto ultimate here. Has basically no armor left available, but also not a whole lot of time to do anything in. We'll be able to get a little bit of a restoration going as people will peel away. But Wufang needs to try to find the re-engage.
Really, it should be. I mean, Wufang puts himself out here to hopefully kind of just go ahead and hide in the bush. 3 minutes on the clock. There is a bell inside of this area in the period chamber. If it's not there, then he's safe. But hoping to see if Star is going to, see him move and shimmy around in the bush. Otherwise, the White Tiger's prowess aura is going to be one thing. We did have that chance on that Mystic Mine from earlier, but that thing gone, bro. That thing is gone. Chen is now going to be pulling through here with that Volpine's Essence. Crazy. We're waiting for who had it. It's going to be him. He's going to have that Benthic Descent, Palm Lightning. As well as a Heartstopper kick. And on Tumult, if he gets a Heartstopper kick off of a Wistro, he can secure a Silence. He can secure the Dragon Slayer into Nezhaz. And then he can actually just set up for another Wistro. Depends on his ultimate cast. Now, Wufang's in the zone, and XY is hunting. I talked about the notice, right? The players can see where the players are heading off to. As for XY, all he's looking for is where this Yoda Hime is going to make herself appear in his point of view, but his point of view is not leading up here. We're going to have Wufang literally breaking ankles, going left and right, and he's going to go right towards where the period chamber will reside. 2 minutes on the clock and 20 seconds. Having 2-2 right now in supplies in terms of the vitalities, the armor powders. So he's going to have to really looking forward towards those. If he finds himself up here, Wufang will force himself out with not enough supplies in the next engagement.
Yeah, Wufang's still on the debuff for the time being. MTF just kind of watching everybody else. The remnants of the lobby, actually, all crossing over on the other side of the valley. We're going to see what the decision-making is going to be here. Not a whole lot to put the finger on the scales as there's 8:46 on the clock right now. And I think everybody is just looking to build their space and find opportunities by which to counter back.
I'm thinking though, Star has Moonshot Storm and Flying Ice. That's going to be a great denial in the area. So while he kind of comes through out there, I know that XY is going to be moving around, finding all the fruits. There he goes. Gets us a locks for some defense. Then all of a sudden, putting himself up here, Wufong will definitely see a target in his range. Whisk throw is good though for Wuch. Look at this, man. Okay. Oh, he didn't connect any of the multi-shots and the arrows. Unfortunate. That's not a lot of damage there. But for Wufong, he's going to get a heal reset. But we talked about the supplies. Look at that. He's now to 0 and only with 4 grapples in his name. Minute on the clock. Not a lot of time to kind of work off of here with no ultimate, because this is going to be Scare Rush Haven. Everyone can kind of go in and out of these the raptors, and then they can go outside. Wufong, when I said a minute, it's now 50 seconds.
Yeah, unfortunately right now, Wufong is just kind of getting run around the rosy. One grapple hook left means that I don't think they can actually sustain a fight either. They just got to try to force something here. And now, with no materials available, I think that their time in this game number 4 is coming to an end. We got 7.5 minutes left on the clock. Wufong sees the writing on the wall and exits into the shadow.
Yeah, and there's a Dragon War coming through from MTF. My man's the Griefer. The F2 also right there. Doesn't confirm the stagger knockback. Wufong, though, has enough time right now to kind of buy himself not taking the last hit of damage and dying in his zone. Unless Chen really wants to risk the biscuit. He knows there's a lot of areas that Wufong could either be hiding or even moving on towards. So doesn't get the opportunity there. So, okay, so here's what I wanted to know. XY just got that Spirit Well buff, I'm pretty sure. So he should be safe for the time from that Yang depletion. And then, since Star was there, go ahead and pop up beforehand. He's going on the hunt. The bell has been struck. Can't go ahead and pop out any players. He was hoping for it. But now he has to spend time trying to repossess. Look at this. This is the problem with Kylan. That's the thing that comes through. He can glide. But the moment that he tries to slash, by the time that he aims it, it's going to already be below. 4-star, though, doesn't matter. The ultimate ends its duration. He still has another one on standby. And a lot of supplies to kind of chase this down.
Yep. MTF going to be the target of not only Star, but also XY. And XY can take whatever fight he wants right now. That is the benefit of just being that leader in the lobby right now. And there's so many third parties for him to try to exploit, given the pressure of those debuffs on everybody else. MTF, though, definitely looking like they're going to be the first one to fall here. Solid target combo back against XY to buy a little bit of health, as MTF is forced into Quicksilver River. Unfortunately, they just don't have the breathing room to actually try to get any kind of armor recovery going. Star tries to commit with the utilization of those flying knives, not able to get a pick off, will instead just ult and try to pull double duty here, kill 2 birds with 1 stone, or rather kill someone and pick up the Spirit Will as well.
Hoping to see whether or not he can throw the spear, but the Moonbeam, remember this thing, omnidirectional dash in midair here, gives a full benefit on the doubt. There's going to be an imprint there. Can he land the Thunder Mark? Look at the Moonbane. Dashes away from it. MTF has this in the back to try to confirm one more Thunder Mark, but the ultimate's duration is going to end. MTF still doesn't have any armor. Still to go ahead for some resets if he can. He still has a little bit of time here. The Thunder Mark coming up from start. Dab doesn't get the parry. Now it's going to be up to the whole check with Moonshine Sword. Beautiful parry. My man comes from it, and Palm 90 confirms the kill. GG Chen, the Griefer. The solo is going to be the yoinked out here, but for Star, we got to remember this man is going to go in and out, and he still has a secondary ultimate.
Yep, and here we go. At range, Chen, not wanting to get caught out by anything, is just going to try to use bow and arrow. Star, in such a wildly difficult position, will be able to get the armor back up, but they're still very much in the danger zone as well. 11 seconds left on this Bane's Breath. XY Star tied in terms of 4 kills apiece. At the top of the leaderboard, Chen trailing at 2, but we've seen him take these late game fights exceptionally well. That got him the win in game number 3, though not the MVP, and he's looking to repeat that here and now in game number 4.
Literally, I mean, 2 eliminations come through here. You can get MVP, even 1 elimination. The only thing difference is you got to think about Star, because he's stacked out. We got all the jades of everything we need. Sap Jade, Tai Chi Fan, seen about the jabbing, people's at the staff. He's got a lot in his high hands to kind of surprise somebody with. The Moonshot Storm would be his most dominant because it's flying knives in general, so he would have the neutral opportunity there. But then we're looking over towards XY, who has a quick charge thunder call. He's got the alchemy that he's been stacking up. He also has poison splash, which might be a little bit of a grievance for the players if they're in a group setting. That's going to be that weaken heal. It's going to be pretty much poison tick damage and anyone HP damage. Nothing really kind of sets the tone more though than for GG Chen, who doesn't have ultimate since he's at 40%. And since he's at 40%, they will look for the tumult. They're going to try to lock him down. And since they have multi, look at this, look at XY, man. He sees him, he knows it. Bowshot confirms it. And now it's going to be up to whether or not the pressure's on. Because XY's kind of wanted to instigate this fight and locating where GG Chen is. To see GG Chen and say, I'm going to use my knife ability offensively and look towards the range shots and trying to build up rage over time.
All All right, gentle entrance into this fight, knowing that we have Star waiting in the wings, but Chen and XY both feel like there's no other choice but to commit here. Syra ultimate coming out. Star happy to back off. Target continues to go down onto Chen. And right now, it looks like GG's representative is just getting double teamed now. Not fully dazzled, but having lost a lot of health. They try to restore some armor. Will be able to pop one proc on the powder. They run back over to the far side inside of their Sandstorm, actually able to get back both procs of their armor now. Star, XY, both having taken a little bit of damage. We're both going to peel away, and we're back into stalemate yet again.
Yeah, we are. And GG Chen, no ultimate again in the state with Siren now, but Star is still healthy. Having a chance to use the fist blades as his main weapon on the ground. I'll have to see what happens here, because for GG Chen, all it comes down to is this last 20 pellets in his pistol, which, with no repair chest is kind of rough right now, but he's still gonna kind of go ahead and popping those off. As for his weapon of choice of having those having the nunchucks though, if anyone pushes up, he can try to proc this out. But for Star, hoping to see the jump LMB confirmed. Yes, it will. Combo breaker is going to be invested. Who still have a combo breaker almost deleted with that bow chop. That would have actually killed. That should kill. I don't know what just happened there. I think he just grappled and then the LMB came out. I'm gonna have to look that back. That was crazy though. Star's gonna be looking ahead though. LMB comes through. Hoping to see if he can scare rush into the LMB. If he can catch it. The armor swap is good though. And this drop down blue focus comes out there. There it is. XY looking to try to go ahead for the aggression. And the whisk throw could confirm his demise.
Yeah, and this could be it. Star does have ultimate available, but just has barely any health in armor to play off of. Tries to swap up. That armor still, though, dire straight. Very low health on that one as well. Launch to the sky. Good job moving over to the far side wall. Unfortunately, there's no reason for Chen to fight XY at this point. Both of them are just going to try to target down Star, who's playing as avoidantly as possible. The only balancing factor here is that if he gets significant damage onto either the ASC or GG player, there could be a turnaround at the end. And so the game theory means that both of these players need to just focus Star and trade off and play defensively. Things will continue to progress, though, as we have a minute left on the clock. Star's now down to a one-touch scenario. He wants to try to keep his head above water. He wants to try to keep a shot at winning this here and now, but he is basically brought to his knees by these last few exchanges. Brilliant play off that ultimate to buy a little bit of space, but he cannot afford to activate for heals. Here comes the laser beam. Star tried to dodge out of the way, gets behind Chen, but it's not enough. He is exiting the lobby now.
Yeah, and Chen gets elimination in the Solum with his ultimate ready to go. The Syra ultimate is only going to be a death sentence over the time that XY drops to the ground. No armor, remember that. Having the chance right now, well, actually, no, full armor, I should say. We got to hopefully see whether or not Chen can get out of this alive. 1-2s, has ultimate, has the zone to his advantage. He could use his wall to the point to knock the ultimate there. Now, the F1 doesn't get locked XY inside of the area, but he is still getting a little bit tick damage here. Jumping to avoid the stagger, beautiful parry. Knowing this is going to be the deletion here, knowing that XY is going to go down with the whisk throw. He doesn't even need to stay here as long. He's going to confirm the kill, and he comes out on top with the MVP, taking out the masses.
Congratulations to Chen. Another one lobby. This man is on a roll here as he will pick up game number 4, denying another rising star in the form of Star for opportunity at a run. But now it's not only the last one standing, but also the MVP. Chen continuing to improve his stock as we move into our final 2 games on the day.
Keeping himself nicely tight. He's got himself there with its mulch. Keeping himself where out of sight, out of mind, while keeping himself in sight. And everything kind of led down towards where we saw for the Syra game. I mean, the Syra was there, right, to make sure that XY was making sure whether or not, if anything was able to come through, that he could try to force Star to take aggression as well. But then Star gets burned out. I mean, you saw what happened there. His ultimate cast comes through at that last the moment where the Syra was ready to go through into the zone. Taking a heal wasn't going to be an opportunity. XY was dropping down with blue focuses, and he was worried that I was going to be the same case. But Chen took full advantage of that, took Highland to his knees, and then went ahead to the elimination, took the Soul Bloom, and then eliminated the Syra as a result.
Yeah, everybody, good spirits coming out of that game. Chen, big grin on his face, super happy with his performance there, and rightfully so. As a crew, everybody departs. Reviewing that game, I think what we're going to see there is just sublime play out of those who remain at the very end of that lobby. But in particular, the fact that Chen came back from only 2 kills to actually full score his way into the top position demonstrates just how much it is important for everybody to stay locked in for as long as possible. The game is never over till it's over.
That's right. Yeah, taking into consideration, we can work backwards, right? We saw what happened with the Yang Spirit Well. We saw what MTF was trying to accomplish to kind of get it that Enor 1 ultimate to disrupt everybody. He did a dang good job about it. But the problem was the moment that he deformed, it was only a matter of time. If he didn't have armor beforehand, the lobby would look to cycle towards him. That's exactly what Star was doing, which then resulted in Chen getting the elimination there with the Yoink. Then kind of working further backwards, we saw what happened in the Yang 2. Having all the players at the Purity Chamber trying to look for skating off between Wu Fang as a Yodohime, and then locking her down just for time. Gigi Chen was going to make that chance, so then the impression was making that he was going to go into the zone to find her out, but he didn't. And that was a good decision to be made, because you don't really want to find yourself in a weird predicament of you going out to the zone as well, taking more time than you need to be out there looking for the opponents, and all of a sudden someone's chasing down behind you, and they're looking for you to try to make sure that if you're staying to the zone, they're going to lock you in the zone. But how many kills did WBG's verse get into game 4 for y'all in the Twitch chat? A2, B3, C4, D5. Check the whisper in the Twitch chat. Make sure your whispers are open, and then that way you can receive your reward. But yeah, NARAKA, this is it was interesting looking at the double Yang depletion elimination at Azoth Peak, man. That was a rough, bro. I saw that, I was like, oh my god, the body didn't fall, and MTF just comes up and just takes all the loot and walks into a rock.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I'm feeling about those changes just yet, SB, but we've had a very interesting texture to the games today. That was actually the first one that went as deep as it did, I think. A lot of these games ending, 2, 3, 4 minutes before we actually get to final circle. And here we go. Scores on that game. Up at top, we got Chen, 7.8. That seems to be a pretty common score on the day. 4.8 kill points, 4 kills overall with 3 ranking points on top of that one. Lipo, Frostivus both denied any score whatsoever there at the very bottom of it all.
Yeah, it's kind of coming through here. I mean, Frostivus had Hottie game 5 or game 3. It's more style. I mean, and Hottie is a rough choice pick as is, but into the game 5 or 4, I should say, it's up to game 5 and 6 for him to kind of match up what he had for day 1, and if not, then it leads us into the potential to kind of close that gap, but just being at the top regardless. So long as we don't see into game day 3 where the top killers in the lobby like Spider would end up going through, popping off, and then taking that spot. But still, having this to be said, we still got scoreboard to look at in the overview, so we could take a look and see about what we have in the overall. For bottom 6, Wolves MTF, 5 points so far today, 4 rounds in his first day of playing. Wu Fang at 11 points in the 17th. XXY not playing today, but he's in the 16th. Exen at 15.5, and then 4 points for Polaris with 19 points. He still needs to get a lot to kind of confirm for the Biweek 4 finals. And now into Bao Shishang's part, 5.5 so far today. And then Edward's only first day of playing, he's already ahead of the curve, 19.8 points today. 19.9 for GG Chen, 21.4 for Verse, who's on track for the highest points so far in a single day of playing. And then with XY's second day of playing, he's at 8 at 21.8 overall, which is interesting because JL's HM's at 21.8, which is 1 day of playing. I digress. Still have 2 rounds to see. Top 6 coming for Morano here as he's in 6th, 5th for Spider, 3rd, 4th for TT25, 14.5 so far for Star today, 6 for OUG's Mike, and then 12 for Frostivus, leading us out here in the overall with 37.5.
Yeah, Frostivus's rate of point accrual has definitely been kind of body slammed after that 0 goose egg that he just got there in game number 4, and so he's a little bit actually off pace to get to the average that he was out with that day number 1. So that means he's in striking distance to some of these other players, but it's kind of similarly to what we saw out of Frostivus. Mike's also been underperforming on the day, only being able to pick up 6 points, but credit there to Star, climbing up to the 3rd place position after a very rough day number 1 where he only scored 12 points. If he keeps this up for the final 2 games and perhaps finally get that MVP he's been gunning for, we could have a very interesting top of the table. Oh my goodness, don't slap yourself, dude.
He got you, bro. He realized what he had to do, bro, and he's like, I got caught. And now it's going to be coming down towards Edward, getting caught in that elimination because of the 1.0 valve. This is where we saw Life Polaris have to go down here from Wu Fang. It's kind of rough too because we saw what happened here, right? It's just the anticipation. Now, Life Polaris did a good idea right there to kind of go for the armor swap, which he was good for, but Wu Fang with that delay wake up does exactly what he did. Because he knew that there was going to be a jump LMB confirmed. Even Polaris is mad about it. Because it's just like the jump LMB comes out, like the fact that he stays on the ground, that's something that he couldn't even have considered.
Yeah, these players love this game. These players are locked in on this game. They're passionate about their placements, and we see that coming through here as now look upon Star trying to trade versus Wu Fang. Great camera positioning there and a great follow through as Wu Fang also definitely feeling quite tough coming out of that Realm of Yang.
Chen, final moments. Now, I was waiting for his ult circle. I was thinking he was going to use it to kind of create a diagram with the shadow. Then again, trying to locking into seeing what's XY's position to be, so that way he knows where he's at. He burns his combo, he burns his stamina. He knows he'll get the knockback, and then kind of forcing XY to kind of take his engagement. The jump there for Chen though was actually the best moment there, right? The fact that he jumps to avoid getting caught by an R&B stagger and falls to the ground instead meant that he wasn't going to get caught by an R&B to LMB follow-up. And that was what gave him the advantage in that fight. That's what gives him the win and the MVP for round 4.
All right, here we go. MVP, congratulations to Chen. His third MVP of the split, coming through with, kind of a modest amount of damage there, 13,000, but that kind of shows his opportunistic stance. He plays these fights so well. He lets other people be the first mover. He understands those who are in desperation and then exploits that to be able to pick up really, really solid scores and kills.
And then getting a chance on that Dragon War as like a backup was one thing. Now, he didn't get a chance of really using it. That Dragon War really came from MCF prior. So he really just had it in his hands. But Flying Knives, not really dealing as much damage across the field, but then again, right, those last hits, right, the pistol shot to the yoink was kind of the biggest thing. And then the thing is, the most optimal option for Mulch is getting a ranged weapon with a pistol, for instance, or even a bow, because if he ends up getting a whisk throw reset on this V2 with the reload off of F1, and he can throw it on a target that's in the wall, and then he can be able to connect so many range shots that it does more damage than just going for the usual LMB uppercut type of extensions. Something that we've seen in the past, something that we saw actually just recently, where the pros and cons of said resets give you, because it's also coming down to with the inputs that you put onto the keyboard to like allow for those swaps to come through. If you end up getting like an LMB uppercut, you can end up misinputting, and then all of a sudden you roll and you won't connect. And that's like the worst feeling, right? Because you have them dead to rights. The only thing is about timing. If you spend more time going for the LMB at the catches, or you throw out the whisk throws, and you throw out the whisk throws into pistol shots or range shots, go to the wall, throws it again. That's more consistent rather than just going off of a percentage chance of failure based on the actions done and with the inputs.
Yeah, absolutely. There's that risk reward calculus that's there to try to get that extra security. Just in general, I think that execution has gotten to an obscenely high level here in the NBPL. Most people are following through on what they want, but actually something I've noticed today is that maybe it's the pressure getting to people knowing this is their second day of scoring, but I feel like we've been seeing a few more movement mistakes overall than usual. It kind of feels like we've been getting a lot of people who are missing their grapples, kind of running into corners, things of that nature. And I do wonder if it's just a matter of people knowing that things are heating up, and that in those moments, that little bit of extra pressure that they're feeling is leading to a few more misinputs on that front. And I do wonder if that's also going to translate over to some combat on the day.
Yeah, and it sometimes comes down to the jitters. I think sometimes I kind of like those striking moments of like what you're going up against and how soon, because the players end up going in a lower ping aspect, right? So we know that's going to be having the engagement to know that someone is going to connect something rather than not. So having that fear, that's a fearfulness, but having the ambition to see that coming through and then having it to be mitigated, working around, scaling away, going back into a fight, and then all of a sudden getting caught out, and then what's next? Throw 1.0, boom, parried, right? We've seen so many 1.0s off of like an escape to mitigate a catch up, but it's also like to throw the unexpected, but it's like, it's a cycle of mindset. Some players kind of throw those 1.0s instinctively because they know that they might think the other player is going to be more like, oh, he's going to hold blue and dash to LMB me. And then all of a sudden the blue focus comes out, and that's what the success comes in, but also the failure at the same rate.
Yeah, jitters are one thing, but as you said, the depths that this game is getting to is also something to keep an eye out for. Being able to fluently process game knowledge in the course of the game, is something that I think is a big challenge, because well, we could talk here and speculate about it all day at SV. You got a encyclopedic knowledge of this game. Employing it, I think, as when you're actually there in the moment as one of these players, is such a challenge in its own right. And it's the reason why there's still some amount of ability to do things like favoring one character higher up in the pick order than you usually would. Because at the end of the day, this game is about expression. This game is about knowing the tendencies of your opponents just as much as it is about knowing what the objective meta is beginning to shape up as.
Exactly. I think one thing too is when you think about the weapon selection, that's why we always preface how strong Flying Knives are, because it's omnidirectional. But it's not the only weapon, right? Spear, staff, probably one of the better weapons out there for you to catch someone at long range, and also just because of how extensive the stagger is. If you end up getting an LMB for the spear or the staff, you can just set a reset for the LMBs, and then all of a sudden you have now a chance. You have a wall, perfect. You can then kind of position yourself towards that and using the wall to your advantage to extend out. You have a longsword, perfect. You have an R&B catch. You have to work out how to set up a carousel off of that. Otherwise, you'd seen some situations where someone would try to sheep swap, but then they end up trying to look towards using that maneuver, which is by, sheet swapping, if you guys don't know, it's just getting a chance to just enabling you to unarm yourself. But by doing that, you might go for a misinput, right? It's like you allow for the sheep to go to a slap, and that's not what you want. You want it to roll back into your weapon. And longsword is really the high skill gap, weapon that really sets up death sentences for players for either the other person or themselves.
All right, well, everybody getting back in for the character select game number 5 out of 6. I think that so far we've been getting a relatively settled meta, particularly near the top of the charts here, but in terms of the rotation coming through here, we got XY, Lipa, Wufang, and Star as our top 4. And these are all players that I really want to see have full opportunity and free reign to pick who they want. Because I think that, especially with players like Star and Wufang, their scoring potential is so high. And while Star's really beginning to accelerate and live up and defy many expectations, I think that Wufang on the day has that little bit more that he can give to really be a top name here in the NBPL.
Not for real, man. Now, Wufang's history has been kind of cemented in challenging the rookie of the year type statement, where he really did dominate last year when it came down to it, winning out the spring. But one thing that kind of evolved over time is like how well the other players had sparred against him. What's kind of throwing me off right now is this first round pick of the XY picking Kylan. Even like Polaris, everyone around the table is like, can you believe this guy? He chose what? First phase pick Kylan. All right, I'm choosing Lonnie. I want to see what the other players thinking about that Kylan ban. You're like, yo, Kylan ban? Yo, he picked Kylan off of the first phase. It's kind of crazy. I mean, you got an option right now. You got Liam? Yeah, I got Liam. All right, play Syra. All right, bet. That's going to be coming through. Because that Kylan first pick ban is kind of like, if the players know, they know, okay, so here's the thing. The players can then study who's in the phase. They just got to decide who is playing what. So when the phases start to come through, they're seeing these players and like, okay, did Polaris pick Kylan there in the first phase, or did the other player choose Kylan? Like XY choose Kylan? It's like the determination is there.
Yeah, for me, like I said last round, I remarked that I think Kylan was higher priority than Yodohime. I don't know if going for first pick Kylan makes a whole lot of sense here, mostly because it's kind of a lightning rod in that way for speculation over player and then trying to read off that. But furthermore, it's just that you're giving up so many other really solid slots. So we are going to be seeing that Liam, Lonnie, Syra, and Shyle all picked up now as MTF will get into that 5th position. But Verse also highly prioritizing a character that I think is kind of getting overpicked now. Enor is not a 6th place pick in my opinion.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, man. I'm seeing Enor in the 6th phase. I'm like, word? I mean, we've been seeing, like I said, like MTF did a good job at that last fight where he was surviving until his ult ended, right? He had all the pressure in the world with throwing out the spearster, but he needed to have been at full armor. Those type of situations is like where Transformers are there for one reason sometimes, and that's just you using your ultimate at a last stage to reset your white HP. When you're using it offensively, you got to be you got to know the ins and outs and just using it offensively. Just because you know how well you are engaging to then disengage, or not even disengage, you're still in the fight. Throw out your F2, go right back in. For him to go into the 3rd phase, though, it's like, I don't know. I mean, we still have time, right, to practice it out. If we know we're Gucci, we're Gucci. But if we're not, we're not. And that's going to be coming from Tumult for Chen. Now we're going to Exen. If he has it in him to play out of Justina, he could choose it out right now.
Yeah, Exen has a few different choices that he could go for. Valda going to be his hover and lock-in. As then we move down to Mike and Edward in the bottom 2 slots.
All right, Mike, man. You gonna pick out as a being? Don't do it. Don't do
it. He has the ability to do so. I don't think, given his kind of like slip off the top of the charts that we've seen in the past few games, that it'd be a good idea to go for something that's as conservative as the Zip can be. So he'll go for the Justina and kind of cut the middle ground here, which I like a lot. And now we're up to Edward in the 12th spot. This is kind of when we are seeing some amount of variation. We saw Faria here. Hadi has been picked up before today. I think either of those are justifiable selections, and it will be the Faria Shin locked in for Edward.
Yeah, and I mean, for Edward picking up the Faria in here is going to be good. I think this is coming out to where his spawns are. Imperial Village, for instance, would be one spot I would think. Grizzly Rise, 100% just because of the Fireflies that are outside. On the outskirts of the trenches as well. Like I said, it all depends. The spawns are giving you those options. The players will go for it. The Salvation Podium has to be contested for one thing. Spanish Shane did a great job in getting that longsword, playing Alani in game 2. But now it comes down to game 5 when Holroth Dust comes to play, where we have Fireflies, where the Salvation Podium can get even more aggressed on just because those Fireflies are available. Then outside of the Plume Castle region, we have to see if the spawn is there. And then if not, we still have a lot of other areas to think about in the southwest. Even towards City of Tong, for instance, and having the players decide upon dropping on the outskirts to get those Fireflies, dropping right back in, and hoping to get weapons that are of good value. And if not, finding armor of good value, then deciding to take those fights with just common rarities.
All right, well, here we go. Game number 5 out of 6 on the docket, SV. And I'm really excited to see how these players fare as the twilight of some of their play here in the bi-weekly is coming on up. And for some of these players outside of the LCQ, these could be their last games that they're really able to notch on, particularly if they're pushed out of the top 12 spots and won't be able to play out the bi-weekly finals that are coming next week.
Sure. Looking at the skills, I don't see anything out of the ordinary specifically. We are seeing V2 though for Verse, so he is going to have the teleportation ability for it. Now I'm looking at his picks for the Enor, and obviously it's been a while since the season started, so he really not have a choice of choosing it. Not a lot of points to be selected for that for the Enor one. I mean, I don't know how many times in total in the season, but it's only 1 point, so it had to have been only 1 kill. Then another thing comes out of here. If we have a chance right now for the Enor 1 to kind of pop off, it all depends on the drop, because the off drops right now in NARAKA, it's kind of all into that spot I was anticipating, all the Fireflies.
Yep, another very, very dense drop to be had here. Chen trying to land straight on top of Puzzle at the very south point of that main Sunwings Rest area. We have big push also on that southeast corner of the map where we have BBE messing with SS1 and then OA all together. And then meanwhile, look at Mike from OUG, kind of the only person that's really far flung alongside 521 above him. So those are going to be perhaps people that have to cycle their way in. That could lead maybe to like a deficit in regards to like loot, as I imagine that we're going to have at least 1 or 2 fights in between the 7 who are kind of in that mainline area. And whoever comes out on top there and gets a real material advantage could set themselves up very nicely for the fight for Realm Yang.
Yes, sir. Now we go into this. I don't know if Rospus is at a Western Gate. He could just get inside of where SS1's Exton is going to end up going, which is going to be the courtyard inside the City of Tong. Like I said, that Firefly in the outskirts is going to be the biggest part of contention. Now, Igneous found 2 Fireflies there. First, not able to get a single one. And now it comes down to his ability if it comes out. Combo Breaker invested, and I know that Verse is looking at this LMB like, I'm going to catch this, and MTF is like, I'm out. And he's like, okay. But then Scare Rush comes down here for Verse, where he sees his gold trove. He knows how much value that can bring us up. As MTF gets a blue armor swap. We're just going to see what's going to be picked up there, but he gets burned out here. He actually gets baited big time, and all his armor is gone, and now he's on the run.
Burst up top, you're going to be able to get a bit of healing off MTF and Wufong trading down below. In the meantime, here comes the chase down. Verse wants a piece of the action as well. MTF knows that he's feeling the pressure, needs to try to do what he can off of the remnants of his ultimate. Here comes the Syra laser beam as a response. Verse going to come on in. MTF using the shield to buy a little bit of space in time. Still at less than half health with no armor to be found. He needs to try to find a swap here and now if he wants any chance of sustaining throughout the rest of this one. Unfortunately, he is going to be jumped upon. We'll get a stun off against the 2 aggressors, and while he is prolonging this chase, more people are being brought to this area as a lightning rod, and I think that this just means his fate is even more sealed here. He's going to have to give up on this first life.
Yeah, I think that armor swap is really going to work in his favor. But one thing's for certain, I know that Lonnie ultimate is something that he's thinking about in the back line. MTF has a combo breaker. He has 3 grapples to his name. He has a little bit of time, but no vitalities. He is going to go centralize inside of the Plume Castle. Otherwise, over to the city of Tong, Frost is chasing down X. And remember, we're talking about the courtyard. Seeing about with X and getting a 1-2. It's going to force out Frost in his ultimate path. And I know the Baldo ultimate is not available, but time is of the essence for Frost for a parry. Beautiful. Even to an R&B. Switches over. LMB confirmed. Oh my god. Into the V2 cast. Nice launch. Good hits. Maybe even look for the walls, but the F1 is out, and maybe a little bit of chance here for X to get that old cast. Oh my gosh, the V2 gets avoided. Unfortunate. Frostman still has a chance to chase this down, but there's only 5%. Nah, that's like 3%. Nah, he's out. Oh, X is safe. So if Frostman goes after this, he is going to be for a rude awakening.
Yeah, Frostman is trying to do what they can here. This is a player that I think has been chronically underperforming on the day, and starting off another game with a lost fight could spell disaster. Exon will land the killing blow, and Frostivus is going to be sent back to the Spirit Well.
Yeah, so it feels bad going through there, but I know Mike's gonna be looking for the parry. Nicely done. I hope we see the LMBs if we can. LB uppercut. Okay, it's the COD. There it is. That's exactly what I'm looking for, man. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, well, you know what, first, yeah, you can pop ultimate. I'm okay with that, but the spear throw is not gonna confirm, and I think that's gonna be actually to the deficit of Verse. Should have waited it out because, right, Mike could have always used the dash to try to get it away, and then having the opportunity for that, timing's of the essence for the spear throw to then teleport. And look at that. Third person party. MCF here with purple armor as a Shyle. As Verse deforms here in just a second, it's going to be a dire moment if he can kind of get a jump R&B for an armor swap. Verse would definitely look for it, but he won't. And instead, he is up against 2 targets.
Verse in a lot of trouble. MTF, big juggle off that RMB, will just be able to pick this one up. Verse blown up in an instant here. We've seen that the fight will continue now as MTF wades back into it, trying to trade versus Mike.
Kind of hoping to see whether MCF gets his R&B. Of course, for MTF, this is also going to be the R&B situation. 1, 2, 3 piece, making sure he can kind of jump LMB for the staggers. But MCF has a lot of things to kind of think about, right? He's got a forcing out any skill combo breaker, and then he goes in. There it is, combo breaker, boom. MCF still has a chance now for his own ultimate, but he has his combo breaker right back up. And in case of anything, it's all up to Mike whether or not the slap is going to work in his favor.
Ooh, big knockup. MCF in a lot of trouble here. Mike loves to follow through with the charged big halberds, and he will be able to pick up the kill off the back of that one. Purple armor, purple weapon, and with 23 minutes left on the clock, this is a great setup for him to try to take a roaming out fight. But right now, we got more action before we get to that point. Lipo versus XY. XY crosses up, turns back around, is going to get bobbled a lot by Lonnie Ball, though. This could be a disastrous turn of events here. XY, once again, stun locked. Lipo is able to land the killing blow off of just a sliver of health.
Yep, that's good. That's good. Take those. Look at Chen, though. Man, got that gold dagger. No one contesting Chen for this is crazy. Now, for the Tumult to have the dagger, this is going to be a swap off to defend if he can. Of course, no Fireflies. There shouldn't be any Fireflies here, but he has full ultimate anyhow. So for Wu Fang over by the Misty Forest, kind of making his way towards the Serpent's Pass if he wants to kind of get his ult back up for a little bit of percentage points. Otherwise, there's 40 seconds left on that Yang portal to start to drop in here. While we're at Serpent's Pass, we might take a look over to the map in just a second, but there's a lot of troves out here that are unlooted. A lot of green troves, gold troves as well. Hoping to see what the spawns are looking like since everyone's over by Salvation Podium. There is 3 Yang portals there. Frostbus on the outskirts of that area. GG Chen over towards the Igneous Pinnacle Town. Hoping to see if he goes out west towards the Camel's Hump. Otherwise, everyone's at the Plume Castle might be posturing towards the north or to the west. Once he Wu Fang puts himself out in the corner side, or no one is out in the outskirts. But for Mike, up against First once more, here to see about whether or not this Enor wants to survive this fight.
Yep. Don't have a whole lot of faith in Mike to try to recover here, unfortunately, after losing that armor. We'll be able to get 1 heal proc off. Make that 2 as Chen gets in, but it's a bit too little too late. Mike actually now also going to be able to actively participate in trying to contend for one of those Realm of Yang passes. All of a sudden turns on it. Turns in an instant, restores their health, and I think that is a real credit to his capacity to, in moments where you have to make that snap decision, do you go for Realm of Yang or do you go for the kill? He's able to exploit that, takes the risk of getting the armor recovery going, and Chen just doesn't get there in time.
Yeah, it's unfortunate now. First Chasing down Mike here. We'll cast for the Justina. We know that the Yang portal is going to be opening up in just a couple of seconds. 20 seconds, in fact. Finds a Sampier, gets an attack and defense buff. Now for Mike, Imprint immediate. Why? Because if anything happens and this person wants to push us up, you can kind of go for immediate dash on any sort of focus. At least it's not up to gold ultimate focus. Otherwise, for Star, Hope can kind of work off of here, has to walk away. Seeing how Edward is rocking through here and holding the fort down with the Yang pass, he also still has Beacon available. And then for MTF, getting caught by the army, actually believable that is actually happening here for the Wisp reset. Wait a second, MTF now, oh, the reset's good. The kill could be confirmed. My man went for the jump RMB. I couldn't believe my 2 eyes. GG Chen off of the RMB catches. My man came through here with no disparagement. He comes out on top in that situation.
Yep. And so far, we got relatively delayed entries into the Realm of Yang. Here we go. They're finally going to fill up here. Because I think we're going to start here with Wufong facing off against Verse. And already exchange is going in favor of Wufong here on the Syra. Both abilities still available. Verse, of course, one of those players going for that very high cryo pick on the Enor. Doesn't seem to be able to make the most of it just yet. We're going to see whether or not he can actually commit the transformation anytime soon. Wufong actually up at double jump in kind of an awkward position. Going to lose a surprising amount of health, and all of a sudden, things are turning on their head as now it looks like Verse may be able to find an angle in to land a killing blow. Wufong not able to get full connection though on that grapple bump means that now, even without having to use the ultimate, Wufong is on the ropes, and it looks like it might be Verse's fight to win.
I'm open to whether or not the ult. Yeah, I was about to say this ultimate cast has to come out, man. You got to do that sometime. Wufong finds it up. Ooh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Look at this. Look, COD. Boom, bam, bop. There's carousel to the corner. Takes the 1-2s, 3-piece into the R&B, and that's it. Verse literally slams the table as a force to discuss. That is intense. And now for Mike, having to take this engagement against Edward, burns out the combo breaker for it, and might be even looking for this chance. The LMB to the R&B is one thing, but the R&B clink comes out. Edward looks to try to go after the LMBs again and again. Nice clink again. I know that the wind blast comes through, but I know Mike is looking at the scores. I don't know. Gets caught by a counter parry, might be looking for the elements of R&Bs. And still takes all that chip damage with no Fairy Shen abilities to come out on top.
All right. Chase continues. Mike doesn't want to wade in too much. We've seen those utilizations of blind spots to great effect by players who are on the ropes. Edward there actually going to be able to get the F out of the Justina in this situation, but Mike wins one more flashy trade there to pick up the actual kill and a victory in Realm of Yang. And there we go. It's all right side wins on our matchup sheet there. As now we have a fight outside the realm. Frostivus trying to face off versus Verse. Frostivus already losing a little bit of armor, but Verse unfortunately coming through while they do have the freebie. Not without the freebie, is not in a great position, is now actually facing down elimination. If they navigate inside tunnel, Frostivus gonna follow through. And this is a tough position to be in. Verse does have ultimate available. Will have to use it here very shortly, I think, if he wants to try to sustain. Frostivus is coming through using the remnants of the Aquos ultimate. As now here we see the teleport. Jumping forward, Verse looking for the ground slam, is unable to find it as Frostivus retreats all the way into the shadow. Verse feeling like he's forced to follow, is going to have his ult canceled by the old field heal. Frostivus around the corner, able to find a solid shot. Verse in trouble, bobbled on the side. One-touch scenario. Either way, Drain going to be in immense difficulty for both of these players. Verse clutches it out, gets the Spirit Bloom, and from there will be able to make his way back out of the shadow in great form.
Yeah, so the Essence is now the saving grace, but Wufong not making this easy right now. He saw the bubble, he saw the Forbidden Seal, he made his way towards here, and now it's up to Verse if he can come out on top. I mean, listen, LMB catches are one thing. Engraving reveal, though, from that gold longsword engraving, that will delete Verse's armor and then some of his HP. He's got to be mindful of it. He doesn't know the scaling of that longsword, but the Realm Winner, he knows it's going to be something strong. Hoping to see about it for the wind hits on the 2.0. Still having Verse here for the R&Bs, looking for the clinks. Still fighting a jump LMB. The F2 is back up though. The explosive armor is up, and the ultimate cast should show up here in 3, 2. Ooh, the level 2 light beams. A little scary right now. Verse has to pop the ultimate and a second's notice. The moment he knows he's within range, the light dazzle orb is with 50-meter range. If he gets caught by a dazzle, Wufong's looking for it. Tap dodge is good. Inor 1 ult is good. We invest that, and now Wufang has to space up. I'm looking at the Voltaic Spear. How are we throwing it? We cast it. We teleport. We are closing the distance. Jump RMB won't connect because of the the end of the cliff side. So Wufang will go back for a full reset, and first we'll do the same. But common armor, man, it's the best armor we can see about ourselves. And as for Edward, he's on his outskirts here on Fairy Shen ult against Exen, who has just invested the Valdo ultimate. Note the Fairy Shen ultimate to be used for a full reset.
15 minutes left on the clock right now. Exen playing pretty aggressively here up top on this chase down. Sees Edward. Will loop to the other side now and back off as the stalemate will persist for a while longer. 15 minutes left on the clock, but here we go. Edward seeing an opening opportunity will actually get a solid opening versus Exen. The thing is, both of them are now only about at even health, and Exen will be able to turn things around. Gets the armor off of Edward, who now will be sent on the run.
I'm thinking about Exen right now with no ultimate online, since Walda is the only person who knows it is Edward, the Fairy Shen. Everyone else might be thinking he has ultimate, not wanting to fight her, but she does have aim depletion. A minute left on the clock, hoping to hopefully catch one of these targets here. Finding himself in the nunchucks with the RMB catches. If she can kind of connect it off of Edward, a big clean slate. One RMB to the next. Exen's trying to lock her in. He has a nice uppercut. Okay, so Edward gets killed. Soul Bloom, not his. It is taken by Wufang. Wufang goes ahead and yoinks it versus on the Yang pass, of course. And as often as Exen kind of works himself out here with 35 seconds on the clock, he doesn't get a 2-on-1 there because of the terrain creep. And now for Exen, he has to take the opportunity of just being within the range of the Yang portal. That way, if anyone is going to look to chase him down, they'll have to surpass past the Yang pass wielder, which was the verse. But for Exen, all he takes the time is a heal. Takes an RMB to the face. Remember, Wufang has been engraved. Remember that. Go long small. Pistol shots comes through here. One clink is necessary to get this kill confirmed, but Exen is spacing up, and he decides to space out here. So off for the last hit, there it is. And Wufang confirms that through the seconds that are left in his lifespan.
As it currently stands, the lobby is getting whittled down, but I think that we have more player density than is normal at this point in the game so far today. It's been so much aggression through the mid game that in a way this mid game has kind of become the late game. But here we go, second realm of Yang. This should be the real definer of the haves versus have-nots. As 4 players enter, and we will have 2 with a very, very clear, strong advantage moving late game. Lipo taken to the air versus Chuzheng on one side of this one. Lipo from 5-2-1, desperate to try to get a pickup and victory here and translate that into a high score on the day. Crosses up with the dual blades on top of column. We'll trade back and forth with Chuzheng. Currently coming out favorable in the majority of these. Big slap to open up. Tries to finish them off, but that will just force the F out as now Lipo burns the F in kind to not get stun locked by that spinning blade. Chuzheng now forced the ultimate here. Lipo unfortunately gonna get caught by the first charge of this. Pokeball comes out. Big explosion into the juggle combo. Unable to finish it here and now, but Lipo is off to a massive advantage. Now we see the teleport forward, cutting past the Demon Blade. And now off this juggle, Chuzheng is on just a sliver of health. Lipo using this opportunity to approach forward. Actually, will trade an armor build back up with Chuzheng. And we'll see if that decision decides to cost him here. As once again, Chuzheng gets the F up, is able to use their armor charge on top of that one. Lipo back at full health, and this fight continues at the 30-second mark. This could be a tight one with no abilities really left on either side. We do have an F available for Lipo, but Lipo off these clinks is actually losing health and now gets parried. And this could just be a disaster. A bit of conservatism in the middle of this fight now means that he is on the ropes. And Chuzheng looks incredibly healthy. Trying to take this home. Will just be one more shot to do it.
Kind of feels bad there. And then we see him. Oh, Mike with the pistol shot. Just in case, y'all. Just in case. I know Wufang is like, all right, bro. But this is going to be where... I think he did it again. Hey, yo, we got to double check that on the VOD, bro. Okay, we got to go back in here for XY. Looking into the underground inside of the Plume Castle. XY has gold armor. Of course, you won that Roman Yang. Gold dual blades, of course, because, you know, psych it out. But I think he actually, I'm looking at the Jades, he might have Sap Jade for sure. Okay, so that's going to be something that he's got on standby. And if not, something else. So we're going to look at a... Okay, so he's going to have the... I don't know he's going to be using Thunder Portal, to be honest. I mean, I think it's kind of dream. But if he does have either that or if he has Ultimate Burn, we might see together. Now it's going to be Enor 1. SMH ultimate, but you know the theory is that if he connects to Thundermark, it should be Gucci, right? There it is. Thundermark is confirmed. Now he needs to hit him again. Up for Shang, he's gonna kite back and forth inside the buildings and outside. The outskirts inside of Ignis Mountain is kind of rough. The Thundermark is good, not gonna confirm no damage. That's unfortunate. The Impale ain't gonna do anything about it. And for Shang, it's about the heals. The deformation is made. It's going to be made apparent for Verse. And now for everyone else, Mike is looking to try to close his distance, looking to try to go through with this engraving if he has it. If not, he's going to make this a worthwhile effort.
Mike just kind of watching the two go at it on the top of the building here, waiting to see if he can find an opening, not wanting to commit too early for chances of getting caught in the crossfire. Now actually going to be hit on the backside of this fight, not low enough for anybody to actually want to take this one. As we see across the village, those remaining in this lobby are feeling the pressure. Acknowledge one another very much on the board here. They understand where everybody's positioning towards. It's now a matter of just who's going to get caught out. Verse having their grapple canceled right there actually could be a little bit of a problem, as that drain from the shadow is beginning to really creep up on these players. Verse is spending a lot of time out here, and I think may expire to it.
I think that Polaris comes out to this. Might be a chance right now to see his 3-minute timer ticking down and seeing where Lonnie kind of really leads up to. So here's the thing, right? Lonnie inside of the Holoroth is that if the scaling is high, if she doesn't lock anyone down specifically, they can just go up. And this is like the case. It really just depends on the RNG of the spawns. And you can see Verse over here inside the zone. He is ticking away to try to create as much space as possible. But the problem that comes out from Verse's side is that no ultimate, right? We saw him invest the ultimate. The lobby almost turned onto him, and he made his way around to inside the Plume Castle. But for the Aquila's Gate is going to be his next entry. Light Polaris is going to be going past this towards his end by the Falcon's Perch entrance. Now for ASC's XY, I mean, this man's kind of clean for the White Tiger's prowess. He's got himself here for the 1-2. He's gonna go for a reap. I want to see how his Yang fight ended up. Aerial dash 1, aerial dash 2. Look for the Jarella Beast. Doesn't confirm it, unfortunate. But the XY comes out here. This is for the cast right here. NARAKA, this is gonna be a little bit of a spotlight right now, whether or not he can get another chance.
Oh yeah. Yeah, XY doing such a great job continuing this combo. Versus able to get on stand up a little bit of a reprieve for space. Problem is that Scale Rush is going to be able to come through. XY on Verse too quickly here. Is going to force the ultimate out. As Verse plays down below, XY launches at this guy. He's just trying to wait out and avoid damage from the Enor ult for as long as possible. As XY now is going to actually activate ultimate of his own. He needs to just find contact here versus time in the sun. Going to waver out here as now XY just dashes back and forth. 3, make it 4 times. And that will lead to the victory.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, man, the Enor one is like one to another, but that's just free slash damage comes out, and now Flowers punches up against Mike. Time is of the essence. It's like 3 times, bro. Because I know Mike is looking at this 2 to 3 dashes. He's out of there. And the Fireflies are not apparent. They've been used. They've been kind of consumed since the beginning of the game, of course. Forbidden Seal is active for Mike, though, so he knows there's no value for anyone else that's trying to take the chase down. And in case they get into the back spot, like the line. Or even for the Enor one, if he gets ultimate back up on the line. We got the Thunderblade to be attached. Mike is off on F2. Thunderblade teleports, goes through, doesn't connect, of course. We're closing this gap. 1, 2, 3-piece not coming out from Flowers. Uppercut gets cleaned off. No uppercut to confirm off of Mike now. He's in the corner. Storm Strike could be something that's going to grief out Mike. Potentially, it's going to cause a little bit of grievous there. It's going to be the kill, and that's going to be Polaris pick up the elimination. So is also Chishang's, though. And now for Polaris, Lonnie ultimate has to be invested.
Verse getting a good stun. Fires down the spear. Lipo in immense trouble here. Chu Zhang actually, though, wants to be the one to claim the kill. Is unable to do so off the Yodohime F. And now Verse is in trouble coming out of the Enor ultimate. That's going to be one gone. And now Verse could also be in trouble. Chu Zhang continuing to give chase and put pressure on as they rack up the kill count.
You know, that's difficult right now. XY just got that Yang Spear Well. He is pushing on. He's posturing over it. But he is going to go in the opposite direction towards the Spear Well. Since no one claimed this, XY's like, okay, I'll take this. I'm going to take this free buff. Looking at his Jade, it's going to be the fan Jade, so it's going to be the Unseen Current. He's going to have jabbing as well. I haven't taken a look at the full game there. I'm slow, y'all. I'm looking at the F2, though, for Chishang. I'm looking at the F2, whether or not it's going to be enough work from Verse if he attaches it in the right manner fashion. Nice pistol shot, my friend, but I'm looking at whether you can still confirm this. For one thing for certainty, the engraving is still in the hands of Chishang. He is getting caught by 1-2 RMBs. If he does get caught by a Blue Focus, then we'll have to look to try to invest something, because his lifespan only got 2 minutes, and the Thunderblade has now just been attached. And we got our ultimate. Can we get the kill with the theory? The Thunder Spear? Oh, yeah, we will. Verse comes out, and he can deny this whole area. He is going to deform for the Soul Bloom. Void Sunder double tap dodge roll, no problem. We walked away from that. No cool guys looking at explosions today.
Good launch up, XY, big juggle, solid maneuvering as Verse lands on ground, and I love that camera tracking, following through. XY locked in, knowing that he has a shot at elimination here. Verse gonna be able to dodge out of the way of the pistol shots for the time being. XY trying to make his way up off this cliff face here, but that delay in time is gonna provide enough for Verse to get a second lease on life, bringing a lot of help right back. As XY continues to give chase. Verse reads this though. Great cancel. We'll be able to steal these legendary dual blades. XY swaps back on over as now this fight is more and more even by the second. Now near the flag, Verse going to be able to knock back XY. XY looking for the re-engage once again, firing off with the grappler to try to get atop of his opponent. Verse once again trying to just fire off an armor restore. Won't be able to get it this time with our up close and personal until Bane's breath eats him alive. Unbelievable stuff.
Incredible effort, man. He saw that Moonbane in his peripheral. He's a double tap dodge. Move. Whoosh. Eye frames for days, man. Pulling him up there. That was 2 Moonbanes in one, I feel like. And now it's coming down to XY. Like, he's like, okay, I'll take that. And plus, XY had armor resets left and right. Nothing to kind of worry about. Still, taking him up here for his scoreboard. He's got himself good to go, man. Like, shoot, next round is his last effort. You see him clenching his fist because he knows next round is going to be all that counts. But this round really worked out well for him. He's putting himself on the MVP board. He's just recollecting all the stuff that happened, what things could be changed, what can be adjusted, what can be improved. For him, at least, he is going to come out here as on top on the leaderboard for this round as that MVP.
Yeah, great stuff there from XY. Jean Yuan coming out on top there in that game. As across the board, we had another really fantastic, very aggressive showing from a lot of these players as the scores were wrapped up. But at the very end of it all, it is ASC walking away with a dub here in game number 5. And we have just one left on the docket for the day here. And I'm very interested, Severio, to see who is able to come out on top, because we've had such a diverse set of MVPs coming through in the 5 games so far.
No, legitimately, and it's coming also to where the stakes are also going to make it through for this next round. If anyone's on their second day of playing that haven't done so hot, to kind of get themselves back up. And I'm looking at you, Polaris, because he's one of the players that I'm really thinking about how he's performed for 5-2-1 in terms of this week. He didn't get a chance of participating in week 1, unfortunately, to kind of get himself situated. That was due to, probably some visa to travel issues. More importantly, kind of situating himself with the other Nbpl players. Of course, he did walk into week 2 with the new system, so he comes through flesh and kind of getting through with that. He is qualified for J-Cup, though, as a qualifier, from playing it out in the SEA, but it's also to what he's representing for his team, right? The global representation for Southeast Asia inside of the CN's market for the regionals. So kind of working himself out to kind of get the flow on before when we get to last chance qualifiers, if he even pertains to playing in that. That way he can kind of see what leads into the CN mainland qualifiers if he decides to play into that as well. Otherwise, he's good to go for J-Cup. I'm not going to say he ain't, because he is. It's just whether or not he can, start to get more and more practice before we head to J-Cup, when that's going to be the final Dire Straits, and on top of that, potentially even the new patch. When the new patch drops, all things shift over to the left.
All right, well, here we go. Let's use shifting up the scoreboard here following this game at number 5. Here are the results on the day, or excuse me, results on the game. A little bit of a tight race up top. Lipo XY 0.1 points away from one another here. Credit to Lipo hoovering up 5 dang kills. Mike doing the same. XY coming out on top with 3 overall. In general, we've seen people push up towards like 7.8, 8 points is like about the ceiling on what we've been seeing today. So this is kind of a lower and more well-distributed scoring game overall. Only Frostivus getting away with the 0 at the end. And Frostivus going away with the 0 at the end is something I think we need to talk about, Severio, because that's going to do a number on his ability to keep climbing up the charts. This is a second 0 on the day, and I think in a row as well. But here we go. MTF at the very bottom, only able to get 6 points so far today. This is only his first day of competition for this bye week, so it's not a disaster just yet, but definitely begin to feel that pressure mount as we look a little bit further up the leaderboards. We got Chen, 21.4 points on the day, a really good showing, and that should be enough given that if he's on day number 1 to keep him in top 12 overall, as now everybody has at least something on the board. HM, Arano, Spider, Chuzheng, T225 going to bring us up to the 7th place position. But here we go on top. It's Mike taking back the #1 slot, tying up Frostivus' 12 points that we were touting at the time, coming out of game number 3 as a really good rate. Now, he isn't quite in that same position, and things are looking a bit more awkward, as I think both Frostivus and Mike are actually able to be toppled by some of these players like Verse, who's sitting there on a first day performance of 25.4 points.
Seriously, kind of thinking about the 3-point difference between Mike and Frostivus, though. I'm just like thinking about what's going to happen in the next round to kind of decide who's going to be on top. But then again, we can talk about that after. We have a little bit of a match replays just coming up and kind of working into what we had from that match from these highlights brought to by China Unicom for MTF as a Shy-Hole. We saw what happened here with Verse, right? He had an Investy ultimate, but there was nothing really left for him. Once he got caught into his uppercut, the sheet swap is going to be good for this kill for Verse to get that. And now for Mike getting caught out here for that too, what was crazy enough is a turnaround. Slap, chips away, gets a nice LMB, burns a combo breaker, good. Slap again. Then we look for another catch in the LMBs, and what came through with that tap dodge allowed for the LMB catch, and now it's going to be the RMBs for a full send into a pistol shot after the ult cast, which is going to confirm everything after. For Life Laris, though, this was elimination, one of the early ones that we saw. This is what I was actually really hoping to see about, because it was kind of like the dictation on the skill set to kind of work against the Highland ultimate. Burning the Keeling Guard was one thing, but getting this Resagger in the 2.0 or even the horizontal was just enough to kind of confirm that deal. And then XY inside the Romy Yang against Enor 1, which fully impacted the Enor 1, mainly because XY didn't even need to go for like anything crazy, just level 1 slashes at this point. Once you have 2 Frog Blades activated, you know you can get this for free.
Okay, here we go. Big highlight here, Lipo in a multi-man fight. 4 people now descending upon this position, trying to hunt down Mike. Mike is up in corner. Will get caught here by multiple scale rushes in a row. And he's not happy with that stacking of aggro as he rips the headphones off. I'm kind of surprised everybody just does that as soon as they're eliminated. But I also totally understand as XY sitting there like, well, yeah, that was the end of the game. That had to be 2 Bane's Breath on top of one another, because that was a whole thing health bar deleted in an instant.
Yeah, I know, my man got his whole thing, his whole lifespan just expired, bro. See, the expiration date was that round. Now it comes down to what we see in the 7th MVP. You know, XY was able to kind of attribute Hong Sword and Nunchucks. His ultimate was really where damage came out as a third tertiary damage, but tertiary aside, Hong Sword with the aerial dash was something that we saw him getting a chance of using. Nothing else really came through here, even though he had dual blades. Tabloom was also an option, and jabbing. He still had nunchucks with the LMB catch-ups, and just kind of seeing how strong that weapon is. It's the same thing. It's the same mentality with the longsword, except that LMB nunchucks can catch an uppercut for free RMB. So can the longsword, except you do more damage because of the extensions that it provides with just pushing it back. But now inside of the the Unseen Current, haven't seen that yet, man. We saw Thunder Portal round 1. We saw that from the Pole Sword, but we didn't see nothing for the Fan Jade that came through. Which player chose Fairy Shen in game 5 though? A, GG Chen, B's always Edward, C, OUG Mike, D, Wolves, MTF, chat. You know what to do. Spam it out until a NARAKA Blade Point says 3, 2, 1 and you win. But yeah, let's talk about Frostivus, man. I was kind of looking at the past 3 rounds, and I think that kind of came into a notion of, getting to the flow of things. Hottie being that first 0, rather to kind of get eliminated early on with no value. Last round was the same thing to 0, and then this round exactly. Because with 0 emphasis, I'm going to bring us into a break, y'all. That kind of went through for the last round. We'll be back afterwards to kind of continue for the very end.
friends, and welcome back to the NBPL. We're about to move into our final match here on day number 2 of Solos competition here in the bi-weekly split number 4. My name is Yarker here with Cerverio, and we've had a wild day of some action-packed fights. Nobody's gotten all the way to final circle. In fact, everybody's found a reason to fight until the very end, and it's been a consistent bloodbath all the way through too, which is really cool to see. It isn't just big explosive fights. Everybody wants to take the duels. Everybody wants to make a mark, and some marks certainly have been made.
Literally, I think that's kind of the biggest mark to kind of mention. None of these fights have been making their way to the end game circle. Really, what I mean to say is that we haven't gotten literally final seconds tied score situations. And I think it has to deal with the new Yang depletion changes. I think that kind of sets us in a different direction than we've seen in the past, where the players really want to play for placement. They know that that's not a case scenario anymore. The moment the Yang depletion kicks in, knowing that the Spear Well can't cleanse, means that you'd also have the decision to make when the Yang Spear Well drops in, or there's like 6 or 7 players left, maybe at most 6, that Spear Well has to be done beforehand. In the second Spear Well, the very final Spear Well that will spawn afterwards, it won't cleanse. It will just reset the duration. Depending on how far down the road you end up playing, you could delay that Spear Well pickup to make it not matter, because at the end of the day, you pick up that Spear Well at the very end of its cycle for 3 minutes, and then you'd end up getting your, opponents to, you and your opponent to fight it out in the zone, and whoever is the best man wins. For this, though, XY, Star, Shang, if I'm not mistaken, as well as Polaris, they are all on this. What's your scoreboard and how low is it? Because if they don't get above that lower end, they won't be able to play for the bi-weekly finals.
All right, well, game number 6 is upon us here. Here we go, looking at Chu Zhang. As you can see in general, even some of our top players in terms of those average kills are pretty darn low, and that's just because we're getting a lot of variance out of these games as of late, SV. I think that the story of Frostivus today is the biggest example of that. Top competitor was temporarily number 1 on the leaderboard, and then has gone back-to-back with 0-0, just unable to find footing within some of these very aggressive starts. And if you fall behind the pace early, you will probably be drowning in the pressure that is coming your way. Star, though, a player that is actually living through that pressure and doing quite a bit to make a mark. He's rising up the ranks quickly, and while this is his final day of competition, and he didn't have the first day go super well his way, he's really making up for lost time and definitely has a shot, I think, at making it to the bi-weekly finals.
Absolutely. I think Star kind of puts himself in a spot where you notice the cycling on his hero selections could give him an advantage, right? Because his double pick opportunity comes now. If he has a way of bringing Justina out like he did so well on, he could try to get that same success. However, this also comes into where we're at more Solid Knight. So different picks could be available for him to really decide upon using, and if he's really feeling it, he'll use that character that he best fits himself into phase 1. For this, Lonnie, Liam, Syra, there are options across here, everything nice for him to kind of work into this top meta picks. But if he wants to pick something that's more comfortable for his standings, we'll have to find out in this final moment. Because what I'm kind of worried about is this, right? If he decides to see his first pick to be, Kylan from Wufang again, I'll be crazy. But Kylan for Wufang again, or Wufang picking up Kylan would be an undetermined pick. We just saw that coming up from XY. That was the one-off scenario. But guess what? Guess what happened? XY MVP. What do we do about that then, right? If he picked him in the first phase, what's going to be the player's mindset thinking, should we just do it again? What he did and just played it out, just test it on? Because Wufang is thinking about it. He's chuckling. My man's laughing. You got Lonnie though on lock.
Yeah, Lonnie has been the stable number 1 pick, but frankly, I thought this was going to be a 6-for-6 Lonnie as the number 1 pick, and we're not getting that at all, dude. It's wild. We've seen Kylan, of all things, take the number 1 slot. High prio. We've seen other things creep up, Syra in particular. But this is looking like the most traditional thing that we've seen so far. We talked about it before. As the games tick on, people get more and more conservative. They retreat more and more towards the meta, right? And while there isn't necessarily a reason as to why you should do that, because every game is the same amount of scoring potential, it isn't like you're actually, getting value from those previous games. Definitely the mentality of these players is shifting a little bit here. Yodo going to actually be the 5th claim here. I think that personally, for me, 5th pick could go Kylan pretty justifiably, but Frostivus is going to pick it up in 6th, and so far this seems to be the norm.
Yeah, I think it's coming out here for this, right? GG Chen's coming up towards this now. Next, the Akko's going to be picked up. The Mulch still available for Exton if he wants to rock that, house down. And then Tumulch being up here means that he then contests against with Akos just because of the pick choice selection. Justina though, come in. I mean, the thing about Justina for him is that there was also something that we saw him when he came back into the sprints, when he came into the autumn season. He actually goes crazy about it. So with this coming through here, OUG's Mics comes out. Next phase, selection could allow him to pick it up. For anyone like a Valda, if he wants to early pick Valda now, I'd say take it, just because then he can just deny it out and seeing if the Tumulch is available to not give it to XY. Since XY already double picked, you know that that's not going to work out in his favor anyhow, but he'll pick it up himself. And as for Edward, like I said, Valda available. I don't see an Enor one. I'm seeing a Fairy Shedding it. I'm sorry. But if we see a Valda there, it is going to be coming up from Edward.
Okay. Valda there in the 10th position here. Oh no, XY, buddy. XY. Bruh. Well, will it work this time is the question, I think, on everybody's minds, SV. What do you think?
Well, it worked in denying out the Yoda Himes, so we'll actually see that hopefully for XY. But the other thing too is just, you know, Gigi Chen, I believe it was, that picked up the Tarka. Was it Gigi Chen? I was double back on that. The Tarka was used and got 3 eliminations, so that was cool in round 1. Now we're on round 6, you know, beginning and end. Wherever you start, he shows up at the end. So, you know, and the Star is meditating about what's going to happen next, because he's just thinking about the play-by-plays of like what happened prior, what worked out, getting into the next round. Meanwhile, everyone else is just like, okay, let's just get this going. And then as for XY picking up Tarka, I kind of want to see Tarka on that V1 or V2, I should say, but I doubt we're going to see that ever in the solo sphere. But V1 is definitely going to be the better option just to go through. What mouse is that? My man got the grooves. It's like a, it looks like a new type mouse, man. My man got the maneuvers like that. That's crazy. All right, but more importantly for MTF, you know, it's interesting not seeing these Enor wands coming out here in this, and I think it's just, I think it just goes into the case that these guys are just like, okay, let's just go off with this end. But Enor wand, like, we're testing him out. We'll look at C225 tomorrow for day 3. But what I want to see for Enor wand is if it's just something that some players just feel comfortable with, and if not, it's just something they want to test now versus later. Right? When it comes to the Jacob qualifiers, because when it comes to later, the CN mainland qualifiers are the only other days that you can really start testing things out, because it'll be on the new patch, new system, new everything. It should be where the season changes with the lift boards, all of those shenanigans start to build up. But here we go, skill selections. Nothing changes from my eyes. I'm looking at everything and I don't see any changes from the norm, so everything stays the same. V1 F2 for the fireballs for XY, so that's all we really got to see and all we got to say.
Yep, we do have the hottie picked up here for XY, so that's gonna be something to watch out for. Oh, sorry, no, never mind, that is not hottie. Duh, we were just talking about how XY went for the Tarka. My bad, everyone. I don't know why. I think they have like the same pose of the thumbnail, and I get completely lost on that front. But yes, across the board, Chu Zhang going for the F2 V1 on the Yorohime, as we have been seeing F1 V1 for MTF on the Syra. Nothing too crazy, but what is wild is once again everybody decides that they're gonna just drop right on top of one another. And SV, we got a really interesting opening to this game. I can guarantee it.
I guarantee it too. I think this is gonna come through for these first off drops at the Zest Winery to get those Fireflies for 521. Life Lars is looking directly at Windmill Gorge for that. Inside of the north side, though, you see that everyone's a Noble Cave, like WBG's first, Wolves is MTF, T's Wufang, ASC's XY, also looking to pick up those 2 Fireflies and just head directly south. If not, he'll head directly north. So go for his loot, because that is going to be a higher trouble frequency area for Sunwing's Rest. Frostbus and GG Shaw, or GG Shaw recipe, GG Chen is actually going to come through here at Artisan's Grove, so this is going to be money time. 1 Firefly for Frostbus might lead into that. And for always Edward and Mike, fights could ensue over outside of the Zest Winery, if not inside of Celestia. Be dictated. I'm curious in seeing how this is going to turn out here for the Tarka, though, because ASC is looking for the ultimate off-rip to start these engagements.
Looking down at the south side in particular, I really do think that we're going to be seeing a lot of wild plays. We have players with very high potential for early fights. So Edward right next to Mike, right next to what we're seeing out of everybody else, I think is going to lead to some wild stuff. But here we go. Tarka to start us off. XY, unfortunately, dying as most Tarkas tend to do in NARAKA BLADEPOINT at this point, unfortunately.
Yeah, Duncan's in the chat like, what you say? I'll stop. LMB comes out here. Wufong maybe looking for the hits if he can. 1, 2, 3 piece. Nah, he ain't doing that. Well, Wufong, you went for a jump LMB there. That's crazy. But I think Scare Rush is there. Combo Breaker's made. No armor there. He's gonna open these throws up. Otherwise, Versus is gonna go ahead and try to skate around if he can. LMB doesn't. Okay, we got you that, but can we confirm the kill? We got Scare Rushed on. Unfortunate. Wufong, he's getting lucky. There's no armor swaps in the hands. Oof, there it is. I saw it. And now Verse gets himself in the armor swap. There is going to be a shield throw available. Wufong still has Lonnie Ultimate ready to go. Combo Breaker invested first. Second shield throw. Shield block to be invested.
Wufong looking to get the push back. Will just get caught around the corner by the Shy Old Cat. Verse in a little bit of trouble. Make that a whole lot of trouble. If they can get out with the armor swap, they could turn things around. Wufong, unable to get any armor of their own, fires off Lonnie Ball. Looking for the chase down, isn't able to find it.
Yeah, I'm looking for all the armors. You see that? He opened the throw, waited it out patiently like he was doing his taxes. Next, all of a sudden here, Wufong, he's out here to go through. He's collecting. He's looking for the RMBs. There's going to be one. The hay bale stack is actually what's going to grief this out. There's a lot of other tropes here. He finds another armor swap, good. But then again, Versus only into the time's sake. There's jump LMB, nice confirmed. LMB confirmed 1, 2, RMB. Oh, wow, rest for the release. Turbo focus denied, waited it out here for Wufong. He's looking to wild sweep this out if he can. Finds himself a longsword blue rarity. This is actually a really good swap for him right now because all he needs to do is just kind of wait out for the attachments. There's going to be the hits. RMB gets a toothpick, gets a combo breaker. And now for Wufong, hoping to see if he can not invest his F ability because 1 blue focus is all that's needed to kill him off. The chip damage is enough already, but RMB avoided there. There's going to be the top down, and then with it, Wufong catches an LMB, and that should be the kill.
Long fight, going the way of Wufong at the very end of it, putting him on the board early once again. We've been seeing this a few times, and Wufong certainly at this point, I think, really would like to be able to get a little bit more than the 15 points he currently has on the board. Starts things off right to try to get that precedent underway. As now, when we look at the cutoff point, we see Edward there at 21.3. 1 kill on the map for themselves as well. Healthy position to be in. How much more can he push forward? As now we see Star versus Wufong fighting in River for the time being. Star luckily will be able to get blue armor off the back of that loot. And now Wufong is in a little bit of trouble. Tries to teleport backwards. Burns Lonnie F early. Has the ultimate still available. Star though, able to try to follow through. Will be sent sprawling on this Liam. Both flying knives available as well as the purple nunchucks. He should just be able to re-engage on this one. Wufong has lost their armor. Star actually gonna play a little bit more conservatively. Hides around the corner. Here comes the trade back. Wufong goes in. Doesn't burn any heals of their own. And in kind may just be combo to death here. Star, good follow through. Able to get another F out of Wufong, who's now down to a one-touch scenario. Star still has all their health to play with. Onto this nunchucks. They will be able to get them through with a furious flurry of blows. And now Star is actually going to be able to jump over XY on the overall scoreboard into 3rd place.
That's very nice from what we saw from Star there. Impeccable work here from Mike though. This throw's good. Edward's dead. Oh, I lied. Apparently he had himself a F2 available, but 1 HP in the dream, 1 RMB. Edward goes down completely. Seeing about that. That's going to be the elimination. Still seeing about Mike here for that first kill. We do see Frostbus here. Frosty Bus. He has himself out here for the RMBs. He can try to catch it up here. He still has Skyline Ultimate ready to go. Blue rarities, but no purple rarity weapons. Now for Frostbus, this is all going to be coming down towards maybe a stagger or 2, if he can. He will look for a pistol shot the moment he gets the stagger. There's a pistol shot number 1, even without it. He wants to try to ensure the chip damage off. And since Mike doesn't have an ultimate right now, he knows that. He's seen it possibly from the distance. Parries are beautiful. F1 is still available. We know that. Having no armor swap there though, Frostbus gets a nice stagger, has combo breaker. Mike knows that as well, so he knows he can't take any sort of engagement there. And having in towards the fireflies, if they're still available, that's where Mike is going to try to lead into the walls and just try to get himself out of there towards the tower. But then again, seeing how Mike is kind of putting himself out, he finds an RMB, he gets crossbarred. F1, the lowest cooldown in the game, will be casted out, and then he's going to be able to get his combo breaker up in 10 seconds.
Yeah, Mike crosses over. We've seen people use this tower to great effect in the past as well. Mike will be able to restore quite a bit of health coming out of this one. Frostivus wants to try to contend with him, though. As now in the distance, we also see Exin maybe trying to play for an opportunistic kill. Up top, Frostivus is able to land a blow, sending Mike sprawling for the time being. He will be able to recover before hitting the ground and before further conflict can come back out. As now Frostivus is actually going to hide up inside a tower and cross out to the far side, realizing that with the first in the area, he could easily become the target of aggression.
Literally now XY. Oop, here's go. The prediction's still up there. I think so. If anything, XY still needs to kind of work some stuff up. Try to look for a hit off of Shen, who doesn't have ultimate, but you saw the little rage bar. He's at like 90% anyhow. Blue armor swap is confirmed from XY for a full reset. Doesn't have to sit tight here for anything. But what thing is coming after XY is that he will kind of push on towards his shop. He still has an option right now. Excuse me. If he can find enough gold, he can try to buy a purple armor if they're still available. You can see him looking for that. As Mike, I think, just bought a purple armor. We'll have to double check that. He has a purple Hong Sword. Got a Tuna Jade, so this is good for him sustain-wise. He did proc it out when he got that in the shop. He's gonna walk away with it at Daily Meadow. Having an engagement here with it with a common nunchucks though as a setup. As for XY, there's pop the ultimate. Jen still has an ultimate ready to go as a combo breaker, and that might be a chance here, NARAKA. I don't know if the XY is gonna come out here as a Tarka, but his combo breaker is up for the. Wait a second, we don't even use it. We decided to walk away with it. I'm okay XY with that, but the problem is V2 confirms off of the the F2. Wait, did he even earn a bounce? There's a pounce. First pounce comes out here for Chen. Let's see whether or not he can connect the second one.
Yeah, XY is in a lot of trouble right now. No real ability to bring this one back, and unfortunately, the longer this fight goes on, the more they're going to attract more players, and Exen looks to be the one. Now down with no armor, he's trying to just trade back versus Chen and buy a little bit of space to maybe cause a distraction. Exen might actually decide to go for that engage, and XY just walks out after a master bait. Good job, dude.
Can't believe XY got away with that for free. It's the lore, bro. He's a lore character. What do you want him to say? Man came out there through that. I know Mike is looking at this tuna though. It's like, yo, what is that? That's a sashimi, bro. I'll take that too. This is gonna be coming through here, and then of course with a purple Hong sword, purple armor. He opted out. He dropped the common nunchucks. He's got a blue dagger, or he's got a blue staff. I mean, this is probably the best situation. He's up against Wu Feng Lani, of course, looking at the combo breaker. He's gonna have to really start playing around and seeing what he can do on the drop down, because it's all about the blue focuses, right? Looking at the R&Bs, 1-2s, no 3-Ps, just goes for the jump chip, jump LMB. He avoids at the Halber's R&B, which is crazy work. But then, burns the combo breaker. He wanted that. What's going to come next, though, is going to be a TOD. It has to be a TOD. He needs to get some LMB catch here. That's why we're playing up the pillar. So Wu Feng knows he's at death sentence door. The moment that purple Hong sword catches, he won't have anything left except an ultimate cast. So he's got to be mindful when he's going to cast that. Got combo breaker back up, though. So for Jelani, still have enough chances here. There's going to be the whisk throw to be thrown out immediately. If he can, double R&B, catches up. Wu Feng has no energy, can dash. And that is going to be seal the deal. For the musket shot, good job, will confirm that. Wu Feng goes down.
Big sword coming out here. Will be able to break Frostifus's armor. Still has another charge left available. Will activate it, as now both of these fighters are neck and neck. Frostifus going to approach forward now. No abilities available for either of these players right now. Chu Zhang just going to get double swept by the fan. Make it 3 times. Fires off the F the last possible second. Down to just 1 sliver of health. Frostifus needs to find one more touch. Charge comes through. Chu Zhang able to heal back up. A little bit of armor. Now Frostifus getting juggled. Will lose it at the very end. I feel like pressure's getting to our mans.
That's rough, man. First Rami Yang lost coming out there. He's at the Islet Crater, so his only other path would be going east towards where we are right now with the Noble Cave. Kind of having the fights against him in this favor there, especially getting caught by the Fine Knives. Otherwise, though, MTF wins his Rami Yang, has gold nunchucks, goes straight to the shop. Looks to see what kind of Jade's gonna get. Actually, no, he didn't even buy Jades, he just bought slots. As for Star, Spiritwell, gold flying knives for millions. He's safe. This is gonna be a Solar Crystal at the minimum. Man, rough outing on the gold of the purple crossbow. But we're looking at this Rami Yang fight here, looking at what his swaps are really made of, considering he's up against Polaris here, who goes for 1-2 extension off the beacon drop. He won this Rami Yang, by the way, for Star. So Star is looking to be the one who wins this out. Seeing about this catch, if he gets an LMB here, I think he actually kills his Alpha TOD. Yeah, so that's gonna actually be enough. Polaris will slide uppercut 3 times. Ooh, into an inventory swap for the nunchucks. Nasty work. Star comes out here with that victory like that. 2 kills on the board. And he's next to Polaris here, who's on this corner at the Artisan's Grove, Moneytown.
As it currently stands, we do have a full roster of 4, all with a long time of Vermilion Birds might take their freebie fight. We're going to see if that actually happens here. If anything, it kind of feels like the ability to take a freebie fight has only been further exacerbated by the changes to how the Realm Yang debuff works. And so we're going to see what happens here, as we will be getting an exchange between Star and a Mike here. Mike sent backwards. He is a player alongside Star, as they both have Vermilion Birdsmite. So this is going to just be for that extra point on the board. Currently, Star is getting the rough end of this exchange. Fireball going to be pushed out here, or excuse me, Sandstorm going to be pushed out here as Star loses the trade at distance. Now on one touch, will just lose it to Mike, although there is a revive in his future.
Yeah, there is. And now it's coming out to MTF. Good, man, look at this, man. No 1-2s, no 3s. Come on, players, do it. He won't expect it. Okay, you're holding out the RMBs. Okay, 1-2s, there it is. Pop out the F1 here for MTF, making sure he can kind of work himself away. What is it with the RMBs here? I'm looking for 1-2s. Beacon Drop comes out to kind of connect off the Flying Eyes. We got third-party potential here from Verse 100%, right? Looking at the Cyro ultimate as an opportunity from MTF. He's got around 20 seconds low, so the moment that he does go ahead and expire, he knows it's going to be a can he get the shot, though? Oh my, the double touch off. There it goes. Elimination says he can't deform in time, though. I know Pilar's going to have deforming in time. That's unfortunate, though, because he still has Yang depletion, if I'm mistaken. Yeah. So first gets caught out here. Verse also being a Yang depletionist, just reset the timer to 4 minutes and a half. So now it's up to him to kind of go left and right, and has the child to wake up after the variation opens.
I love Faria in solos because if you aren't in like a group fight and it's just 1v1, just watching the like massive deck clomp around trying to find the one person standing right under them will never get old. That being said, Verse able to get out of that one and capitalizing, just as you talked about, upon a very awkward position for 521's representative. It means that Lipo's in a lot of trouble as we both go into the shadow now, up against the cliff face wall. Drain is affecting both of them as Lipo is desperately looking for a way to heal. If this fight goes on for too long, they are unfortunately just going to get drained out. And it does look like this could be the case now, as with nowhere to really go. Lipo tries to find exchange off the dual halberd, but they're on a one-touch right now. Counter hit comes through. They actually landed before they get knocked out. Unbelievable.
Absolutely stupendous. We saw 2 times, bro. 2 times. Duh, elimination and then Romaine depletion, bro. Happened twice today. Put a nickel on the board, bro. We're playing the games. Frostmas, though, he ain't playing games. Wufong, though, he's dead. Game depletion. Boom, pick up for Frostmas. Perfect time. You almost saw 2 for 2 right there. You saw that? Saw that in NARAKA? That was that close. We almost saw these guys coming back to Retribution for 4 players, literally eliminated and fell swoop. But now we're back in. Flying Knives, Tuna still here. Velocity Untold still upgraded. Purple Rarity Nunchucks as well. Because XY is going to be the opponent here. Oh, man, wait a second. This is Tarka versus Tumulch. This is going to actually be the worst case scenario matchup because of the energy depletion. Because of what Tumulch provides, the ultimate. We'll have to see. LMB catches off that drop down. And then, of course, the Fireball's invested in NARAKA. You know what happens next year? Full culpability.
Well, both of them at about half on their armor. Start things off. Now we get the ultimates traded back and forth. XY able to pretty happily stay out of the way of the Sandstorm here. So Mike losing out on this ability early could be a little bit of a problem. He is going to be able to shelter up to restore that armor, but the same can be said for XY. 1:11 seconds left on this fight, so we aren't in the danger zone just yet, but we basically both have them starting from 0. As now Mike is sent sprawling once again. The spear play, absolutely solid stuff coming out of the Starka as XY goes forward. Big combo to the knockup. Mike needs to try to use his Wisp. May not get the opportunity as his one touch right now. We see a blue focus come out. XY just needs to win one more trade. Instead, look at this turnaround. Mike into the combo extension, just takes it home. And that is the power of the Tumult. Oh, goodness gracious. No other context than Tarka.
I got no context. Yo, Pole Sword with the Overcomer. We're using that mic. I want to see it. Yo, he's got Sunwing Shot, though. That's actually crazy. He got Slow Shot. So if he gets upgraded to Sunwing Shot, he can practically kill with an ultimate cast, and that's it. As long as he confirms a 1 Wisp throw. He's at 4 eliminations on this demi game, and this is going to be him as kill leader in the lobby. XY, no eliminations yet. I'm looking at your prediction. Got the Tuna rocking in the sidelines. But we still have EPX Star as well on a depletion. Otherwise, X's at 2. Wolves' MTF is at 3 with Sierra. Scene at 3 eliminations. MTF, first day playing, not really much of an issue as long as he kind of confirms more by this point for day 3. Now for MTF, he is going to go through, as with the White Tiger's Prowess, inside of the Daily Meadow to see if anyone's out here. What's interesting is that there was 2 bodies in the zone over by Islet Crater with solos, at least for 2 minutes. We'll have to see what's going to happen here next. The Star just found out the Tarka. And now for XY, it's a make or break situation, him against him. And with Star of Old Flying Knives, and now the Forbidden Seal comes out here with the Fireball.
All right, well, XY, unfortunately, with nowhere to go and no ultimate to be used inside a null field, is just going to be sent packing right there right now. As Star might also be feeling a little bit of pressure. Exen is in such a good position that he could try to force onto anybody, but it looks like he doesn't want to take the risk on the long chase versus Star, who will be able to just recover their durability and their armor to look deeper on into this game. As now we have a quick look at the top of the leaderboard right there. Mike standing tall with 4 kills on this one as well. He's doing a good job of racking up the points this time.
It really is, and I think now it comes down as we play MTF versus Star, which, I don't know, man. MTF kind of cooking around here with the Sierra, but Star got those fireflies. We know that he lost his Rumyang specifically, so now it's up to whether or not MTF just does a turnaround with a catch, because he's been using the span this entire time. So if he just gets away throwing blue focuses and crash on the beast, I'm gonna lose it. Oh my goodness, never mind. I see what happened here. The orb just goes ahead and just hits the wall. Proximity, unfortunate. This is gonna be where MTF is waiting at that second orb. He is like spending all his stamina there. Let's go to the first dazzle orb, not gonna hit. The second dazzle orb might be looking for a fat hit off the wall, the pillar, through the wall, maybe through the pillar. I don't know. There's not going to be a chance here. There it is. Boom, bam, bop. That Star going down. LMB burns out the combo rigger. Doesn't matter. I think it's going to be a case off the clink off. One LRB is the catch 1-2s. There it is. Scarabs is right in place. MTF is now approaching this fight outside of this Forbidden Seals. Mike has that slow shot, looking to try to confirm it for Sunwing. Nice 2-1, confirms it. Kill steal potential coming through here. Let's see those range shots looking like. 2, 1, aim, fire. You saw where that musket shot landed. It was right there.
Oh, yeah, and he gets behind the fence. A little bit more of a reprieve. I don't think Exen's out of the woods just yet because he knows that musket's coming his way. But goodness gracious, if he is trying to buy as much space as humanly possible right now.
Still kind of crazy to me. Mike is still trying to get this Jade picked up. Has he confirmed? Yeah, he actually confirmed it. So he has it upgraded to the Sunwing shot. So he's got the projectile velocity increased. So seemingly so, we're going to go through. We got our White Tiger's prowess to be expired. We now look forward towards Yang's Spirit Well. This is going to be showing up here in just a minute now for Mike. Hoping to kind of work into 6 kills. By the time that happens, there's only 3, there's only one other player that has Yang depletion. That's going to be Star, that Liam. If they notice who the kill leader is, or rather who died in their own Yang, they'll notice that he is walking very, very, very far into some dangerous grounds. Finds a nice parry though against Exen. You saw how fast Mike was looking towards that micro decision making and shooting off Exen off of that parry just in case. Then again, kind of pushing himself across here. Exen's still going to stay on top of the pagoda and staying on top. But for everyone else, I mean, we have the circle to be closing into the east. Everyone's going to have to head in that direction anyways. It's kind of a difficult situation right now for Exen. I mean, he has no Yang depletion. Yeah, he has no ult. So anyone can kind of lock him in here, and anything can be invested for him. So he's got to be very cautious with only 1 vitality. This is where he's going to do his own denial, and that's exactly what's going to be happening with Mike.
Yeah, Exen in a lot of trouble. Already having to burn that F reflexively. Still stuck inside of the 10 ult ultimate, and now stuck inside the Liam ultimate. That is a quick way out of the lobby. As Mike is also going to be sent back in here. As now it is down to 2. MTF versus Star, I think only one's left in the lobby. MTF still bottom of the leaderboard, trying to score his way back up here. And has an opportunity to try to take it home, but Star wants this victory, wants to close out the day with the win in the lobby. He's deserved it. He's worked so hard, but now he has to contend with the Syra ultimate bearing down upon his position.
I'm thinking about this 50-meter dazzle range that we got. MTF, we got to earn that out. Okay, we missed it. That's all right. Level 2 Light Beam comes out. MTF is still locking this in. Missed the 3rd orb brigade. We got to back off now. The reset probability, the probability for a reset is here. He only got 1 vitality in his hands, which is going to have him head to the shop. 53,000 Dark Tide coins. We're looking to upgrade. We got J's that we can purchase too. Look at that. He dropped the J. What are we getting? Mortal Defiance. Incredible. Incredible shop purchase. This is going to turn the fight around in his favor if we see Star trying to approach the scene. And considering the Mystic Might is going to be the Spear Well, it does get captured. That is going to be something else. Star, on the other hand, hits to his shop, who has money to buy some certain Jades. He saw the Mortal Defiance has just been purchased. So he's like, okay, well, we're going to have to work around with what we got. Let's run the RNG. Let's see what we can get. And seeing Mortal Defiance, crazy. Mortal Defiance gets picked up. We got Dreadful Whale. We got Palm Lightning. We got Aerial Dash, the Sunwing Shot. We're switching over for a Sky Punch because why not? Star's stacked up as well, man. We got 80% rage coming through here. He's rushing right towards the Yang Spirit Well, where he's going to engage against MTF.
Yeah, crazy how this is just continuing on. Both of them trying to contend within the Spirit Well right now. MTF back at full health. Star looking to sustain through this. Counter hit, not going to land, commits a lot of frames to that, and unturn. MTF is going to be able to pile on some more damage. And here we go, Liam Ultimate going to connect. Good hover. Can he get the full combo is the question right here, right now, when it matters most. Good cross up, gets the recapture, and I think this may just be it.
Has ultimate cast still for MTF. The problem is that MTF also has Mode of Defiance. I haven't seen a proc yet. Beautiful parry. Looking at this side, both of them have that Mode of Defiance. Parry on this side. There's the Mode of Defiance going to be coming out here. The LMEs might be coming through for the 2.0. Otherwise, Star has to work himself out here. The horizontal confirms. The pick is good. The ultimate's not ready. The palm money confirms. And that is Star's victory coming through with the gear difference.
Absolutely fantastic showing from Star. We've been talking all day about how well he's been performing and how much he's been rising on up in this bye week. And this is proof positive of what he's been doing in day number 2, getting a well-earned victory here to close us out on the final game number 6. He will be picking up the MVP alongside it.
Still having a chance right there for Star, man. Showing what he's got. My man was meditating before this game. We saw that. And he was making sure and looking through. He's like, yeah, this is what's going to happen. RNG is going to give me an aerial dash. I'm going to uppercut. It's going to give me a TOD with my ultimate. And then I can send him out here for the palm lightning. Beautiful. And it was crazy, too, because those 2 Jades is exactly what he needed. Mortal Defiance was an insurance policy for him to have. You know, if he loses his HP, he's coming back. Palm lightning allows for him to get extensions in the air when he's going through. With the ultimate cast, start pelting somebody. Then he goes through and he drops jump LMBs to confirm the restagger with the Liam to allow for no movement from the Syra to, you know, dash away. He confirms the stagger, the immunity to the orb comes through for the fusion orb, and then he gets that hit on that secures the deal. What happened next was all about ground neutral gameplay until the Syra ultimate would have came up. Parries left and right. We saw how many parries were happening. Yeah. But at the end of the day, all that came down was that final bait out for the blue focus, and it worked out in his favor.
Yeah, absolutely. Great stuff there. Being able to work through the Mortal Defiance, getting that Liam double recapture was so important to actually just evening the playing field because of that extra health bar that was in the equation, SV. And Star definitely piloted that super well, playing off topography as well. The drop down to finally finish that fight, I think, was also really, really crucial to him just managing a very difficult, extensive 1v1 throughout the course of what is also an endgame that is peppered with so many secondary objectives and other ways they could progress the fight. But he held true to his course and therefore is able to take the victory here in game number 6. And I'm very interested to see where this puts everybody on our leaderboard coming up here in a second.
Yeah, we should get a chance of looking at that just because I want to see how the scoreboard really shifts us out. For instances, also to kind of think about what happened in those fights prior with the Yang Depletionist. You know how SS1's Exon had an ultimate, had nothing really left in the kit. But we saw what FPX Star was really getting himself into, right? He rushed right into that tower, initiating a parry, which allowed for him to kind of push off the Justina in a weird predicament because she didn't want to stay where she was. She tried to go right back in. Mike was so invested to earning himself an ultimate that tried to confirm the kill on her. Now, the whisk throws were good, but then the timings of the attacks really kind of rushed down the tap dodges that gave Star enough, or rather Exon, to kind of get eliminated out. And then when Mike was, you know, in disarray trying to reset the wisps, MTF was there on the outskirts looking to try to focus him out, and it worked in his favor there, where MTF really pushed off Tumult, who would have been really, really difficult later on to deal with. We've seen that coming from GG Chen, for instance, from round 2, or round 4, I should say. And then having that chance of locking him out, MTF had the money for the gold, the gear, to then set himself up for the shot. So it was really good decision making, especially off the split, when they decided to break off, even after MTF invested the ult to chase down Star. Further back, having a chance of actually looking through those fights that happened at the Noble Cave. I mean, a lot of the players knew exactly what was the point of being there, right? If anyone is looking to engage any players, it's the fact that they know that they're going to reset at a spot that's usually populated. Not only that, Noble Cave was also open as the cave itself, where the Fireflies are open. They know there's an underground for loot spawn as well.
Well, here we go. Scoreboard on that game number 6. Star coming out with 5 kills and 3 ranking points to get to 9 due to the kills points overall, which is, I believe, the highest on the day, actually. The biggest gap between him and second place with MTF, serving up 6 total. All the way down at the bottom, we see Verse with no points scored on the day. Frostivus only, or no points scored on this game. Frostivus also awkwardly just stumbling to 1 point off of ranking, not even kills, putting an end to what we thought was a huge push forward for this BBE representative.
You know, what's kind of rough too is that seeing how much kind of leads us into, you know, this last day for certain players. we're going to look at that later on because MTF's first day was 12 points. He kind of put himself in the spot right now where at 12 points so far today, he still has a lot to kind of catch up onto for day 3. But then looking at Wufang as well, that's kind of like that borderline era. You know, XSY already has first day, but 12 points is kind of, you know, it's low in terms of what we can possibly see him count up to because the middle 6, I mean, the day 1 players, the players that played it out, you look at the scoreboard, you're like, dang, you know, they are good, right? They are good so long as the bottom 6 doesn't kind of falter out. Because people who played their second day of playing, if they're above in the top 6, it's a hard ask for them to stay in the top 12. Like for instance, when we get to the top 6, we're going to see Chisheng at 25.5 and 29 for Polaris, and even 29.4 for XY. Because it's not really that the safety net of being okay, we're at top 6 now. No, it's when the day 1 players come through and they end up getting more points than, you know, they're already at 25 anyhow. So all they need is like 10 points to kind of surpass you, and that's all they need. But Mike comes out on top, 46 points. We were wondering who was going to stay on top, and it's going to be Mike. 46, no questions about it. But was Process in second at 38.5. He's more than well qualified for this, as well as for Star, who's at 36.5. Spider, or, you know, with XY at 29.4. We will have to see how that turns out for day 3 gamers.
Yeah, absolutely. Across the board, we have a pretty clear front runner now, as Mike was able to buoy himself back up to a pretty decent showing here in day number 2, but he is touchable is the thing. There are players that can accelerate up to his position, and while I think he's a lock for the bi-weekly finals, the first slot and therefore the benefits that come with it are not necessarily completely his. However, before we talk more about Mike, let's talk a little bit more about Star here, game number 6. Here's some of his highlights. This first duel versus Wufang, getting tight. Wufang was in a tough position for a lot of it, was able to get the chase down, and you can see Star quite happy with it showing at the end there.
Of course, man, always has a smile on his face. Look at this TOD with the medic descent. It's funny too, because Liam is literally one of the only few characters with a majority of TOD, right? Like with any weapon, and the Hong Sword or the dual halberd being one of those weapons. Seeing how Polaris was actually able to get this kill, but not able to get the solo, really upset. Look at his eliminations, right? He was at 3 kills. Again, headphones off, double down, put the exponent on the sound warning, because that's exactly what he was raging on about. The parry is here though. This is where this is the ideal moment to match up. This is gonna arrow dash, walks away, switches over to the fine knives. Palm line, or not even palm line, he went for horizontal there first to go through. And if he wanted to extend it out, you see this Nbpl B into the Liam orb, allows for that restagger, meaning there's no dash out. Went for 2.0, knowing that the combo rigger was going to be available there for it, and MTF still had a chance here for parry off the cross of the kick of the R&B. Star finds his parry, finds that mode of defiance, still chips through the mitigation, still finds an opportunity off the terrain, and as you call it, you know, that's me. As it is. The topography, bro. The words, yo, good word selection out here. We got those.
Yep, and there we go. The pick up on the Liam, a character that has been incredibly high priority throughout the course of the day, and I think demonstrating that strength here best in the hands of Star, coming through for 7th MVP of the fall split. Like I said, rising to the occasion, continuing to build upon a legacy that, you know, for a while I think he may have been struggling to reach, but now he's very much finding his groove, and I think will be a real killer, a real threat going on into the finals of this split.
Now, kind of coming through here, something that kind of comes through is we saw a Star, I think, in the beginning of the season into week 1, where he was able to kind of be solidifying the flying knives to the best of its ability on a Liam. Showing success in Midoriya. I couldn't even remember if it was round 4 or if it was round 1. It might have been round 4 because it was more so just because there was no Fireflies involved, and having the idea that for Liam to extend that out as long as he can. He's been the one who's kind of keeping up towards it. Frostbus as well, as other players are trying to get more into using for what Liam can really get done with even base common dual blade or base common flying eyes as well. Is something that you can even use with that. Just because the extensions, the massive amount of damage is off of that end, where you can deal at least 1,500 minimum onto the health bar, if not 2,000 if you're really looking at somebody who barely has any sort of protections at all. And if you're still stacking up, you're still able to kind of procure that kill elimination, either not in the early game, but definitely in the late game when you're starting to gear. But we got a little bit of a chance to talk about one of the players. We're going to move to an interview. We'll be back afterwards to conclude the day. Stay safe.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with our player, and let me say hello to our audience, please.
Hello guys, I'm Frostivus from Team BB.
Wow, welcome Frostivus. Welcome you to the post-game interview. And I would like to say congratulations. You guys really like, you are the second and leading the scoreboard right now. And I would like to know, so every time when we see the we're counting about the strongest player in the solo game and you are there, but now for you, you didn't have championship right now. So were you affected by this?
The championship from the Biweek final, I feel like it's okay. It's definitely there's glory in it, but there's 4 of it, so I feel like there's too many. I feel like the the grand final is where it's important. Only the grand final.
Yeah, we know the last season for you, the spring split, only a little and missed the grand final. Really a pity. And for this grand final, so what you wanna change in the fall split this time? Anything different?
Of course, some strategies are going to change, and right now I don't really need to show everything.
Okay, we're looking forward together. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. Okay, so let's see. Today's question is, which hero did BBE Frozivas use in Game 6? Okay, so before we get the answer, and I would like to know, because this week our patch version just changed again, and I would like to know, so for you, maybe any effect on you, or especially because Lenny is not that strong, and I would like to know, maybe you think will affect any other players, you think?
I feel like this patch affects player who goes into the realm of Yang without really thinking. For example, maybe T225.
Yeah.
I feel like he just goes in, and when he lose before this patch, there's still some chance. But currently with the new change in the realm of Yang, if you lose, your game is pretty much over, and it's very hard to come back. So I feel like those kind of players will have trouble. But as long as you win, it doesn't really matter.
So for you think any effect for you?
Not really. I feel like I can win a lot
great.
of Realm of Yang if I'm playing really good.
I really like your status, and I would like to say, I think you are also prepared, and we are going to count in the number first. Okay, okay, you can start.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer, please. Which one?
The correct answer is D.
Yeah, the correct answer is D, and congratulations, our lucky guy. Okay, we know it's the last hour bi-weekly, and we are going to have the grand final and also Jacob. So for you, Frozivas, anything you want to change to adjust your status or adjust your strategy to face to the grand final, and also about the Jacob. So also maybe your ambition you can share with us.
I mean, of course, I'm going to try to win, especially in the grand final. I think that's where everything matters, and that's what I've been preparing all the time. So after this, I will have to fight the LCQ first and try to secure my spot in the grand final, and then try to win there.
Yeah, and I would also like to say that congratulations, you just get the championship in the
the Asian Challenge.
Yeah, Asian Challenge. Yeah, so any meaningful for you, any experience for you in this you get the championship?
I feel like this Asian Challenge, of course, it's part of a pretty big tournament, and so winning is, of course, feels good. And I secured myself a spot in J-Cup also.
Yeah.
So that's also very nice. So from now, I just need to prepare and try my best.
I wish it can bring you a lot of confidence, and we are looking forward to the grand final this season. Okay, thank you Frozivas to welcome to our post-game interview, and thank you so much, and we'll get back to our casters.
Man gets it, man. He's like, sometimes the previous past season patch, when things change later on, with the bi-weekly finals too, it's just the number of them. I mean, it's a little bit too much, but then again, to kind of get us into what's going to be coming up in the latter half of this year, right? So we have a lot of things to kind of think about, right? The new patch is going to be dropping next week, new season. That's going to be the live patch for J-Cup as well. The players have a little, not say a little bit of time. It's very minuscule compared to how much time is left before J-Cup, that they have to get used to this new system, new glyph board system, which we saw last, I think for 2 years, is glyph board system that we have now. Now getting to a whole new system with new mechanics to be involved for both solos and for trios. For solos, there's a lot of stuff that they have to really go over with their, with coaches, with the decision on what's going to be best for them, but also what's going to work best for their gameplay, because it's going to shift dramatically.
Yeah, absolutely. We got adaptations across the board coming into today. We heard Frostivus talk a little bit about what's kind of happening in the environment surrounding it, particularly Realm of Yang, and some of the players profiting, some of those other ones struggling from those changes. And those dynamics are going to continue to take hold as we have more patches coming our way and more changes that will impact the competitive standings here. So we take a look at who's sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard right now. For the most part, luckily, everybody has only played 1 day down here, and so everybody in this area still theoretically has a chance to make it into that top 12 and into the cutoff spot to be able to play there in the bi-weekly finals. But currently it is MTF at the very bottom, which is surprising given how visible he was in the games today. I think just in general, SV, he definitely has a chance to kind of catapult himself to a better position in the second day of competition.
Yeah, man, and I'm thinking that comes out from him for this time. What I want to kind of see is how the players there are in the bottom with having to get out of there. If they do, like, listen, we had a player, he's seen him already. Alliance Space, when he was with HLG, he had a moment, or at least think was when he was a part of SS1, he had a moment where he was in the bottom, like 17th place, I think it was. And one match in Morris I was all that was needed for him playing on Akos to get to top 12. And it gave him qualified. I mean, that kind of comes down. But when it comes towards these play styles of the players, when we get to finals, things change. Miracon match, for instance, is going to be the first round, and then they start cycling down the rotation. But for Mike, it's another day in the office, 46 points. It just kind of blows, you know, because we're seeing Mike kind of gaining himself without any sort of accolades this year, at least to try to get himself a victory either in the spring nor MSC. And it's really come down towards the autumn slip. But time will be of the essence. Next week, we're actually going to look at the top two. Oh, so we're actually going to have in terms of what's going to happen for trios tomorrow. My bad to say, this is going to be those two mirror comps we have as the most played comps, which Tianhai has been played twice-fold as one of the most played comps. For the Tumult, or not Tumult, with the Takeda, with the Karumi, and the Tianhai, into following around with the Kylan, into the Tianhai, into the Ziping, which is crazy. Because if I'm not mistaken, this burns out 2 uses and they can't play them a third time. I have to watch in the day 1 watch for trios. I have to look into that because I need to see how the teams operate without Tianhai in the mix. It means that there's no reason to kind of go off on an anti route, but you know what, NARAKA, that kind of leads us into the end, man. Any feedback for what we had today so far that you kind of want to see for the future?
Today was a fantastic day of solos action. I'm loving the duels at the beginning of the day, but more than that, I'm also loving the fact that everybody in this current status and this current balance patch is finding the opportunity to go aggressive. There's nobody I feel that is incentivized to play passively at any point in the game right now. And while I do think that we can adjust the balance just a little bit in regards to what we're seeing in terms of how Realm of Yang is being used. And as Frostivus noted, it is a really centralizing force because the debuff is just so brutal to have on you. At the same time, I really think that right now there's tons of room for innovation, and I'm just looking forward to see what the next patch brings.
Yeah, really. Yeah, the nuclear port system disengaging, being active, having purple or blue focus while running, and allowing you not to be staggered as a result. Putting up in terms of the marks. There's a lot of valleys that come through in the future. So we're clear for takeoff, guys. We're going to be going ahead and knocking out for a bit of time today. For you guys, have a wonderful, safe day. My name is Severia alongside NARAKA. Have a good one. See you until next.
剑。
冻结将至。